What's up? What's up? What's up? Look back at it. Now, blacks just had their voting rights stripped away from them. You had all these dead black people. They fought, they gave their lives for you to have a right to vote. Trump took it away from you. And I'm looking at all these black celebrities. I'm looking at all these rich, wealthy celebrities, and they're there, right there, ducking and shucking and jiving and hanging out. And where's the respect, man? Where's the respect? This is unacceptable, man. This is unacceptable. Even Al Sharpton was up in there too, and I was like, "What the hell?" Al Sharpton was up in there, and showing off the money, and it's just all this money and all of this opulence, all of this disrespect. Man, and a bunch of those people, black people, they look foolish, man, at this Met Gala 2026. After, our voting rights were taken from us. We don't have a voting right. We don't have a right to vote. We don't have the right to vote. The person that's going to be in your district, you don't agree with any of his policies. And let me tell you something. Now you're finna see what slavery is all about. And you can sit around here and think that that's a good thing. Okay. Or in the midst of Black America falling down, you got rich celebrities that want to strut and jump around. You got Jeff Bezos in there. He's a Trump supporter. They're just co-signing everything that's going wrong. Millionaires and billionaires just around the corner, homeless people sleeping on the street. And we're getting to that point now where there's just a huge wealth gap and the haves and the have not. We used to be a people, and I know we're not like that now. It's everybody get yours. I know we're there now. But you just think about it, billionaires, and you got homeless people all up and down the streets. They spend, I think, $20 million to have this. All of this just excess with really no access. Many people have said the American dream don't even exist anymore for a lot of people. You got homeless people. And here you have all these wealthy people. Let me tell you something, especially Black America, they got wealthy off of your dime. They're rich because of you, and then they slap you in the face when you need them. When you need them to make a deal, hey, we're not going to this. We're going to stand with our brothers and sisters who are going through hell. We're going to stand with them. No, they're running out there to hang out with Jeff Bezos, put on the fashion designer, Italian designer, get the Italian designer some more money, make them richer. Black people get poorer. Italian designers get richer. None of that stuff's made by black people. None of it. And even Al Sharpton's up in there. I'm looking at Rihanna. All of these people. It's a fun time for them. Let me go hang out. Let me disrespect the black community. Let me go hang out, disrespect the black community. Let me show I ain't no unity on, and the wealth gap gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And and when you take a look at it, like we don't have any voting rights. How are black people going to ever be able to even all this basketball stuff? We've lost our voting rights. We don't have the right to choose our representative anymore. We don't even have that. That's been taken from us. They've always said that. I've seen that. They've always said, why do you guys always vote for the Democrat? The same guy's been in office for 30 years. So they vote for who they want to vote for. And it's always some racist white man that's telling me that. Why do you care? Why are you so concerned with who I vote for? Why do you care? I could vote for anybody. I could vote for my grandpa. Why do you care? But they've taken that from us now. They say, hey, you know what? We're not going to let you do it now. And then they throw a Met Gala and all of this stuff, all these award shows. They got black people got they got to protest that. Let it be white. Let it be all white. Let the Grammys be all white. Let all of this stuff be all white. Black people have got to we got to get our rights back. We don't have time to go out there and strut around and puck around and show off this $500,000 or $1 million purse. And here go this $5 million dress and this $20 million. It's just look at all of that opulence. Why are you showing all that off? You got people out here, the economy's collapsing. You got people out here struggling. They're trying to figure out how they're going to feed their kids. Black unemployment is through the roof. Under Joe Biden, it's lowest. Under Trump, it is through the roof. Absolutely through the roof. Through the roof. And you got these celebrities that want to go out there and just cluck around. You know what I'm saying? It's just sad too, man. And somebody said, turn the Met Gala into the ghetto. That's the chat box. Yeah, I don't know about that. See, I don't know where that came from. But yeah, that's what I mean. This is what you're going to be proud of. You know, this is the time to celebrate. Now's the time to celebrate. And the gala embodies everything that's wrong with our country now. Billionaires and Hollywood's elites gets to strut and stomp and show off and you know, on the red carpet and talk about their $500,000 suit and $500,000 chain and look at my $4 million car. And millions of hardworking Americans are forced to choose between pinto beans and neck bones and rent. Where they're gonna have to pay their rent or go without their groceries. And the Met gets $30 million in taxpayer funding. Jeff Bezos, a billionaire, he's down there. He's voting for Trump. He's gave money to the Trump campaign. Isn't that something, man? One of those gowns, you could sell one of those gowns. If you took one of those gowns at that gala and sold it, you could feed all the hungry people in New York for a week. For a week, yet this is the world we live in now. Jeff Bezos and his wife, what is he doing there? Billions of dollars. Yeah. Isn't that something, bro? Two different worlds. We live in two worlds now, man. The haves and the have-nots. It's really like that now. The elite, the black elite have turned their back on the black community. And, you know, hey, they're on their own. I agree with you on that. They are on their own. They don't have the right to vote now. They'll have the right. They've reduced the black community into a bunch of beggars. Now to be a bunch of begging Negroes, begging the white man to take care of them. And you know what? He's going to put your ass back in chains. You know, Joe Biden got criticized for that. Joe Biden was thoroughly criticized for saying that. But maybe he knew more than we thought. Because a lot of these Negroes are going to be in chains, brother. They weren't doing well when they had the right to vote. How are they going to do better without it? I mean, that makes sense. Does that make any sense? That don't make any sense, bro. 70% of Americans, I'm looking at it right now, 70% of Americans are struggling to buy groceries. You got gas prices, $7 a gallon. Eggs, $10 for 10 of them. Housing and health care, it's okay to discriminate. Go and look it up. Trump got rid of it. You can discriminate in houses now. Now, you don't want blacks in your house, your neighborhood, you can get rid of them. Ain't nothing they can do about it. Wars, foreign wars, we're funding foreign wars. Yeah, and we got time. I'm looking at Beyonce. We got time for a Met Gala. She's got on furs. Let me see. I don't know. I don't keep. I'm gonna tell you how much did that gown cost that Beyonce wore, and who was the designer? No, I'm being for real. Beyonce sitting up there. They about ran her ass out of country music. She's trying so hard to fit in. How much did the gown? Ain't that sad when you think about it? Okay, let's see. Let's find out. There we go. There we go. Met Gala 2026. How much that gown cost? Let's see. Diamond encrusted skeleton motif. 50 fucking million bucks. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at this stuff. The woman wore a gown that cost $50 million. It was an Oliver Rosenstein. Was that sound like a black guy to you? It wasn't a Tyrone Jackson. It wasn't a Tyrone Jackson design from South Central, a Tyrone Jackson design from Mississippi. It wasn't a Tyrone Jackson design from Atlanta. No, it was Oliver Rosenthal. 50 million bucks. And we just lost our right to vote. And this is what you get. You get to see her walk around at $50 million. That's just one person. That's just one. I'm sure that wasn't even the most expensive one. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, a high-pieced, extensive customization. Yeah, those feathers. And God help that ostrich or whatever, somebody lost its fucking feathers. I'm serious, man. Some poor animal out there doesn't have a back now. It doesn't have a covering. I'm gonna assume they let it live, but I'm sure they pluck that thing, man. They pluck all the feathers out of a couple of some rare birds, and they don't have feathers now for a Met Gala in the midst of black people having their rights stripped away from them, in the midst of the homelessness, the economy is collapsing. Black unemployment is at its all-times high. Racism is on the rise. Jeff Bezos gave money to Trump. He was there with his wife. All these black celebrities go run, including Al Sharpton, go running down there, if you're going to call him, I don't know, but he's there. He was there. All these famous black celebrities are down there. Instead of discussing how they're going to get the right to vote back for blacks, they're down there walking around in $500,000 gowns, disrespecting the culture, disrespecting what you stand for. And this is what you got to deal with, bro. This is what you got to deal with. This is the black community, bro. It never became anything. They've pushed it back. They've pushed you back into the cotton fields. You're back in the cotton fields now. Hold up. Let me show you. I got my new little sound thing. I don't know how long they're going to let me use. Let me see. Check it out. There we go. There we go. There we go. You remember that old? You remember? Anyhow, don't worry about it. Anyhow, they're back in the cotton fields, bro. Your black ass is back in the cotton fields. They're at the Met Gala, hanging out with billionaires and millionaires and wearing $50 million gowns and millions of dollars on their neck and Rolexes, while your black ass is going back to the cotton fields, brother. I hope you enjoy your time there. You know that? Because I'm saying you guys really play games with this stuff. You guys really think this is a game. You're going to take your black ass back to the cotton field and you're going to wait on that white man to feed you. And then, hey, maybe then you got some political crowd. You can't even vote. If I'm a politician, why would I waste my time? You can't vote. I don't have to serve you. I don't give a damn about your communities. I'm trying to win the votes with the people who vote. I'm sorry. That's all you can say. And I don't know what people say they're going to make a play. Who's going to make a play for the black vote? Why? They don't have to. You no longer matter. Why would I do it? Why would I extend myself to the black? I might come down there and dance. Yeah, I'll come down there and we'll blow a horn or something and I'll dance around like Dancing with the Stars. Yeah, I'll do that if you vote for me. Yeah, I'll come. I'm not going to talk about no schools. I'm not talking about no economics. I see your roads are completely devastated. Your schools don't have books. Most of the teachers who could have quit. No air conditioners. The crime is through the roof. Yeah, I'll come down there and I'll dance. But no, I'm not going to do anything. That's people don't even understand. You listen to these dumb Negroes and they try to talk, well, the Republicans are going to try to appeal to. No, they're not. If that was the case, they would have done it then. They would have done it then. We've always had a Republican run against a Democrat. You can't change your policies, brother. You are what you are. They're Republicans. They do not fit into that community. Their beliefs and stuff. Now you're getting into religion. Now you want to be forced into, you want somebody to tell you what religion and what faith to follow? Because that's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. In the meantime, they'll get rich. You'll stay in the cotton fields. And in a lot of ways, when you think about it, look at this Met Gala. These are the people that you look up to. These are the people you worship. The Jay-Z's, the Beyoncé's. Beyonce's over there trying to get white acceptance. And it's sick, bruh. It's sick. It's sick. You know what? What do you call well, see, I shouldn't do this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to let you finish it, though. What do you call a black woman in a $50 million gown? You got me. You already know the end of that. I'm not going to say it, but you know what you call it, don't you? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And let me see where the white supremacists. Has the white supremacists showed up over here? They come running over here every time I go live. Is the white? I'm looking. Are they up here? Are they up here? Okay, good. They're asleep now. Good. They're asleep. They're drunk. They're drunk, and I don't have to worry about them today. Oh, wait a minute. One of them's up. Okay, he's back. Okay, I thought they were asleep. Okay. He said, I'm white. I don't know what Beyonce is in a dress. Good for you, man. I'm glad you don't. You should know, but I know, and I think 90% of the chat knows. It's sad, man. It's the world we live in, though. I'm not going to answer that. I should answer that. Ask me later. How about that? Ask me later. I shouldn't answer that, man, because I like Beyonce. I wish she wouldn't be trying to get but I can't stop her, man. But I like her. So, well, we don't need to get into that though, huh? Those were days when she wasn't married though, but since, she's all right. I ain't got no problem with her, man. I ain't got no problem with Beyonce. But what I'm trying to say to you is this. Wearing a $50 million gown in the midst of black people losing their right to vote is ridiculous. Going to a Jeff Bezos sponsored gathering. He gave over $1 million to Trump. And also the gala gets $25 million in taxpayer money so they can show off their shiny things. You get to eat tuna fish and sardines, and they get to show off their $5 million watches. And it's opulence in a time when we don't need that. We need to be coming together. That gown could have fed America. If Beyonce took that gown off her back and sold it, she could feed all the hungry in America for at least a couple of days. And that would be doing something to help even ranks to even the white people over there even with the opioid. You know what? Look, I'm going to be for real with you, Ranks. A lot of them people, a lot of their parents got opioid addictions. That means the kids are not eating right. You know what I'm saying? Don't you think she could have sold that dress and fed the hungry? Isn't that what this is about? Not black hungry, the hungry. She could have. $50 million dress. You got people who can't afford $2 worth of bologna. And we proud of it? This is what we're proud of? We worship the rich now. We've forgotten about our religion, our faith. Now we just worship money. What did the Bible say about that? What does it say? What did it get into that? Mammon. Now we sitting up here looking at, and she was, look, I'm not going to do that. I can start looking up these dresses. I know she didn't have the most expensive one. I know that didn't happen. But they all come in there trying to outdo each other and talk about their expensive designer and look at my chain, look at my watch. Meanwhile, black people starve and they don't have the right to vote. Isn't that something, man? And these are the important people now. These are the important people. There you go. Well, you know what? We're going to help you with that, bro. There you go. I'm about to go into the dungeon, though, man. I got it. My dungeon is packed. But when you make statements like you make, Casa, you got to go. You can't be up here with that disrespectful statements. You know what I mean? Why be disrespectful, man? We're trying to figure this thing out. Gloria Bias, are you serious? Are you not serious? We lost the right to vote, Gloria. I know, you know what? And a lot of Gloria, I know you don't care, do you? Because I mean, her name's Gloria Bias. I don't know if she's black or maybe she's a mixed ethnic. I don't know what she is, but she don't care. You got to understand, they could care less. They don't look at themselves as black people. They don't care. And a lot of them under their breath say, I'm glad they took the right to vote from you Negroes. A lot of them are saying that. And look at our celebrities, man. Our celebrities have went out there and they put on $500,000 suits and $500,000 shoes. And look at my watch, look at my chain. And Al Sharpton got his old ass in the middle of that. Why is he down there? He's all dressed up. And Al, thought you was trying to help us, brother. Al, what you doing? Wake up, Al. Al, come on, bro. You got to burn the midnight oil or we got to do something. We got to do something. Yep, they don't care about us. I agree with you, man. I wish we knew that. I wish we knew that. I wish we knew they didn't care because they don't care. And you see that. And so we lost the right to vote. And here they are out here hobnobbing with the people who gave the money to the Trump campaign to finance us losing our rights. But that is the Negro. Now we get into something that the Negro, somebody's got to do something about the Negro and the ego. Because there is something about that ego, bro. They got to stunt. They got to stunt, bro. They got to show out. They got to stunt. They got to be seen. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me, motherfucker. Look at me. That is the Negro, bro. They are built like that. Look at all of them. Look at all them people out there, bro. Black people down here starving, don't have the right to vote, and all of these celebrities have decided to go to the Met Gala and make you think, you think all's well. All's well. It's not. The community is suffering. And you just a $50 million gown. And what do you call I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to answer that one. But there's a name you call a black lady in a $50 million gown. I'm not going to answer that, though. And it's sad, too, man. Larry, they don't have the right to vote. Larry, they have to vote for who you give them now. Larry, you're going to give them a Republican. Larry, they don't support the Republican Party. Larry, now you're going to give them a Republican. You're going to redistrict them, and they're going to put a Republican representative. Republicans don't even like black people. Why would they represent them? They're going to ignore them. They're not going to appeal to them. Larry, they don't have anybody to vote for. Larry, no matter how you put it, they don't have anybody to vote for. You can believe what you want to. Larry, isn't that something how racism, it's like you have to take your racism with honey. You give somebody medicine, a kid medicine, and they don't want to take it, so you have to put it in something. That's how they do their racism. They code it up and feed it to dumb Negroes who think they're going to have somebody to vote for. You're not going to have anybody to vote for. You're going to have another Republican in that district, and that Republican's going to be a racist, and he's going to hate you, and he's going to cause a lot of harm to you, and that's just going to happen. I know you guys don't want to hear the truth. Why you guys want to believe that what happened to black people was fair? Why do you want to believe that? I mean, are you saying, can I take your right to vote? Would you look at that as fair? Hey, can I put representatives that I choose in your district and you can only vote for them? Can I do that? Huh? You wouldn't like that very much, would you? But you do that to the Negro. That's what I'm trying to show you, man. They do that to you Negroes in a minute. Look at him. He said, I'm a victim. Man, get your ass. I'm going to show you a victim. They victimize black folks, then try to shame them like you supposed, like hold your breath. Hold your breath and take it. I'm not holding my breath, brother. I'm not taking anything. He said liberals been doing it forever. What liberal put a liberal in a district and gave you no choice but to vote for the liberal? Huh? Huh? Yeah, man, it's pretty much over for the Negro. And on top of that, look at the wealthy Negro. And you know what? It's just a matter of time for they feel it. They're gonna find out. There ain't no different. They think because they got a little money in their pocket that things gonna be better for them. No, they're gonna find that out. Things are not gonna change for them. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. You know, in Jim Crow, whites were encouraged to disrespect black people. As a matter of fact, that was the law. They wanted you to disrespect them. You could accuse a black person of anything. It didn't matter if it was true or not. And they couldn't say anything. You just accuse them of it. They couldn't disagree. They had to accept that you accused them. That's going to happen to one of these wealthy celebrities. And what are they going to do? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? But this is what they wanted. This is the America that this is Trump's America, bro. They've got a racist white man running around calling black people racial slurs and saying it's free speech. You know what I'm saying? That's the game they play. Right? Well, don't you think it's wrong to call people racial slurs? Well, it's free speech. Oh, that's so when you talk to a black person, it's free speech. You can disrespect. And there you go. And you took our voting rights away. And this is what you have now, brother. And if you're in the NFL, you should stop. NFL should cancel the season. If you're a black person in the NFL, let them replace you. Let them replace you. If you're a black person in the NFL, let them replace you. Let them replace you. Say, hey, no. Let's stick together, and we're not playing because we don't have the right to vote. We're not full citizens now. That's taxation without representation. We know that ain't gonna happen. We know that ain't gonna happen. They should do it, but they ain't gonna do it. They ain't gonna do it. They too caught up. They too much a part of the system. Playing in your face, the Met Gala. Names like Jay-Z, his wife, Zoe Kravitz. I like Zoe Kravitz, but I'm gonna tell you why. I remember her mommy. She's her mommy. You know, her Lisa. What was her name? Lisa Bonet or something like that. Anyhow, she got with Lenny Kravitz and they had a baby, and that's the baby. So I like it's like a memory because I remember what was her name on the Cosby Show? I remember her from the Cosby Show. Oh, what was her name? I forgot what her name was, man, on the Cosby Show. Oh man. Anyhow, the actress, she went out and she had a baby, man, and that's her baby. So ain't that something? And her baby's like in her 30s. It's almost like family, brother. The one in the middle, Lisa Bonet. Yeah, Lisa Bonet got with Lenny Kravitz and they had a baby, man, and that's Zoe Kravitz. Ain't that something? Can you believe that? If you saw her name was Vanessa? Yeah. I don't know what her name was on the show. I don't remember, but I'm just saying anybody who saw the Cosby Show saw her before she ever got, she was a kid, a teenager, and she grew up, man. Ain't that something? Ain't that how the world works? So it's like somebody you know what I mean? Almost like a cousin that you see mostly on holiday time, and they grow up and they have kids, and you're like, uh-oh, and they can't believe you remember them. You remember them from when they were kids because they don't remember you like that. Denise, there you go. Denise had a baby, man. And now, when all is said and done, what are we going to do, man? If these people that we've made rich and supported, if they don't stand up for us, what are we going to do? Go back to the cotton fields? We're going to go to the cotton fields. We're going to bend our heads down and go to the cotton fields. Met Gala is not a black event. I would be here all night if I had to put the white people on the thumbnail. It's way, way, way. And like I said, that was Beyonce. Beyonce got a $50 million gown, but brother, it's way more money. Brother, that probably was over $1 billion running around there in outfits and jewelry. Jeff Bezos was there with his wife. What is he, a billion? He's a couple of billion, what, 5, 6 billion, 10 billion? He walking around. Rihanna was there with her 4 billion. Jay is there with his 2, and Beyonce's there with his 2. That was a room full of billionaires. While the black community is trying to figure out what are they going to eat, you're going to have some lunch meat. What are you going to have today? You're going to have a liver cheese sandwich? A pimento sandwich. A pimento sandwich, bro. You know what? And that's what I'm saying. We talk about the right to vote and all of that. There are differences, man, between blacks and whites, right? They're just differences. You can't redistrict a black district and give them somebody they don't want to vote for. You can't do that. That means they're not going to vote. And that's right. You don't want to vote anyhow. Then everything goes down to hell. Thinking of that pimento, right? Pimento sandwiches. That ain't, black people don't eat that. I bet you was a whole bunch of pimento sandwiches at that Met Gala. Yeah, I don't even know if they broadcast that, man. It's just a event for rich, wealthy people. They claim it's for charity. Sure. That's what they claim it's for. I don't know. I don't even keep up with it like that. I know black people shouldn't have went. I know it was disrespectful, and I know one black person spoke out right here. Had a black individual speak out about what she said was racist. Taji P. Henson says, let me see it right here. Let me pull this thing up. She says celebrities attending a Jeff Bezos Trump-backed Met Gala. She's confused, like, WTF are we even doing? There you go. She's trying to say that. And she's now, she ain't nowhere near as far as money. But, she has a voice, and respect to her. Respect to her. She don't understand why they're going. She didn't go to that mess. You see what I'm saying? Not everybody's in the dark. I think, and that's sad that, I don't know if she can help out a lot the black community, but she's speaking out. She's trying to say something. She sees the injustice. She sees all of the bad things happening to black people. And she's concerned about it. She's not going to walk around with a $50 million gown on her back and look for the acceptance and support of the white community. No, look, hats off. You know what? Hats off. This is a black woman who stood solid with the black community. It hadn't been a profitable experience. I think if she would have chased money, she would have made more money. If she would have abandoned the black community like others, she would have a lot of money in her back pocket. She would. She's accepted that, and she's speaking out for black. Hats off to you, Taraji. Hats off to you. Thank you. Calling these hypocrites out. Calling out these hypocrites. Yeah, calling out these hypocrites. Yeah, Tiana Taylor, she was there. She was there. She was there. All of them were there. Go look it up, man. They were all like 90. It probably was 300 people, all of them in and out of movies. They were all there. I know. Taj Mahal. I know. What voting rights have been taken away? The right to vote, brother. Black folks how have they been treated? It's called slavery, brother. It's called Jim Crow, brother. It's called racism, brother. Yeah, you should be confused. Because you're stupid. We sitting around here having a Met Gala. Black unemployment is through the roof. Through the roof. We just hit a deficit. Our deficit. I think we can't afford now. I think even with the credit and stuff, we're at war. Racism is out of control. Racism is out of control under Trump. You got a racist white man running around streaming, calling black people racial slurs. Racial slurs. Racism is out of control. It's out of control. And they took their right to vote away from them. And then you got the nerve to go to these galas, go to these big events, just go to this and go sit around and wear all these expensive clothes and drive up in all these $1 million cars and taxpayers put the gala together. Meanwhile, homeless is right around the corner. There's a encampment of homeless people. And I know you don't care. I know how you feel about them. I already know. I know you don't care that they starve and they freeze to death. I know you're going to say it's their fault. They've always said that, especially blacks, they always tell the black person it's their fault. They discriminate against you because you're black. Then they tell you it's your fault. What they mean is you're black. You don't deserve good treatment. That's what they mean. And that's what they're saying now. That's why somebody was telling me about Trump. They said, man, you should be proud that Trump's racism is open. Because he said most of these people who support him, they're bigots and racists like him. And they were saying, why are you so Trump is sort of stupid. And that's why he keeps making mistakes and showing his hand and showing his racism. They said, but hey, that's really the way it is. And you know what? He's right. He's right. I mean, I got to stop holding that against Trump. Trump's just being a regular person. That's how Trump thinks. Make America great again. Take the blacks' right to vote. Remove that from them. Make America great again. Make America great again. The wealth gap goes up. People can't even afford housing now. You got people living in their cars. Make America great again. Black people live in their cars. And they eat sardines while Beyonce has a $50 million gown that's designed by an Italian. Once again, the black community. And I know I'm not going to do it. If I did it, I bet you all of it. I bet you none of that stuff was made by a black designer. None of it. Try none. None. Isn't that the Negro gets him a couple of quarters and he goes and gives it away? They got this game played up, bro. They got this game set up. He said, I'd rather the racists expose themselves for use to handle them correctly versus being undercover. Uh-oh, Democrat. Oh, Democrat. Hillary Clinton, she hung out with Robert Byrd. He was a Klan member. She said that was her mentor. Hillary, Strom Thurmond. Who was that? Somebody, Clinton, was it Clinton? Strom Thurmond, Dixiecrat, a racist Dixiecrat. All it, yeah, the ties are pretty, so people are saying, what's the difference between the people they put in office? Because the bigots and the racists don't want you to have freedom and rights. So, yeah, I forgot, ranks Joe Biden. Joe Biden, you're right. Joe Biden was, what was he? He was doing Joe Biden had a problem with Donald Trump, with the Central Park Five, Donald Trump and his racism, and denying black people a right to discriminating against these black people. And I've been a victim of housing discrimination. I called this place, and it was open. I called the guy. I said, I went over everything, and I was talking to him. And he said, yeah, I got 3 openings. I said, yeah, let me, I want to put a deposit down. I'd like to get a showing first. So I go there, and the guy sees me, and all of a sudden, he walks away, and then somebody like his secretary, because I saw the guy. He was standing there. I'm driving up. I think I was talking to him on the phone. Yeah, that's me in the blue car. And the guy was standing there. He looked at me, and then he walked away, and his secretary came out, and she said, we don't have any available units. And I'm like, huh? So what about the guy I was talking to? He had to go to an emergency meeting, and I've been instructed that we don't have any available units. So I said, well, can I see one? They said, no, we can't show you. Housing discrimination, brother. That was racism. That was racism. I had the money. He didn't want to sell it to me, though. You see what I'm saying? And Trump said that's okay now. Trump has made that okay now. Trump did that on day one. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? See, they don't want to deal with the truth, bro. They want to live in a fantasy world. Nobody discriminates against you, Rankster. Hey, Rankster, they'll let you come and live there, Rankster. They won't let me come live there. I need a place to stay. I can't stay there. You can stay there, though, Rankster. And you run around here thinking that there is no racism. He's talking about Morgan Freeman. Hey, Rankster, you talking about Morgan Freeman? Morgan Freeman went to CNN, got his ass canceled. He said that stuff almost 20 years ago. He was shooting his mouth off. He didn't know what he was talking about. Why you reference him? He's an actor. Would you reference a Morgan Freeman? He been sued. He ran off the road with some white woman. I can imagine he did say, hey, Rankster, considering the things that I've heard about, I can imagine he don't believe in race. I bet you he don't. He got sued by some white woman. He ran off the road, and then he went on CNN and he said something, and she banned him. You up here talking about something that man said, well, I'm supposed to listen to him? So I'm supposed to listen to Morgan Freeman. I'm supposed to care what Morgan Freeman thinks. You dreaming, brother. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, but Rankster, you're dreaming. I'm telling you that right now. If he think we're going to be in a race-neutral society, well, it's probably going to be race-neutral for you, but not me, brother. That's just one time. I can tell you plenty of times I've been the victim of discrimination. There was one time, though, I was on the airplane, and they came through, and she said, 17B. No, 17C, 17C. And I looked at her, I said, yeah. She said, okay, sir, you've been upgraded to first class. And there was these two white dudes. I don't know what they did, but they didn't like that. They didn't like that. I heard him telling the woman, hey, are you sure? He's a young guy. You know, I could spread my legs up there. And she said, no, sir. No, sir. He gets it. Only him. And I said, damn, that was cool. You see what I'm saying? But the dude still tried to complain. What complain to me for? What I ain't got nothing to do with it. Sit your fat ass on it back down, and I'm finna go up here and have some fun. I know what to do with it. You don't know what to do with no first class. You probably go to sleep. Sit your fat ass down. I went up there and drank. I went up there and got my drink on, bro. It was a cowboy up there. I sat by some rich ass Texas cowboy. He had on hat and the belt, and he welcomed me. And he bought me the drinks. Hey, I said, shit, why not? Now, you know what? What's up with you, though? What's up with you, brother? And it was a reason why they did it. You guys don't know. It was because of the uniform I had on. And they had a policy that if they have a council or something, and they have an opening, they give it to you. They give it to that person. So, and that's how I got it. But they still complain. I was like, what? Man, shut up. I just, man, shut your ass up. Did she say you, man? Did she say you? And I let him do that. He said that to that woman. I ain't say nothing. I said, man, you got to bite your tongue. That's what I'm saying. You really got to bite your tongue in this world, man. Because I almost went off on that dude. Like, no, man, fuck you mean spread his legs. Hey, bro, take your sick ass back home. If you too sick to be on the plane, go back home. Your back hurt. Take your ass back home. I'm finna go up here in them big ass comfortable seats and enjoy myself. Ma'am, I just had my back worked on and my legs. I could spread my legs in that. I mean, this is a young guy. You want to put him in there? I was like, yeah, you damn right. And I said, you know what? I ain't going to say nothing to dude. I said, I'm going to let him say that. And I went up there and I got my thing. He sounded like one of the guys that's like in the chat that would say some shit like that. He says 3 weeks ago, Rankster says 3 weeks ago, I was discriminated against by a black woman in Texas at an Enterprise car rental. I had a reservation. One car left. Another black man walked in with no reservations, got the car before me. Now, I don't know about that, brother. I don't know about that. I don't see how you can. Yeah, well, hey, people do. But hold up. There are some bad people out there. No, man. If you interpret it as racism, I've played plenty of car rentals, plenty. But you know the good thing about that, Rankster? I don't know what you did, but for me, I get your ass fired. I don't even play games when they do that shit to me because they got you call that main company? Oh, they done. They're finished. I don't even argue when they do that shit. I just look at them and I don't say nothing. Then I call up, give them all my information. Tell them exactly how I was treated. Boom. Free rental. Or how about a week of free rentals on us and a reprimand of that employee? I said, cool. That's what's up. Man, you say rental. I look forward to that, bro, because they are easy. They better be on their best behavior there, bro. They don't play with them, bro. They can replace them like that. That's a nice job. They make a lot of money doing. They make enough, and they cannot misuse. They cannot mistreat the customer, man. Now you probably was renting at Bucket or Rental or some shit. You probably wasn't renting at no decent place. You don't. You somebody saying Enterprise. I don't think you rent at Enterprise. You more of a rent a wreck type guy. Here we are talking about rent a wreck in the gala extravaganza in front of us. You got Jeff Bezos. He donated to Trump. Blacks had their rights stripped from them. Black people had their rights stripped from them. And you got all these rich celebrities out there showing off all this opulence, all of this disrespect to the black community, just disrespect to the black community. No respect, no appreciation. And here we got to go through this. We got to go through this alone, man. And it's going to be a hard journey, man. Your grandparents died for your right to vote, and Trump took it from you. Trump took it from you, and Joe Biden said he's going to put y'all back in chains. Yeah, I think y'all owe Joe Biden an apology. I think you owe Joe Biden an apology. I think you owe Joe Biden a full apology. Yeah, the class war, they are winning as long as we the people not united. Yeah, reparations is a good, well, hey, that ain't the topic today, but I mean, I like to see, I would love to have a FBA guy come up here and do a debate with a white person about reparations, because I don't want to let my skepticism get in the way. I'm a black person in America. If you went by FBA, I would be FBA or ADOS. I don't know what's the difference. They're both the same thing. But I would love to see that, man. Because I want to hear, because most of these people, they're MAGA. They're not going to be for no. I'm just saying what I think about it, man. They got opioid addiction, man. They got all types of poverty in America, bro. They're not going to give you money while they stay impoverished. And Clarence Thomas just showed you he would never support anything based on race. He just said that. He's always, but to his defense, he's always said that. He's always said that. He didn't just wake up. He didn't wait for Trump to win. He was saying that when he was saying that during his confirmations. That's why they didn't want to confirm him. Yep, a lot of MAGA towns are bad. Drugs. Yep, the tariffs, man. Opioid addiction, fentanyl addiction. It's sad too, man. I look at my fellow American, man, and I'm troubled by that, man. I see the drugs. You traveling, you go through these small towns, you see and it's the youth, right? You know what I'm saying? You know it's the younger people. It's all over, but you see someone that's 25, 26, and they're ragged and torn, and they're skinny, and they're drugged out. Their eyes are hollow, and they're on fat. They're on meth addicts. And it's sad, man. It's sad when you see that, because this is my country, man. And this is my country, man. And I see what's falling out. And the blacks don't even have a right to vote now, man. It's like, what are we doing, man? You got a Met Gala. You got a bunch of rich people who say, let's get together and dance and sing. This is time to dance and sing? Is this the time to do all of that? No, we got to get to work, man. There's business that we got to do. There's business to be taken care of. We have a lot of work to do. He said, but when Trump blows up drug boats, well, people still have a right. Well, look, man, if you don't give a damn about people's rights, okay. I don't think that people should be bringing drugs to America. I don't think, as someone, they don't, anybody would co-sign you bringing fentanyl and all that. You don't, no, but you still have to have a right, man. People still have rights. Don't you believe that? And, oh man, it's crazy how these guys think, man. What if they still have right? Well, this is America, man. You have right. If you went over there to China or Venezuela, you have no rights. They render that judge and jury right there with that machete. Have you seen the crime too? I haven't had a chance to address the passport bros, but lately the crime over there in the crime is out of control. Man, the crime, they just walking in, shooting people and running out. Yeah, bro. No. See, they ain't gonna bring that up. Yeah, they got that over there. They got the methadone, the heroin, the opioids. Yeah. You know why black and white get along in a small town? We have one thing in common. We all poor and barely making it. We don't see color and we take care of each other. That sounds like slavery to me, brother. That's what that sounds like. Isn't that something, brother? They said that isn't that man? I'm sure that's how you see the world, brother. That man said we all get along. So your slaves are well fed. When you feed them corn cobs and I don't know, whatever you got. I don't know what you feed a slave. Oatmeal. Ain't that something, brother? Yeah, Trump is destroying a rural America, man. He's absolutely destroying them. I don't know what's going to happen, man. The birth rate is going down. We're on the decline. We're on the decline, and then you have a Met Gala where all these rich people, Beyonce has on a $50 million gown. A $50 million gown, brother. When you got people starving to death. He said, "Why are you pocket watching her?" I'm not pocket watching her, man. We're talking about filthy rich. We're talking about black people who are filthy rich, disrespecting the masses of blacks who've had their voting rights stripped of them. And now, what about the campaign to do that? I would blame that, including the NFL. All these sports guys, you guys gonna have to quit, man. You got to boycott. Maybe you'll not go back to the league for 4 or 5 years. Well, we got to do something to get these rules so that's fair. It's no longer fair now. We don't have the right to vote. We don't have the right to make our voices heard. Discrimination is acceptable now. Racism is acceptable. We see that with Trump. He got rid of all his generals. He don't want to be around black people. We see that with Trump. And also, we're not getting the full information on the Iranian war. We're not getting told what's going on. We don't know the casualties. We don't know the deaths. We're being lied to. We're being manipulated. They said it's way too high. There are ships that took a lot of work, a lot of damage. Those drones, the way they got those drones designed, the ships are sitting duck. And we're not getting all that information fed back to us. We're not. And they're wrong to do it. The Met Gala is to flaunt what they got in your face. Yeah, and it shouldn't be any black people, especially the black people who make money off the black community. They shouldn't be there. They just shouldn't be there. And this is the world we live in, man. And this is the America that you guys voted for, where you got it. Two worlds, the rich and the poor. The Met Gala perfectly embodies everything wrong with our system. Billionaires and Hollywood elites strut down the red carpet in overpriced outfits. Many cost more than most American homes. Millions of working people are forced to choose between paying bills and buying groceries. 25 million in public money went toward the lighting. Jeff Bezos' fortune was built by blacks, built by Americans. Ultra wealthy Bezos and his wife showed up to pose. And launder their public image. While many of the delivery drivers for Amazon have to urinate in bottles because they have such incredible quotas. What the celebrities, specifically the black celebrities at the Met Gala, they are visible symbols of predatory economic elite. We should treat them as such and refuse to support and celebrate the industry that they dominate. You see that? You see that? Truth be told. Truth be told. That's why we're talking about it. None of them said one word about the slaughter in Minnesota. The ICE agent slaughtered 2 Americans, and nobody spoke about that. I think about right now. I know you don't. I think about Jordan Neely. I think about Jordan Neely right now. I think about a black man who was a Michael Jackson impersonator, and he lost his life. He got choked on a train, and they let him go. Meanwhile, was it McNeely family? Jordan McNeely. Let me see. No, Jordan Neely, my fault. His family had to bury him. Isn't that something? A black homeless man was choked to death by Daniel Penny, and Trump praised him. Trump praised his brother. And, I'm going to say, you can say what you want to say. He was mentally ill and homeless. And if you want to say he didn't have no money, or and all of that, so you don't have a problem, you can do that. You can do that. But he was mentally ill and homeless. So what did that say about our country? This man went in there and took that man's life. He choked that man to death. And Donald Trump, he works for Trump now. Trump, not only did Trump let him come to the game, Trump gave him a high-paying job. Yeah, he's working for Trump. Isn't that something, man? This is the world we live in now, brother. And you got celebrities going to the Met Gala. They're going to the Met Gala in the midst of all of this tragedy. We've lost our way, man. We've lost our way. There you go. Jolena, thank you. He was still a human being. Yeah, Jolena, the way they did him, he was mentally ill and homeless. And well, The guy, like, okay, restrain him, but you don't have to take his life. He took his life, and they used it as a racial wedge. Trump used it because he pushed racism so he can get the vote. And Trump bought the man to the army game, and then now that guy works for Trump. That guy works for now. Not the president. I'm saying the president, but he had one of Trump's businesses. He works for him. So yeah, he was rewarding that man. That's what blacks get. In a Trump America, you get rewarded. In a Trump America, you get rewarded if you take the life of a black. You go. There was no visible danger. The man was up. What? Let me get. All right, bro. This guy right here. He said the man was unharmed. Nah, man, that's sad, man. You're a parent. Someone brings you your kid back. You know what I'm saying? Someone lets you know your kid is been, taken from you, and now you got to get a funeral going. And nobody cares. That's when you're on your own now. You got to go scrounge up that money for a funeral. There's a mourning going on, and then the guy who did it is just, he's commended. Now, he was found not guilty, but I'm just saying he was commended. And this is a Trump's America. In a Trump America, a white man runs around and records himself calling black people racial slurs and then saying it's free speech. This is a Trump America. This is in Trump's America. This is the world we live in. In Trump's America, you can delete a homeless man and get a damn good job. This is Trump's America, man. This is Trump's America. Now the MAGA people in here are starting to realize, where we're at. In a Trump America, this is what you get. You got Bezos, you got Trump, you got Taraji P. I hope others join. Yeah, you better watch out, Jolena. Jolena says, I moved back to my small hometown, and they're mostly all Trumpers except us few black Americans. I hope it work out for you. I'd consider trying to get out of there if I was you. I'm serious. Jolena, I'd try to get out of there. You got to go somewhere else. You're not safe. You're not safe there, Jelena. All it's going to take is one of those MAGA guys to get drunk and go on you know what I'm talking about. You got kids. What about your kids? You can't do that. What about your children? You got to save your kids. Now, see this right here? Hold up. Let me show you this. See, we don't believe this right here. Hold up. Let me show you that. See, we don't believe that. See, we don't get into racism. We just talk facts. When we said MAGA, all white people are not MAGA. Okay? Trump doesn't represent all white people. But see, when you put stuff like that in there, that's what I'm saying. Come on now. Now you're being ridiculous. We want people to change. We want people to care about each other. That's what we want. We don't want to just sit up here and demonize people. That's what that bigot, that racist that's running around America calling people N-words and taping it. We're better than that, right? And we're better than this, brother. Let me delete this. We don't have to get into this. That probably was a troll. Uh-oh. I ain't seen him in a long time. Oh, here he is. Look at this. What's up with your trooper? I ain't seen you in a minute. He said she's there. She's there, then she is around Somalis unless she's a divester, then she needs to move. I don't know what that means. I don't know why you would call her a divester, man. Divester. You know what? These YouTube channels are weird. Let me tell you something. You go to certain sectors, the lingo, you gotta be in the sector for a while, so then you'll understand the lingo. So you got divestors. Most of you guys don't even know what that is. And we don't need to get into that over here, man. He said, black people are on food stamps and SNAP more than any other race. Hold on, but watch this right here. This is what I mean. Now, this is racism right here. Let me show you what he did. He put per capita. Don't put that on there because if you go by numbers, it's white people. See, you're looking for a way to justify your racism. See, that's why you want to do it per capita. If you go by a percentage and you add 3, black people are the most, and you're just filling your racist comment. If black people are the most, if you divide and add, then multiply twice, black people are least likely, man, that's racism, brother. You know what? They got you. Whoever you are, they got you. They got you. It's one thing to walk around here, man. You open to opposing opinions and you do gather information. You brainwashed, brother. You one of those talk radio fanatics, and they've brainwashed you. Because you don't even catch when they do that stuff. You just eat it up. Yeah, man, the war in Iran, man. I'll pay for $7 gas, man. Hell yeah, man. The war in Iran, man. I don't want them to get a nuclear weapon, man. That's ridiculous. As if they would send it to America. Do you know how far we are? Do you know what that thing would have to do? It'd have to leave orbit to come here. You think we wouldn't know that thing was on its way? That is the most idiot. But they know that. They play on their ignorance. I heard Trump say that. He plays on his voters' ignorance. And fucking A, man, I'll pay a couple extra bucks at the pump, man. Oil companies are reporting record profits because of Trump. Putin will soon be selling energy to NATO. They said Putin's about to run into a NATO country. Trump's pulling out and all of that. All of this is set up, and Putin has never made the money he's making now. Never. But this is what you get, man. This is what you get. Here we go, bro. Here come the bigots. What about man for man? Who's mostly on food stamps and SNAP? If you go by the total number of recipients, who would that be? If someone said who's the most Americans on government assistance, who would that be? That would be whites. Now hold up. Did whites go through racism, slavery, Jim Crow? Did whites go through those things? So blacks have always been fucked over by America, and now they happen to be on food stamps and welfare. They're still not the most on there. And you're so racist, you're trying to pin that on them when it's whites. Whites are the most of the all this opioid and all that shit. What do you think? Who thinks on that stuff? All these drugs. What do you think is doing all of that? You see what I'm saying? This is a racist. Now he says, this is what he says, right? Leave America. Why should I leave? Why don't you leave? You say you don't like black people. Why don't you leave? Why don't you leave? Why don't you leave? You know what we're gonna do for you? We're gonna drop the link because I'm not even gonna waste my time. I challenge you, brother. If I'm so stupid and I don't know what I'm talking about, join the stream. But now don't hide in the chat box. Don't hide in the chat box. Come on, blacks are mostly on SNAP and food stamps. Come on. Come on. Come on. We know that ain't gonna happen too. We know that ain't gonna happen. We know that ain't gonna happen. He said, when did I look at this? Look at this. Why you guys get so mad when you get confronted with your racism? He said, when did I say? You just said you didn't like him. God. Woo. Man, ain't this something, bruh? You just said you didn't like him. Oh, man, I can't. This something else, bro. Oh, man. Come on up, man. I'm foolish and I'm uneducated. Come on up, man. Come on. Prove me wrong. I'm gonna let you talk. Prove me wrong. Don't hide in the chat box. He said, what's your number? You know what? I don't have that. I only got the StreamYard link. I don't have that. I know. I think that's Zoom. Zoom has that where you can call them. I might have to go back to Zoom. Hold on. Now check this out. He said, this channel is like more and more every day and openly. You're a fucking loser. So what's Sean Hannity? What's Fox News? Isn't that something? As a black person, you can't have nothing. What do you think Fox News is, brother? What do you think you think Fox News ain't pandering? You think Trump ain't pandering when he grabs hold of General Lee? You don't think he's pandering to white racism? Bro, these people don't even, they're so stupid. They don't even know. God, man, Trump, you deserve a prize. You got these people so stupid, you making a fool out of them, and they don't even know it. Their farms, all that stuff is crashing. The country's becoming more and more racially divided. We just saw the Met Gala. All that money, they'll never see it. Black woman in America, $50 million gown. They're hooked on opioids and drugs. But you know how to play them, man. Feed them racism, bro. You'll get that vote. And you want to, this dude is, you're pretty stupid. I don't have a number. I have a link, a join link. You probably an old dude who don't understand the internet. You probably hopped on the internet to catch up with some Fox News. And this is what I'm saying. You think that's fair. You look at Fox News, you think that's fair and balanced. And I bet you pound for pound, you're more liberal than me. You up here trying to support Trump. You way more liberal than I am. Trump ain't even a real Republican. But you wouldn't know that. He don't live like a real Republican. He don't live like what? Jet set, hanging out with Jeremy Epstein. That's not how Republicans live. Uh-oh. We got somebody. Let me see if this the guy. Hold up. Let me see. Hold up. Are you the guy in the chat box? Go ahead, man. You up here. Timeese. Go ahead. Can you hear me? He's up here, but I don't know if he can hear. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Siamese? You're up here, man. I don't know what to tell you. We got somebody up here, but he's looking down. Siamese. Siamese. Can you hear me? Speak. You can't hear me? I don't know why you can't hear me, man. I can hear you. What do you want to say, brother? I mean, I can't. You up here? I don't know what to say. I have no idea. I mean, he says he can't hear. You were listening in the. Oh, there you go.
I got you now.
You figured out.
Okay. I got you now.
Yeah, go ahead. Are you the guy in the chat box?
Yeah, I'm one of them.
That's you. No, I'm saying you're Taylor.
Nah.
Okay, go ahead. Good.
No,
good.
I put my name in here.
Hold on. Good. Go ahead now. You were saying, sir? The floor is yours, sir.
Well, it seems like the thing that we got to clarify with you is the concept of what per capita is.
No. Let's go
you
by.
Understand, you understand what per capita is?
No. Let's go by numbers.
Per capita is a number.
No. Let's go by.
It's a statistic.
No. Let's go by.
Do you know what statistics are?
Hold up. Man for man. It's one of me. It's one of you right now. How many people on food stamps and welfare? Is it more whites than black?
Do you know why we use statistics?
No. Don't do that. Just answer the question.
No, but this is important because you aren't getting the point.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. Let's do this, and then we'll go to your thing, okay? Just
if you let me explain what per capita is to you first, you might understand why I want to use it.
I know what it is. I don't understand why you.
Well, when you were talking about it earlier, why don't you some sort of magic complicated formula where you got to
that is what you're doing.
Multiply by infinity and then divide by 0 or something. No, it's just the number of things for the person that you're looking at.
Okay, why do you care about something like that? We're all Americans, right?
Well, because it's important to look at the things of the different groups. Why do you care about
the ratio? Hold up. Why do you care about what this particular race is doing versus this particular race? Why do you care about?
Because what one particular race is doing versus what the other particular race is doing is kind of why we have these tensions in the first place, isn't it?
I don't have it. What tension do I have?
Isn't that what your whole stream is about? How you're constantly being put down by whitey and everything sucks for you, and
I didn't say that. I'm sorry.
Everyone discriminates against you.
Hold on. Did you see the thumbnail? That's a bunch of black people. Ain't no white people on that.
Yeah, I get you're all upset about the Met Gala. You weren't invited or whatever. Like, I don't care.
They've been wasting their time inviting me. Oh, you don't care. You brought that up in the chat. This race statistic about black people.
Really, it's more just like the fact that you don't know what's
you're trying to
statistic is in the first place.
Okay, you think so, brother? You're trying to justify
from what I heard from you say, and it sounds like you don't know.
You're trying to justify your racism, and I'm
trying to justify math.
You're trying to justify your racism. Why do you care? If we have a homeless problem, we need to fix the homeless problem, right? We have a
and a great way of looking at that is using per capita statistics to determine what behavior causing those people to be homeless versus the people that aren't.
No. We need to fix the homeless problem.
Yeah.
Why don't we try talking not over each other?
All of the people, you help the people who need help, right?
I wish I could. I wish I knew how to not talk over him, but like I can't see when he's.
No. What I'm saying is you help the people who need help, right?
Yeah. How do you determine who needs help?
There you go.
How do you determine who deserves help? How do you determine who is going to spend the money that you give them? Say that if you want to give them money to solve homelessness or whatever, how are you going to determine which populations of people are going to spend that money on drugs or something like that, or say the population of people who are going to use that money to buy a house?
Who used the most drugs in America?
I don't know. I probably want to look at the statistic for that.
Yeah, you don't want to know that. I got you. At the end of the day, brother, because the numbers of whites, they're going to be the leader in all of that stuff.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's why we use per capita.
There's only.
That's why you have to use per capita statistics to get.
You're literally proving our point right now.
No, You're trying to use a stack so you can hide
Because that's what stats are for.
You can call us racist all you want, but if you can't make a counter argument, all you're doing is resorting to ad hominem.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that you're using
what you just did.
Why are there three of us in here?
Okay, hold up. You're using stats to justify racism. Okay,
now, I'm not even concerned about the outcome of what you do. Right now, I just want to make sure you know how I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Statistics work and what we use them for.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let you talk.
It seems like you're confused on.
Hold up. I'm gonna let you talk. Now, go ahead, man. Go ahead and make your point.
Okay. So the reason why we use a per capita statistic is so that we can determine differences in populations. When we look at just a total number of people, say like the number of, say the races in America, you would come to find that like, oh, because the simple numbers say that, oh, most of what there's a larger number of white people that use drugs, say, or whatever. But when you look at the per capita statistics, you find that an individual black person, I'm making up the math here, but just for example, let's say, hell, I'll use purple and green. Why not? That'll make it better. Let's say that you have a majority green person country with a little bit of purple people in it. If you have because it's a green majority country, it's more likely that there's going to be the most people doing drugs are going to be the green people. But let's say that when you take a per capita statistic, you find that the purple people are 75% more likely to do a drug than an individual green person. That's an important piece of information that you would need when trying to predict the behavior of those different groups.
Okay, but we all, if a black person is on drugs and a white person is on drugs, they both need help.
Yeah, okay, on an individual level like that, it really doesn't matter.
Okay, what I'm saying, if I say, hey,
individual level.
Wait a minute, if I say cancer, I'm gonna go look at the problems with how many people get cancer. Would it matter if I'm concerned with
that's a good point.
Fixing that problem?
Cancer. I can give you an understanding of it with cancer.
You got to let me finish, sir. Is it okay with you? I'm gonna let you talk. Let me finish. If I say I'm concerned with the people who get cancer, that would be trying to solve the problem. But I only say, hold up. If I say, well, a whole lot of white people get it and don't that many black people get it, so I don't give a damn. See, that's what I'm saying. That's then we don't.
Okay.
We're not. We're not. Hold up.
No, it's not that I don't give a damn.
No, let me help you with your own statistics.
Accurately allocate resources.
We're not trying to fix the problem. That's all I'm saying, brother. And the only reason you bring it up is because you want to fix the problem, right? You don't want to wallow in racism.
I actually think that statistics do help us fix problems.
Here, let me help you with this because you want to use cancer. Let's not use crime. Let's not use crime.
Let him go.
You're black, right?
Go ahead, Taylor. Yeah,
you're black, right?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that black people are more likely to get sickle cell than white people?
Okay.
That's okay. So we're not going to talk about crime. We're going to look at it from the perspective of medicine. Okay. If black people are more likely to get sickle cell, and you say, well, white people get sickle cell too, so we should give just as much funding to the white people to solve their sickle cell, you are helping less black people. You need to focus on the group that needs the help the most.
It's not even that you're helping less black people, you're helping less people overall.
But you just did it. I mean, I thought, hold on, I'm just, this is a question. I thought this was about, let's get away from race. Like, you know, even the Supreme Court was like, forget all this districts.
Okay,
wait a minute.
If you want to get away from race, I have seen your show 2 days in a row. In both days, you're talking about race.
Wait a minute. I thought this was about getting away from race, and you just made a racial response that you said, don't give sickle cell help.
It really is funny, though, because your whole stream is about race.
Yeah, that's, I've seen your stream 2 days in a row. In both days, it has been 100% about, oh, these black people have had their rights taken away, and these redneck, drug-addled hillbilly MAGA people. You're the one making it about race. If you want to make it about race, we can make it about race. If you want to make it about solving a problem, I'm not going to say a racist comment. I'm going to give you a statistic. Per CNN, we could all agree CNN is not Fox News. They are not right wing. CNN made an article stating 60% of all school shootings are caused by black males. Okay?
Hold up. All school shootings?
All school shootings, 100. So it's not just mass shootings. Okay. That is every shooting that happens on school grounds. 60% of them.
Watch our language, though, but we get what you're going. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. YouTube does the whole. You can't say certain naughty words.
Yeah.
My point is, you're calling it racist. These aren't racist statements. These are statements of fact. If I say white people are more likely to get a sunburn and get skin cancer, that's not me being racist against white people. That's me stating a fact.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, you say black males are, okay. If that's true, that's true. But we need to solve that problem, right? What are we going to do?
In my opinion on what the problem is it's a black American culture problem. Because
hold up. No, I got to stop you there.
Okay.
Okay, if that's the case, how come whites they shoot up, they go into schools and do these things? Why are they having these problems?
They have it to a lesser degree, and I think
hold up, did you see what you just did though? You just
said, well, I could answer you. I could answer why that's an issue. I think that there is a similar problem in the white culture.
Right now we talk. Go ahead, keep talking.
But I think there's two main differences. I think the biggest issue is a lack of fathers in the home.
I'll be back and get another beer.
There we go.
We can all agree that there is a fatherless issue in America in general, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's a statistical fact. It's not me saying
people aren't getting married though for a lot of reasons.
People aren't getting married, and a lot of people are getting divorces.
Yeah, well, a lot of men are not getting married for financial reasons. They're not getting married because they don't agree with marriage.
Yeah, and if you don't agree with marriage, that's your choice. I'm not saying anyone has to get married. I'm saying if you have a child, you should be married to the mother of that child or the father of that child if you're a woman.
Well, okay, but how you do that in a free country?
I think the biggest issue would go back to Reagan making no-fault divorce a thing. It should be almost impossible to get a divorce, in my opinion, unless a crime has been committed. And I would say that could be assault, that could be rape, whatever the safe word is. I think it should be impossible to get a divorce because, we just fell out of love.
Oh, divorce. Oh,
and that's that. I mean, I was with you until you said that. Like, that's where I heavily disagree.
Okay. And
my thing is,
here's why I say that. Let me at least back that up with some facts. Okay. Children that are raised in single parent homes, especially single mother homes, are less likely to graduate high school. They're more likely to end up in prison. They're less likely to pursue further education. They're less likely to have a more, what's the word I'm looking for? They're less likely to have a good disposition, more likely to suffer from depression, anxiety. There are tons of issues that arise when you take out a stable male figure in the household and a stable female figure. I don't care as an adult.
Look, there's a good point by Kevin there. Like, that's a good example of a per capita statistic.
Okay. Well, see, that's fine. That's fine that you go by that, right? But there's a certain degree of confusion when you say that like that, because people think that it's mostly, or it's all blacks, or it's mostly blacks, and that's just not true. Anybody who knows, first of all, hold up. Anybody who's traveled, ain't that many black people even in America. It's not. It's 240 whites, or like 220. It's 40 million black people,
and they're all in Atlanta.
Wait a minute. They should be, but hold on. Mostly in Texas. They're mostly in Texas and California. But California's irrelevant because California's got 40 million people. So they're dispersed so much in California.
Yeah, and I'm from California. They got a lot of Mexicans too.
I'm originally from South Florida. My first unit in the National Guard, I was one of 3 white people in my entire squad. Or my entire platoon, sorry.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's cool. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I was doing service. It wasn't that many blacks, but what I'm saying, that wasn't even an issue. I mean, at all. That was just, they were white, I was black, but we did our job, and I didn't have no problem with them. But my point is this, and I did my job. Like I said, I saw people get punished, but no, I did what I was supposed to do. They treated me with respect. It's, I'm not gonna get into. It's some things I could, you can't complain about every little thing that happens, right? And that's because life.
Well,
right.
That's funny because
Yeah,
I've kind of been seeing you do that on the stream though.
In the beginning, when you said that,
well, I just complained about rich. Hold up, I just complained about the wealthy. I just complained about the wealthy blacks.
Why do you care what they're doing?
Wait a minute, that turned their back on the black community. We just had they just pulled the redistricting from us. We're going to lose seats. We're not going to have black representation. Now,
that's about the representation. Can I ask you a question about that?
Minority districts were unconstitutional because they were granting you extra voting power based on the fact that you were a different race than the majority of the country.
Okay, but look at the black origin. How did blacks come here?
Are we talking about going back to the Atlantic slave trade? We're talking about modern immigration.
Okay. Oh, no, we're not talking about immigration. I'm saying that's a whole different thing. See, what I'm saying is the Atlantic slave trade. So they had to go through that. Just looking at the history, catching up on Civil War history, they had to go through that. They had to go through Jim Crow.
Mm-hmm.
And then, 65, they got this.
No one is denying that historically.
Wait a minute. They got voting rights in 64. Wait a minute, brother. It hadn't even been 100 years, and you're talking about they own drugs, they're criminals, they're bad. Well, hell, you made them bad. I want to admit that.
Sorry, how did I make someone born?
America made them bad.
No. Let me ask. Can I ask you a question about that? You said America made them bad, right?
Hold on, Tyler.
Yeah.
Give me your generation.
I'm not even saying.
Wait a minute. I'm going to get
black people are on.
No, look. I'm just giving you a hypothetical.
I'm a second generation American, buddy. My grandfather came over here from Russia, Ukraine, depending how far back you want to go, during World War II. He got his citizenship by serving in the United States military during World War II. None of my family tree has anything to do with revolutionary America.
Okay, hold up. Let me just give you this example. Then maybe you'll understand where I'm coming from. Let me take your generation.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put them in a pen. I'll enslave them. I'll beat them. I'll force them to make me money. I'll force them to work, pick cotton or whatever. And then I take the money, put it in my pocket. They got to sleep like livestock. They got to live like livestock. And then I'll set them free.
My answer to all of this is, did it happen to you?
Well, no, my answer isn't even that. I'm not going to ask it to happen to you.
You'll never get it because
your grandfather.
You don't sympathize with other people's suffering.
Hey, I'd like for you to look up.
It's enough.
No, not even that. Hey, I'd like for you to look up the history of how the Soviet Union treated Ukrainians, because everything that you're saying happened to you happened to my people.
Okay, how come you're not how come you're not back over there demanding reparations and fair treatment in the Soviet Union?
Because there's no more Soviet Union.
In 1991.
Russia.
Okay, because this is the greatest country in the world, and I say that as someone that has traveled, that has been to Djibouti in Africa, that has been to Brazil and South America, that has been to Canada, that has been to first world and third world countries. And I'm saying I have an issue with you blaming America on how we are going to say, hey, the black community as a whole. I know we're making a generalization, not all blacks are criminals, but you're saying, hey, America made blacks crooks, mean, whatever, right? Okay, I think that is so disrespectful.
Everyone suffered some way or another. That's kind of silly to act like one race has a monopoly on suffering.
Okay, hold up. Let's forget about criminals.
You ever heard of something called the Holodomor?
No, hold up. Let's forget about criminals. Okay, can we take that off the table? Because we'll say criminal behaviors, okay? Can we agree with that?
We can agree, but can I just like say one small thing? I don't think anyone controls anyone else's actions except for the person who's committing them. It doesn't matter if I choose to bake a cake, America isn't making me bake a cake because they did something to my ancestors. I'm choosing to be that person that bakes a cake.
Is slavery right or wrong? Yes or no?
It is wrong, but it has become a necessary evil to build empires.
Well, what do you think about American slavery? Was that I got it?
Oh, it was wrong. It was evil. I wish there was no slavery. I wish historically.
Participating in it. Listen. Your people weren't participating in it. Was it? You're saying it's a necessary evil.
I'm saying historically. Look at every major empire that has ever existed: the Roman Empire, the Mongolian Empire, the British Empire, the Spanish Empire. Every single empire has utilized slavery. Doesn't matter what continent. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it is bad.
I'm not sure the right argument there is to assume that they necessarily needed to have slaves, rather than just every empire across all of human history has decided that they should have slaves.
But that's not what that's not what he's saying, though. He's saying it was a necessary evil to.
Yeah. I disagree with that point, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm saying a country typically does not jumpstart from nothing to a dominant world power unless it does it off the backs of someone.
Okay. So the people the descendants of those people, right? We've had years of slavery and Jim Crow and inequity and we're recipients of all of that. You're saying now we haven't even had 100 years of the right.
I'm sorry, I was saying good
afternoon. No, you go ahead. Take care.
No, let's go. Take all the time you need, bro. Look, what I'm saying is, it hasn't even been 100 years after the civil rights. Now that's all been changed because of the Supreme Court, and you're saying that slavery, and your idea, other guy disagrees, it's a necessary evil. Well, you're going to have the after effects, and I'm saying that's completely ignored when it comes to black people. They act as though nothing happened, or they're just like that. They're just like that. That's not true.
No, I didn't say they were just like that. I'm saying.
Wait, I got a question for Platt. You think this was at the forefront at the Met Gala?
This is what they're talking about. This has the thumbnail is something different. But go ahead, Gala, right? Go ahead, Tyler.
So, go ahead, Tyler. As far as the Supreme Court decision to get rid of majority-minority district, here's my question to you. You've said, I've only seen your stream for the last 2 days. So I'm not saying you've always said this. I'm just saying the last 2 days, you've said these MAGA hillbillies. You've made it pretty clear you don't like MAGA. Is that a safe assumption?
That's you. I've never said it that way. I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
This is the first time I've talked to you, buddy.
I don't like racism, and I don't like the fact that I can't vote for the person.
Come on now.
I can't vote for my representative.
I've been watching the stream, man.
Well, here, let me ask you this.
I can't vote for my representative.
You can vote for your representative, but my question is, do you, based just off the color of your skin, have anything in common with, say, someone that is like Ben Carson? Do you have the same views as Ben Carson?
Politically, no. Not him, no.
Okay. Do you have the same views as let's say, I'm just gonna pick a random celebrity. Let's say Jay-Z. Jay-Z.
Mr. Platinum.
I have no idea what Jay-Z never said anything for Kamala.
I'm saying he's probably pretty much a huge fan of not paying most of his income, seeing as he's one of the richest people in the country.
Okay, I mean, he might be a Republican. I don't know.
So my question to you is,
he played a song years ago, Black Republican, so he might be a Republican.
Yeah. So my question to you is, based off of your race, if you were in a district with just those two people, do you think you're going to be represented if it is majority rule? Those two people with more conservative views and you with a more liberal mindset?
Well, first of all, I'm not a liberal and I don't have a liberal mindset, but
I'm not saying you do. I'm just making a generalized statement.
let's be for real. Can we be serious then? No, absolutely. I have nothing in, other than the fact that I'm a black person. I have nothing in common with a Jay-Z.
And that's why there's no need for majority minority districts, because it doesn't do anybody any good if you're basing the entire district off of just color.
Well, it is if you're trying to right or wrong, it is. But now you're talking about Jay-Z. Jay-Z don't stay in no black neighborhood.
But you get my point, though, right?
I get where you're going, but you're ignoring the past. What I'm saying, I get what you're saying. And then people say, when do you make the change? Well, this is too soon, because blacks don't have any representation.
There's no representation.
That's true.
No, look, okay. Are you guys conservatives?
I'm a constitutionalist. I hate everybody.
Okay.
I'm conservative in the sense that I'm very much anti-abortion and pro-marriage, but I believe legalizing drugs, the Second Amendment should include things like bazookas and grenades. I'm very, very much all over the place in that regard.
Okay, there you go. You're sort of extremist with the Second Amendment.
That's a lot of all over the place stuff. I won't lie.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's constitutionalist. I believe the Constitution should be the one that dictates your position. It shouldn't be strictly social issues or strictly fiscal issues.
Okay, what I'm saying is, I'm a black person,
Mhm.
right? If I want to vote for someone who mirrors the things I like, and I don't have that on, when they say, okay, these
Platinum, is it possible that could be a white person?
Matter of fact,
Could a white person represent your political beliefs, or is that
guess what? My district rep is white, and it's been white for years.
Okay.
And hold up, that white representative always wins. They've had plenty of black people try to run against him. He always wins.
Okay.
Because he serves the public. He serves their needs. That's what they go by.
Like a good system, then.
No,
The
I'm
guy
saying,
who serves their needs
you guys
gets elected.
you guys are caught up in that. That is not coming from black. I don't know why you keep. Look, black people have a right to vote for whomever they choose. That's what
100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just don't think they have a right to have more voting power than anyone else because they're black.
Do black people deserve anything for slavery? Anything? The descendant, not the slaves are past. I had a guy who told me, a white guy, he told me, hey, I support reparations. He said,
if I could make money grow on a tree for you, I would. I'd probably do it for myself too, but any reparations is going to come at the expense of an innocent person in this case.
He said, hold up. He told me I support reparations for slaves.
I said if I could make money grow on trees, I'd give it out.
He said for slaves. He said for slaves.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. He said, but no, not now, no. And he was saying, but yeah, I
said not now because I can't. It's not now. It's not ever, because you can't ever have a policy of giving people free money without taking it from someone else.
Okay, so you don't support. Look, I got you on that. So what should black people get anything for slavery?
Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the country of Liberia?
The United States government should focus on making an economic policy for all Americans that you be able to support yourself financially without any assistance. And I think that would constitute reparations.
I got you. And now what would you say to the blacks who disagree with you?
They're welcome to disagree with him.
Yeah, what I've already said, I guess.
Okay. There you go.
Well, here's my question to you. My family came over here 2 generations ago. We never even saw slaves until there was no slaves except for the Ukrainians themselves where we're from.
Okay.
So the government does not produce anything. All the money that the government has comes from taxation. Okay.
Okay.
So that's money taken from me and from you. Does it make any sense to you that they would take your money, your taxes, and give it to me for something that you had no part of and I had no part of?
Well, they do it.
No, I'm not asking what they do and they don't do. We know the government does a bunch of stuff they shouldn't do.
You're making out of the whole white race, as if time, space.
Well, the money is going to come from the taxpayers. If America ever paid reparations, it would come from taxpayers.
Exactly.
And also, it would come from a lot of companies who use slave labor, and they profited from that. They made billions off of slaves, and it would
Correct.
come.
I mean, Apple's a great example of that, right? Or no, here we could even go a little bit further back.
Are we getting less into like chattel slavery of the 1800s and more into like the modern type of economic slavery of like extremely low wages in third world countries or whatever?
We could actually go into, I believe it was Bear Aspirin, or it might have been Johnson and Johnson, utilized slaves in the Nazi concentration camps for testing their drugs, and they killed batches upon batches of them.
Yeah, that's terrible, man. It's horrible.
Yeah, and I'm saying the reason I don't believe reparations will work is because the government is the one that did the terrible thing, right? The government, we could agree that the government that gave the green stamp to slavery, they're the ones responsible, not Betty White. The government doesn't have anything to give you. The government has to steal from someone to give to you.
What about how much would you say if they said they would do reparations? How many trillions would you say it would cost?
I have no idea. The number's been all over the place.
15 trillion?
I saw the UK said something like 20 for them, and they barely even had slaves.
Well, the U.S. didn't receive anywhere near the majority of slaves from the slave trade back in the day. The vast majority of them went down to South America, Brazil being one of the biggest purchasers of African slaves, which is why you have black Brazilians and light-skinned Brazilians.
Okay.
I didn't know this. Yeah. I'd heard about the Caribbean. I didn't know about Brazil.
Yeah, well, the Caribbean used them a lot for the, I believe it was sugarcane farming.
Sugarcane, yeah.
I don't think one bad decision justifies another one. And that is my point when it comes to reparations. You can't say, hey, slavery, which we all agree was bad, and thievery, which we could all agree is bad, we're going to use thievery to make up for slavery. Two wrongs don't make a right. That's the same thing we've been hearing since we were kids.
My thing is, I don't think inherently, like to a certain degree, there's nothing really wrong with reparations. I just don't think, first off, I don't think we'll get it. Second of all, I'm not a fan of it, just for the simple fact that I don't want the opportunity for the government or either one of us. I don't want them to have like fuel to the fire just so they can be like, hey, we gave you money so they can throw it back in our face if we don't succeed. Like,
yeah, not to mention, like, say they spread out your reparations over 20 years and then they say, hey, we don't like what you're doing right now for whatever reason. We're just going to pause this for you.
The government already tried to give a form of reparations. They stole land in Africa and formed a country called Liberia. And sent a bunch of Black Americans, former slaves, and slaves to that country and said, okay, you're back on Africa. The government has a very, very strong track record of making terrible decisions, even with the best of intentions.
Yep.
Was that a government project or was it a civilian-led like resettlement thing? Because I had heard
it would have to have been a government project because we invaded a sovereign nation and cut half of their land out.
Oh, okay. That part would have to be
Tyler, they're saying that you're not from here.
From America?
Well, I am from the United States. I was born here.
But you're first generation immigrant.
You said he's second generation.
Yeah.
Second generation. Okay.
It kind of reminds me of that one dude I was talking to who told me something I wasn't born in America because I didn't agree with his stupid black politics shit. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Like certain people are just gonna throw insults or just try to throw punches under the belt.
They didn't know he was second generation. They thought he was first generation.
No, so my grandfather came over here from Ukraine, Russia, like I said, wherever. He was from just outside of Kiev, and my father was the first person on my dad's side born in this country.
Well, how come isn't Ukraine? Aren't they in the middle of a war?
It's yes. I mean,
how come you're not over there?
Because that's not my country. I don't care about those people.
There.
You don't care about what?
His grandfather immigrated from there.
I know you.
He's settled here.
You don't care about Ukrainian?
Besides, I wouldn't want to go to that fucking meat grinder. Hell no.
I care about Ukraine just as much as I care about Russia, just as much as I care about Cambodia, just as much as I care about Iran.
Okay.
I care about the United States. That's why I chose National Guard and not just active duty army, because I wanted to be able to serve my country first. And if my country decided to send me overseas as well, so be it.
Understood.
And I know you had mentioned Robert E. Lee before. Do you know why Robert E. Lee chose to fight for the South?
He's a
That
racist.
was all of what yesterday's was, I believe.
Yeah. Robert E. Lee chose to fight for the South because he was from Virginia. Back in the day, the United States wasn't a monolith. It was, each state was essentially their own country as far as the people cared about it. So if you're
a great
from
way
Virginia,
of thinking about it is that people used to say that the United States are, and now people say the United States is.
Yeah. He saw himself as a Virginian first,
Well,
and then an American second. That's the only reason.
And I got you West Point and all that. He was a general. Was he a racist? Yes or no?
Probably. By today's standards, 100%.
Now, hold up, Tyler. I'm not trying to get you to agree with me. I'm just
I'm not. No, that's a fact. It's a statement of fact.
I'm a black person, and I'm saying, hey, man, this dude was a racist. So look, yeah, he did all these things, but all this.
Well, I also hear that he ultimately, by the end of the war, wanted to free the slaves.
Wait a minute. Well, he broke away from who? His family, because his family didn't want to do it. They said that was the big thing about it. He comes out talking about he's against it, and his whole family is for it.
That's fine.
Well, his whole family makes him against it, and his family for it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Buddy, if your whole family voted for Trump, does that mean you're a Trump supporter?
How do you put a statue up for this guy? That's all I'm saying.
Because he was a great general, not just by Civil War standards. He was a brilliant tactician, and that was coming from everyone. That was coming from the North and the South. The North went to him first and said, "We want you to fight for us." And he said no, because he fights for Virginia. That's the only reason he was fighting for the South. If Virginia happened to be above the Mason-Dixon and it was a part of the North, he'd have fought for the North. It was not a Southern thing for him.
What about Nathan Bedford Forrest? What about that general?
Honestly, I don't know enough about him. I know more about Custer than I do him. I would say, like I said, there's a lot of great people that made very poor decisions. Oh, sorry, 1 second.
That's what you would call it? What he did? He massacred blacks.
I didn't know. I didn't say everything he did
the Civil
was
War
great.
was about
I
going
said
on
what
to plantations and killing all the black people. I don't think that's how the Civil War was.
I didn't say it was. I'm saying that Nathan Bedford Forrest is famous for no quarter, where he would always slaughter blacks.
Well, let me ask you about a Northern general. What is your opinion on Sherman?
I'm not that familiar with him, brother.
Sherman is the guy that did the march to the sea across Georgia and salted the earth. He
burned that shit down.
He made a fire mark through the entire state of Georgia, killed every piece of cattle, burned every crop, salted the ground, and killed every person he came across.
Now I could go look up more about it, but from what you're telling me, I don't think he should be honored, and I don't think a guy like that is something the kids should be told was a good general. No, I don't care how strategic he was. No, he was a bad person. And sounds like to me he sort of violated. You ain't supposed to women and children. You're not supposed to go after them like that.
I agree.
Yeah, I'd agree with that too.
But let me ask you this. If you play by a set of rules and your opponent doesn't, who's going to win?
There is a very fine line with having morality in war where your opponent can very easily undercut you that way.
Do you know what we did? The U.S.
You can't
did
be moral if you're dead.
Do you know what the U.S. did to Japan in World War II? I'm not talking about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I'm talking about what we did to Tokyo.
I have no idea what did they do. They did something to them, but
firebombings were honestly worse.
We firebombed. Yeah, we firebombed Tokyo, one of the most populated cities. I think it was still at that time the most populated city in Japan. We firebombed it, I believe, for
The
2
whole thing was
weeks
made of wood
straight,
too.
day
Went
and
up
night.
like a batch of matches.
But
They
if
did
we did
something
not
wrong.
do that, if we did not take Japan off the table, it would have made it that much harder for us to isolate Germany with the help of Russia and win the
And the
war.
only reason why that was necessary is because the Japanese were such ruthless fighters in the
Yeah.
Pacific.
Yeah,
They
ask any
were
Marine.
insane. They were probably like one of the scariest foes in World War II. I'd have
Oh,
to say.
no. Japan, I was told Japan, you could take Japan and put it in the state of Tennessee and you still have space. It's a small country, but man, they are some ruthless, like you say, wild. When left
They
to their own
wild.
devices, they get into it. He said, yeah, they took on China. And he said, wait a minute, as big as China and all them numbers. He said, no,
They
man.
were invading China. They were kicking their ass.
Oh yeah, Unit 733 was poisoning rivers in China. They were dropping chemicals, smallpox, things like that, upstream and having it washed down to villages in China.
Yeah, it was totally unrestricted warfare.
But no, my point is, when I say General Lee was a great general, I'm not saying he was a good man. I am saying from a military perspective, what he was able to accomplish is worth looking at and revering. When you look at Sherman, a Northern general, and you look at his march to the sea, that decimated the South. The South was already having supply chain issues that far into the war, and he completely destroyed an entire state, like essentially a third of the state's crops and cattle. If a military marches on their stomach, have you ever heard that?
Mm-hmm.
What that means is when I say he did this terrible, terrible thing, but it ended the war. It caused the North to win. When the North won, we ended slavery and we found a better way. It took us a while, but we found a better way. There is a possibility that that better way would not have happened unless these atrocities were committed.
Well, I don't, but they did what they did. Historically, you're factual and all of that. But I'm talking about looking back. I don't agree with that. I think the Sherman guy was wrong. And I think General Lee was wrong. I think Nathan Beckford Forrest was wrong. I think they were wrong. I get it. We were at war, and people always think, okay, we're at war, anything goes. But no, I disagree with that. We were at war, but you still have to understand
you're talking about the past, though, with the gift of hindsight.
We do have that. That's why, as a good general, you would understand that. That's why you still would follow and adhere to the rules, so that you can be remembered in the right light.
Oh, see, that's the issue. There is the generals are not thinking about how they will be remembered afterwards. They are thinking about winning the war.
Yeah,
but you're slaughtering people, though.
Yes, that's how you win wars. Wars are not pleasant things.
There you go.
Who's the guy talking? The Ukrainian guy?
My name's Tyler.
That's Siamese.
No, I'm Siamese.
If his questions sound bad faith, it's because he is. That's why he keep putting me backstage.
Look, I understand everyone has their opinion. I'm calling here. I called in because I was making statements of fact. I'm not making an opinion about them. I'm not saying I'm happy or sad that Black people commit 60% of school shootings. I'm just saying this is a statistic that exists. And to get called racist for stating a fact makes no sense. If you want to attack the position, then give some other data. Now, I can say, hey, look, I think it's something like 90+% of mass shootings are committed by white people. That's not me saying I hate white people.
And we have a problem in our country. We need to solve these problems.
And like I said, I think the issue is lack of fathers in the home. And I think the next issue is we have subsects of the American culture that glorify violence. If we talk about
Yeah.
music, preferential music,
Well,
as a whole, as a general, sorry.
How come Trump let young boy out of jail?
I don't like Trump. I don't.
I got you. That's a problem.
And yeah, I'll be
you-
honest. Some of
you
these
just-
pardons that he's been doing, I don't agree with at all.
Yeah.
He let
I personally,
NBA YoungBoy's entire catalog is nothing but violence. Nothing but violence.
I believe he also commuted Lil Wayne sentencing, correct?
Well, yeah, but Lil Wayne, he doesn't really. But forget this young boy. He let this young boy guy out. He can't even go to Chicago. I mean, just think about it. You're an artist.
I'll be honest. I think he did that for extra black votes.
And probably.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And that was the wrong thing to do. So what I'm saying, you can't go to Chicago because they can't get an insurance on the venue because they've already told them if you come to Chicago, we're gonna whack you. So they know they're gonna have all types of incidents and they're gonna be responsible because they're insured. The concert's got to be insured. They said we can't insure it. So he had to skip Chicago. I said, this dude's a thug. This dude's a thug and a drug addict. And Trump let him out.
Yeah. And
I don't get that.
I think everyone that's talking right now, everyone that's involved in this, we can all agree, hey, Trump isn't a good politician. He is a populist and he is an entertainer. He knows how to keep people's attention. The dude's been doing it for 11 years now and barely has spent a dime of his own money because everyone
that does make him a good politician. But yeah, I do disagree on some of the things he says.
Yeah, he is a populist. He is going to say what he thinks is going to get him the most love. The dude is desperate for a hug. I don't know if it's daddy issues or mommy issues, but all the Democrats would have had to do to get him run as a Democrat is kiss his ass. That's all they would have had to do.
Nah, I don't think so. I think that at the time when Trump was running, he had those old style Democrat opinions that didn't really match with what they were doing now. I don't think they would have been able to pull him over to his side without changing up what they were doing.
The dude it's really hard to say this because you can't really tell what's in someone's heart. I'm going to say I think he is a fake Christian. I think he puts on that persona because he knows a good portion of his base likes it. He is very much pro gun control.
I'd have to agree.
He is very much pro outsourcing, which would have been similar to Obama's stance with the Trans-Pacific Partnership. He is very much in favor of immigration when it suited him, of using illegal immigrants to help build his business when it has suited him.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of his positions might sound Republican, but a lot of his actions match the positions that sound Democrat.
Well, you also have to recognize that his actions prior were him as a businessman operating in his own self-interest versus politically, he at least has to attempt to serve the interests of the country, or at least a majority of it.
I could point out something he did in his first term, which, as far as I can tell, doesn't benefit him directly, but was definitively a left-leaning position up until, I would say, the last 4 or 5 years. The Farm Bill, the legalization of hemp, which allowed for Delta 9 and Delta 8
Farm
products.
Bill? Oh, man. I didn't realize he did the Farm Bill, too.
That was in 2018.
2018 Farm Bill. I know. I've read a lot of those labels.
Yeah. Now, I agree with that because I think that marijuana should be 100% legal. Just treat it like cigarettes. Say, hey, you can't smoke inside this restaurant, and we're going to regulate it through the FDA, so we're making sure no one has a bunch of fentanyl in it and it's not being sold to children. But a lot of his positions, if you look at them critically, they are Democrat positions from Obama's era.
No, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you know what?
I think that also the Republican Party has also slightly moved in that direction too to match that.
The Republican Party as a whole is completely useless, but they essentially have gone left with everything, with the exception of maybe gun rights and possibly immigration.
Okay.
It really depends on the Republican.
Those are important issues.
Yes, they are important issues, but if your entire policy, like if your platform has always shifted left just slower than the other side, you're not holding any values. You're just being drug along.
Well, yeah, but that's because they have to appeal to their voters being drugged to the left too.
Yeah.
I would say.
Well, and that's why I felt he came out with General Lee. I would say you, Tyler, you know General Lee, you study us. I don't think Trump does. I think Trump is appealing to racism in the South, and he's trying to make sure these midterms, he doesn't, people, they don't get the how he doesn't lose the House and the Senate because he fears. So
you're 100% right. He's trying to make sure. The reason he has not been vocal about the midterms is I think because he was well aware this was on the Supreme Court's docket, and it is a logical position. You cannot have a race-based policy, and that includes making an entire district based off a race.
But why did they do it? What they did it though, right?
And it was
there are provisions in the what the Supreme Court was saying in the Constitution, or whatever this redistricting, this voting stuff. There are provisions where you can do it. They already said. They didn't say you couldn't.
Right, but those provisions were the ones that got struck down. This was Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
I got you. And I guess you got to have a compelling argument. You can still revisit this situation, and you got to convince them that it's the right thing to do. Now, because a lot of times,
the compelling argument in my case would be racial equality.
There you go. I mean, they have to sit back and be serious. I don't know who was speaking on that side, but whatever, it didn't convince them, or they didn't think that, because even on the court there were people who voted for it. But
I believe the dissenting opinions were.
No, I'm saying that racial equality is the reason why you would vote against that.
Sotomayor. Look, I think
against the provision that got struck down. I mean.
The reason it got struck down was because it was race-based. If you had any sort of you know what redlining is? I'm sure you do. The redlining, you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Terrible thing. That was racially based. We got rid of redlining because, like, hey, you can't intentionally keep people out of these neighborhoods based off the color of their skin. Well, if you make a district exclusively based off of someone's skin color, you've essentially just reintroduced redlining.
Okay. No. You're right about. Look. What I'm saying is that the districts were like that. They were trying to integrate Black people into society, so they were trying to give them representation.
What? No. Integrate you into society. What are you, animals?
We're
like, what is that even supposed to mean?
We don't have any voice.
Integrate into society.
We don't have a voice, brother. I'm just saying we don't have the numbers. It's only 40 million Black people.
You could have voted.
There's over 200.
You could have voted with the same voting power that other white people had, and that would have been integration.
My district,
why does integration require you having a supremacist voting power?
Well, it's not supremacist. It's because of you bought.
It was intentionally giving Black people majority Black districts in order to give them more voting power.
America bought slaves here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
300 years ago.
They put them through hell, and now you have descendants of slaves, and they said we're going to let them have a voice in our democracy. So they could choose. Hold up, they could choose their representatives. Now,
yes.
Let me give you an example.
Why do they need to have more voting power than the rest of the people?
They don't have more voting power.
That's what the majority districts were for, though, was to give them more voting power.
My representative is a white man. He's been a white man, right? Other Black candidates have run against him. They always lose. Now, there's always a Republican.
Have there been other white candidates that have run against him and lost?
There's always Republicans. As a matter of fact, there's a Black Republican. There's always a Republican challenge. They get about 30,000. That the Democrat normally gets about 62, and then they have a couple of other people, but then they get about 30. They've never gotten over 30, 36, 29, something like that. So what I'm saying, if you take the district, I could take the map myself and draw it in a way where it nullifies the black votes. The votes turn out, they won't be enough. They won't certainly be a percentage to win. So what happens is you're redrafting. You're saying you're against racial gerrymandering, but you just did it again.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, I'm not saying that we should redraw the maps in order to get rid of all black representation in voting. I'm saying that we should redraw them in a way that is agnostic of whether or not you're black or white.
Well, hey, let me ask you a question here. Let's look at New England. New England's, based off of their voter rolls, 40% of all voters in New England are Republican. Would you like to take a guess at how many Republican representatives they have? They have 0.
There's 7 states like that, I believe.
Yeah. They have 0 Republicans representing a state that is nearly 50-50 Democrat-Republican. Now, let me take a step further. Now, you were talking about majority-minority districts. If we took that philosophy to its logical conclusion, we need to have a majority-minority district for Asians. We would need to have a majority-minority district for Spanish people, a majority-minority district for descendants of Europeans. We'll say, hey, Slavics. The reason the word slave exists is because of the Slavic people that were taken from their homes and used in slavery. That's where the word slavery comes from, is from white people being slaves. We cannot play this out to its logical conclusion because it won't work.
No, you can't conflate American slave trade with other. And now we know about the slavery. So I've heard some guy bought up the Bible. It was different for blacks. It was especially heinous, and it was different. A lot of those other, if you want to go, and I don't want to do it, but
let's talk about Asians.
Other people were enslaved, right? But they weren't enslaved like blacks. They weren't born into slavery. They certainly weren't done the way blacks were. Blacks were sold.
No, there were plenty of people who were born into slavery. Yeah,
actually,
this happened in the Barbary pirates and all of that. They
do you know
when
the
we were
history of
nation, they would come and steal our ships and put all those people into slavery.
Barbary pirate. Okay.
Let's stay inside the United States then. Let's talk about the railroads.
You know what? The world. Let me say. Hold up. Let me show you something. World Encyclopedia. Slaves, right? Let me say, how many blacks died in the Atlantic slave trade? Died, like drowned, right?
Yeah, you're talking about like in transit.
Yeah. Okay. Now this is, hold up, because you keep saying Barbary pirates, right?
I said that. Can you before you look that up, can you do me a favor and isolate exclusively the ones that died in transit to North America?
Okay.
Because if we're including every other country that they brought them to the Caribbean, they brought them to South America, they brought them to
there's some dude in the chat right now talking, his name's Lord Naraku. He's saying that he's talking shit about how the Middle East had better slaves.
Okay, I have no idea.
He's saying we slave people far better in the Middle East and Asia.
It said right
he's
here.
Proud of it.
Right here. It said over 15 million.
Mm-hmm. And that's for the entirety of all transits. That's going to Argentina, that's going to Brazil, that's going to Barbados, that's going to
one is enough though. It's saying the North Atlantic slave trade, 13 to 15 million people. Now wait a minute. Mm-hmm. Now it says 2 million died during the voyage, right? It said 10 to 15%. Now you said the Barbary. That's what I'm saying. Look, I agree with you. One is enough. Nobody should be enslaved because of a pirate. No one should be enslaved because of what was going on with the Soviet Union and Ukraine or whatever. Nobody should be enslaved. Nobody should be tortured. But I'm saying you're ignoring what blacks went through an experience that really nobody else went through. Hold up. And the Malcolm X said, you can't stick a knife in a man's back and then pull it out and say, we good. He said, no, you got to heal the wound. And what they were supposed to do.
Was this pre-Farrakhan Malcolm X? Because I agreed to a lot of the stuff early in his career. Once he really embrace the Muslim Brotherhood. You kind of lost me that one.
Malcolm X?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that he did embrace the Muslim Brotherhood. But what I'm saying, I don't know what he did in Mecca. I have no idea what he did over there. But
that was in the United States.
Hold on. That's all you know about Malcolm, that he was a member of the Muslim Brotherhood?
No, that's the exact opposite of what I just said. I said I agreed with a lot of the stuff from earlier in his fame for his activism. It was when he became more, the term most people use is radicalized. I don't want to say radicalized because that's really not the best term. But when he kind of shifted more towards the, hey, we're going to be accepting of violence to address things. I think that Martin Luther King and Gandhi had the better view. Peace, regardless.
Well, Malcolm was a radical. Hold up. Malcolm was a radical, and he believed in radical resolutions and remedies to change the situation. He said Dr. King was wasting his time. Also, he said that America would never change. Now, look, we just lost our right to vote.
So you need to stop saying that too. Wait a minute. That's just not true.
Wait a minute.
You still have a right to vote.
Hold on. Maybe Malcolm knew what he was talking about. Joe Biden said, what are you going to do? Put y'all back in change. You know, he got criticized for that. He got criticized thoroughly for that. What do you mean?
No, yeah, he got criticized for saying if you don't know to vote for me or Trump, then you ain't black. Yeah.
Okay. He also was criticized for saying that poor kids are just as good and just as smart as white kids.
I gotta answer that one. I've listened to black Republican after black Republican after black Republican. Yo, I don't know who they vote for. They tell me they're black Republicans. They tell me they're not black. They tell me to my face, hey, stop calling me black. I'm an American. I'm an American. I'm an American.
I like that.
Hold up.
I'm not white. I'm American.
When Joe Biden, hold up, brother, don't do that. When Joe Biden said, "You not black if you don't vote for me," he was trying to say, well, they said that they're not black. So I was like, I get what he's saying. They say they're not black. That's what I'm saying. You guys made it into him saying it was about if like I'm a confirmation that you black if you vote for me. No, he was saying that the black Republicans have clearly said they're not black.
What about Morgan Freeman when he says Morgan Freeman's definitely not a black Republican, and he's done multiple interviews where he said, like, hey, if you want to end racism. The reason why
Biden said if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, is because he expected as a Democrat to just automatically win the black vote.
Well, he did. I mean, all of the Democrats wanted.
Yeah, it worked. Damn.
Well, hold up. So you think that's the only reason? So wait a minute. So you think the only reason I vote? Well, first of all, I didn't vote, but you think
I'm not saying that's why you voted for him. I'm saying
just
that's why Joe Biden thinks
but I know why
vote
black people vote for the Democrat because they feel the Democrat serves their interest. Right now, hold up. We can talk about how they abandon those districts. They don't even live in those districts, and they don't do what they say they're going to do. That's
we can talk about Charlemagne the God has said.
Wait a minute. Well, hold up. That's a politician. Look at Trump. Trump told you no war. We're at war. Trump told you.
No, I want Trump impeached, man. Trust me, you're not.
Hold up, politicians lie. The politicians will lie, right? We agree on that, right? They all lie, right?
Yes. Okay, I think the only honest politician you're ever going to find is Ron Paul.
Is he still in?
No, he's long since retired.
Okay.
His son is in Rand Paul's, who you're probably thinking of. But Rand Paul's not bad. I think that Rand Paul is probably about as good as you're going to get as far as an honest politician.
Okay.
But no. Let's circle back to keeping the discussion of people that have been wronged in the United States. Do you know how the railroads were made in the United States?
Yeah, I think they used Chinese immigrants?
Correct. And Asians in general, but they worked them to death, threw them under the tracks that they were building, and then the next one took their place. Then we can move up to the 1940s when there was the big scare after the attacks on Pearl Harbor, and they took anyone that was Japanese or looked slightly Japanese, and we put them in concentration camps in the United States.
I've driven by an old internment camp before.
Yeah.
And I totally disagree with that.
And my point for bringing that up is, hey, they, up until the 1940s, were not treated very well. Should we give them their own districts and their own power based strictly off of their skin tone?
They got reparations.
No, they did not.
They have gotten some form of payment for the wrong that
I've
was
never
done
heard
to
of
them.
this.
Oh, come on, you know. Well, no,
Yes,
you're
sir.
joking. You're joking.
I've never heard of this.
They
The
got
Japanese-
reparations. They got it in 1980 with Ronald Reagan. They got reparations.
The Japanese did not go empty-handed after what happened to them. That is
I'm talking about Asians
Are we
as a
talking about the
whole.
Chinese or the Japanese?
Well,
Which ones got paid?
I think
Why does it
maybe the
matter?
Japanese.
Both?
Hey, if that's the argument being made, we can argue that, hey, there were slaves that got reparations because they were sent back to Africa and given a plot of land and a settlement to manage on their own.
Look, I'm not here trying to convince you guys. You can think what you want to think. I don't think. Now, I'm sort of a skeptic. Like I said, I don't think that'll ever happen because there's too much poverty in the white community. And I say you're asking those people to vote for reparations for you, and they got drug addicts in their family. They got despair in their family. They're not going to be for that. But people, you know, they said still pushing. I said, I don't know how you're going to get it if you can't get the vote.
I don't even think you have to be a drug addict in order to be financially affected by potential
You just be
reparations.
broke. Okay, hold up. Let's go with that, Siamese. You just broke. Everybody can't graduate college, right? Everybody can't graduate college. But say, hey, I can do labor, right? I can do, hey, like, you know, I can do labor. So does it make me less of American? No, it doesn't. So
No. In fact, I think way, way, way less people should go to college. I'm about to finish my undergraduate degree in about a week here. Oh my God, this school is full of fucking idiots, man.
I mean, I'm sitting here
Half of these
comfortable as a
people shouldn't
plumber.
be here.
My point being that I look at it from the standpoint of America. I think there's too much poverty across the board where the country will be generous enough to give reparations. Plus, nobody is in the Congress really pushing for that like that. So they would have to have a real movement for that.
Well,
but that's really you can say it.
I don't know if you can really call America.
It's not going to happen in my life. Well, it's not going to happen in my lifetime.
There's relatively poor in America, but honestly, even that is still a very high standard compared to the rest of the world.
The poorest state in the United States is Mississippi. There was just a study that came out a couple months ago.
Mississippi has a larger economy than the UK, I think.
Yeah, the entire United Kingdom. So this includes Wales, England, Ireland.
Not in the UK.
South Ireland isn't? Or Wales?
The UK consists of Wales, Scotland, England, and Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland. There we go. Sorry, I was trying to remember which side of Ireland they managed to keep.
Yeah.
But the entirety of the United Kingdom would be poorer than the poorest state if you looked at individual incomes in that country. If they turned the entire United Kingdom into one state, it would be the poorest state.
So yeah, America in general is not really that poor. There's only relative poverty because we have very, very rich people in this country too that we like to compare ourselves to. And I think that's kind of a thing we should try to stop ourselves from doing too often.
No, we got exclusive. Go ahead, exclusive.
Yeah, man. I got a question for these gentlemen because I take issue with I guess the target of the reparations conversation, and I want to start here by simply asking, do you guys know whose idea it was to even have reparations?
I imagine it was probably Lincoln's.
Okay, Lincoln was the president at the time, so Union General Sherman.
Sherman.
But let's make this.
Huh.
But let's make this clear though. Reparations.
Maybe you felt bad.
Reparations was a white thought.
Mm-hmm.
Reparations did not begin. Its genesis was not with black people. However, black people said, "Oh, y'all gonna give us something? By all means, we're going to take that." But it was a white idea. So my issue is, why does the reparation argument seem like you're putting a hot red dot on black people when it was never our idea? We
Oh,
just
I never
simply
said
wanted.
that. I
I
said
would say
strictly
that
my
because
reason to be against it is because I don't think the
he was
government should
asking for
use
it.
tax money.
Okay, well, you believe in receipts, right? So I'm sure when you have proof of something, when something is placed in order, when something is placed as a proclamation, when something is placed in law, I'm sure you agree that it should be followed through, correct?
Not necessarily, because at one point slavery was law, and I don't think that should have existed.
Okay, well then you're right. It was abolished, and so here we are.
Mhm.
Now, the reparation conversation was indeed it was in order. It was the understanding was that upon winning the Civil War, that 40 acres and a mule, that's where this term comes from,
Yeah.
that the 40 acres and a mule would be distributed to the black people at that time. Now, if that is the order, if that is the proclamation, that should be followed through with. It
And
just
it
so
makes much
happens.
more sense for it to be administered then, when you
Well,
still have the
Exactly.
people who
Thank you.
actively
Thank,
were
thank
can I
you.
slaves.
Thank
let
you.
me ask
Okay.
you a question about the
Oh,
40
wait.
acres?
I'm not done. I would like to get my thought out, and you
Yeah,
guys
no,
can
I was just curious
respond.
about the 40 acre
So,
part.
I just want to get my thought out, and I
Sure,
can answer
sure,
your question. But I'm
sure.
glad my man said that, because I totally agree with you, sir. We wouldn't be having this conversation had what was proclaimed back then been distributed back then. It was not. Matter of fact, we had a president who was favorable. Abraham Lincoln at the time, Emancipation Proclamation taking place. We had Union General Sherman. Things were happening in the right direction as it pertained to black people. There was a hope at that time, but something transpired. A president was assassinated,
Mhm.
and it just so
Mhm.
happens that his replacement, his first order of business is to rescind the 40 acres and a mule, to rescind and take back what was proclaimed and what was promised in
Mm.
law. So tell me this, sir. Tell me
Sure.
this. Do you see that as a just act? When you
Yes, and
hear everything,
yes, I do.
do you see what? So you're telling me
Let me explain why. Can I
you
explain
would
why?
see the abolishing of what was proclaimed for black people, the one maybe second win that black people have ever gotten in this country. You're
I'll
telling me
let
that the
Tyler respond to
president
this first,
who
and then I'll go.
replaced the assassinated president, you're
Can
telling
I
me that that's
can
an
I
act of
explain why
justice?
I'm saying this? But it's very simple. It's a very simple reason. Who was the government stealing those 40 acres from to give it to someone else?
I
Not
get.
two
So,
wrongs do not
can
make a
I?
right.
But can I be honest with you, sir?
Sure.
Once again, that's why I'm bringing you back to my original point. This was never black people's thought. This was
Mhm.
white people's thought. So if white people can figure out finding $1 billion a day to spend on an Iranian war that
2 billion.
nobody agrees with,
Mhm.
we can figure out
Now we're
how
talking
2 billion.
we're
about
going to
things
work
that are
out
3 centuries
reparations.
apart.
Well,
Two
no.
No,
Hey,
no, no.
let's talk about those.
But that's so interesting you say that, sir. 3 centuries apart, but it's just like
Two and a
common
half,
sense
whatever.
goes out of the window when it comes to what was proclaimed and what was promised among white people.
Can
Black
I ask
people
you a
had
question?
nothing to do with it.
Can I ask you a
Well, no,
But
question?
yeah.
but I
Well,
have
you
but
also have to
When
recognize that, like, not
we,
every white person is a representative of all white people. So some white person may have said
exactly.
something that
But
another may
that's
have
why.
not have disagreed with.
That's why it's legal. That's why it's proclamation. That's why
Mhm.
the leaders that you elected make the decisions that they make, and we have to live with those decisions. That's why we vote
Mhm.
who we vote in, so that when they make the decisions, we either agree or we take legal right and legal stand against what
See, I
they
don't
have
like this
proclaimed.
idea that, like, there's white voting and black voting. There's just voting.
No,
There's just an
but
election. There's just a
okay.
representative, and
But
regardless of
once
what your
again,
skin color
sir.
is, you may or may not be represented by that person.
Okay,
Hey,
that's nice.
There's
look,
probably plenty of white people who aren't represented by their district's
But once
representative or
again,
whatever.
sir, reparations was never our idea. It was never our thought. So all we are honestly asking
Mhm.
is for white people to follow through on what they promised.
even
We
if
are
it's a
Right,
bad
and,
simply
thing.
and
Wait,
see, see, the
no.
problem that I have with
we
that
are
is,
simply asking
You're
that
asking for them to follow through on one thing. Do we need to follow through on everything we promised? Because we also, at the time, white people promised other white people slaves. I
Okay,
don't
but guess
think.
what? Can I let you in on Black Thought? We want
Sure.
everybody to win. So if the
Yes.
Ukrainians want to get their money, get your money.
No.
If the Chinese want their reparations, get your reparations. Black people are not trying to keep
Right, but
anybody
my
away
my
from
question is where does
resources
the
and
money
from
come from?
goods.
It's gonna come from the
Figure
U.S. Treasury,
it
man.
out.
Right, but the U.S. Treasury takes
Figure
all of its
it
money from the
out.
U.S. taxpayer.
I
Figure
know.
it
And see, that's
out.
another thing
Figure
too.
it
A
out.
lot
Right.
of black.
In
That
order to figure
blows
it out,
my
it
mind.
involves taxing
That
people for
blows my
something they
mind.
didn't do in order to
That
give
blows
it
my
to people who
mind when
didn't
I hear
have
people
it
say
happen to
that.
them.
Where's the money going to come from? That blows my mind when we are literally spending $1 billion a
Sir, the
day
reason,
on a war
Hold
right
on.
sir,
now,
the
and
reason why
nobody
I'm sure we
appreciates
could
it.
find the money.
How
Simon,
about we start there?
hold up.
Hey,
We're gonna
hey,
go
my
right.
friend.
Hold up. I think you were talking, Simon. Hold up. We're gonna come right back to you.
Yes,
Hold up, Simon.
if I can finish.
No. You said find the money, right?
Right. I'm sure we could find the money. When I say
We
find the
know we
money,
can
I
find the
mean,
money. It's not a
is it
maybe. We
right
know
Well,
we
to
can find the
take
money.
the money
there's no
from
such
the
thing as
person you
finding the
found
money.
the money?
It's stealing the money.
Okay, hold up,
When
Taylor.
it comes,
Let him finish. Go ahead, Simon.
Right. Tyler's also getting on to my point too. Is it right to take the money from someone who didn't perpetrate the things that were caused?
We're
Is it right to cause
taxpayer,
that financial
but
burden
I'm
onto them?
gonna quote once again. Taxpayers are giving up their taxpayer money to pay for a war that they don't agree with. It happens every single day. Matter of fact, that's my final point. Instead of paying for a war in Iran, how about $1 billion a day to take care or at least put a dent
For the
in
next
the
25
reparation
days?
conversation? And then once again, I'm going to
How
say it
many
again so that
days
my point is made.
would
You're
the
speaking
$1 billion
over.
a
Hold
day
on, let me
be?
ask you this. Would you
You're
be for?
speaking over me, and I don't appreciate that. So I'm going to say it again so that my point is
Apologies.
made clear. The Iranian war. Everybody on this line agrees that we don't want to do that. How about?
I disagree. I do like the Iran war.
Wonderful. Okay, 3 out of 4. Okay, wonderful. How about putting a dent in the reparation conversation by $1 billion a day toward reparation, toward a community that is in this country, toward a people who have receipts, who were ordered and promised something, and it was rescinded and it was snatched from up under them. There was no legal representative in the offices to say, hey, you can't do that. We had nothing. And that's why we're here with nothing, because we didn't have
I understand.
representation there. And so
can I
I want to
make a
finish
point? I
by
just want to make.
saying, and I'm going to finish by saying, I agree with what my man said already, that if they would have just paid it out then, this would not even be a conversation. But I'm going to go
But they
ahead
couldn't
and
do it.
quote.
No, if you want to be real, they couldn't do it. The slaves couldn't read or write. And what are they going to do with money? You giving them money to do what with? They would have lost it.
Okay, that's realistic.
To some degree, you could argue
but
that
was
now.
followed through.
That's ridiculous.
But we wouldn't be talking about reparations now because it would have been followed through then. And so I would have no point. I would have no argument if what was promised then was followed through.
Hold up, exclusive. Siamese. You say you can make that case. Now I disagree with that. I mean, you're being ridiculous. But hold on.
Oh,
let's go back.
Could I explain why?
Let's go back to slavery, right? Slaves couldn't read and write. They never had to.
Right, and that's because they didn't have access to education.
Okay, right. They never had anything. They were taken care of. Plantations. They were born there. They died there, or they were sold.
Isn't
and they
there
died
still
on
a discrepancy between black education rates and whites?
They were. Hold
That's
up.
what I'm trying to get
They
at.
were not.
I'm not saying it's your fault or whatever.
They could not say, "Hey, here's this. Here go $5,000, and go live your life." What are they going to do with it? That's what I'm saying. They had no idea what to do with.
Hey, can I ask a question?
No. Hold up. You said they wouldn't know what to do with it. Now, literacy rates, right? If you want to be, if we're honest, right? Hell, the slaves were prevented from having an education.
Correct. They were actively suppressed.
Hold up. Go back to the time of slavery. If you were poor, if you were just like an overseer, you didn't have an education. That wasn't reserved for you. You want a property owner just like this back then, but the white men who owned property could vote. You did not get an education just because you were a white man. You had none. Now, you may have had more than a slave, Maybe you can spell your name. Maybe you can do math, but you had none. So I'm saying he was saying that wouldn't work now. You're joking, bro. That's ridiculous. You can make if you're gonna say that, you got to say that about all the people back then. Hell, none of them had education.
Is the gentleman who was talking about
but
the
I
40
wasn't
acres
talking
and
about
Nero
the people
still
back
on?
then. I'm talking about now.
So
Is the gentleman
isn't a big part of the reparations question that there's a discrepancy in the education rates between black and white people to this day?
Okay.
And wouldn't that have affected that?
That's one point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean?
I'd like to address the part of reparations about the 40 acres and Nero.
But look, they can do what they want. If they want, look, Siamese, if you go if your people go get a car lot and you dress up a bunch of cars with big rims and big stereos and all of that, and then black people get reparations, if they give all the money to you, that's their money to give. So I'm saying you could make a case about what they did with it, but they can do what they want with their money. See, that's what I'm saying. When we say that, that comes back to slavery, because anytime you tell an American you have someone watching you, what you do with your freedom, that's slavery.
So hey, I'd like to talk to the guy.
Point I was trying to get at there is,
you gotta hold
would
up,
it be
Tyler.
more beneficial rather than just giving? Here, I'll let someone else talk.
No, go ahead. All
right. Go ahead, Tyler.
On the topic of 40 acres and a mule, when that was initially suggested, those 40 acres would have been taken from native tribes, from probably the land that we didn't really
that's
have
hypothetical. That's hypothetical thought.
That's kind of how we expanded the country.
And once again, my
brother. Hey man, let me finish. Man, hey, you made the point. Just let me kind of give you a counter argument, because I'm going to say, hey, let's do what you're saying. I'm going to
have an answer for you, my friend.
Well, give me a second. I haven't even finished my statement.
Go ahead.
Taking it to its logical conclusion. Right now, there's a bunch of white people saying we need to return stolen land to native tribes. Okay, if we gave you those 40 acres and then came back today and took them back from you and gave them to the native tribes, you would look at that and say, excuse me, stealing from me does not make anything better than when you originally stole it from them. You cannot play these out to their logical conclusions. The government has nothing. The government only has things to give if they first take it from someone else. And if they took it from someone to give it to you, they're going to take it from you to give to the next person.
Gotcha. Now, hold up, Tyler. Go ahead, Siamese. Go ahead.
Well, he wants a response. He wants a response, and I would love to give him a response because once again,
what I was ultimately getting at with my point about the education rates is, rather than just giving a lump sum of money, is there some way that we can increase the human capital of these people and allow them to develop their own skills so that they're able to make their own way, And I think that there's a way of doing that in a way that we don't even have to single it out for just black people. I think that we can do that in a way that benefits all people all at once, and that would solve issues of people feeling like they don't have as much as they should.
100% abolishment of income tax.
So I can respond. I can respond to that and my other friend about the 48.
Hey, please respond to the reparations part.
But let me start there on the term of human capital. So it's pretty clear, reparations did not happen. Well, let me tell you what black people do. They figure it out. Have you guys ever heard of Black Wall Street?
I have heard of Black Wall Street.
I also heard about the second Black Wall Street as well.
Tulsa? No.
So Black Wall Street is figuring it out. Black Wall Street was 35 blocks of black business, black economy.
Segregation.
I know 35 blocks is not, it's not huge, but it was something that was being developed and being built. And apparently it was getting people's attention because the decision wasn't to support it. The decision wasn't to stay out of the way.
They burned it down.
The decision was to burn it down in 16 hours. So
I would ask who the decision was made by.
Racist white people.
white people. Thank
Right.
you. Thank you. I'm glad another man
Well,
said it,
hey,
and not the black man.
let's be specific. Tyler's more specific than what you said.
Yeah, but hold up for a minute.
But
no, I'm gonna come back to you, brother. I know. I apologize to you, brother. I cut him off. Look, but when you say, because I just did this Civil War thing, all that race riot stuff, I said there's no factual documented incident of black people race riot against white people. That doesn't exist. And black people were the slaves, and like you said, they did segregation, and black people had their own thing. Like you said, Black Wall Street.
Black people don't tend to riot.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, brother.
I agree with you.
Black people had their own businesses, their own things. They said, okay, we're under segregation. White people would constantly come over to their places, burn it down, and attack them. Now, hold up. Go and look at it yourself. Trump sparked my interest with his General Lee comments. I go and do a refresher on it, and I'm saying, wait a minute. All this racism? I said, did black people ever riot? No, they never did. It was always white people attacking them under their rules. You set the rules of segregation. They get a bustling neighborhood community going. You come over and burn it down.
Yeah, correct. I'm agreeing with you 100%.
Can't win for losing. And so now we're literally doing exactly what you guys give us permission to do. You don't want to give reparations. You don't want to help. You don't want to assist. Okay, we'll build our own. We build our own. You burn it down.
Well, hey, can I ask you a question? Have you heard of the black?
I don't like this generalization.
Once again,
we'll come right back to you. Go ahead.
Once again, I want to ask the question, fellas. Do you believe that Black Wall Street was an injustice? Yes or no?
Yes.
100%.
Okay, so and I want to say, how can you see Black Wall Street as an injustice, but not see the rescinding of reparations after assassinating the president who was going to oversee the reparation? How can you not see that as an injustice, but see Black Wall Street as an injustice? It's the same spirit. It's the same spirit in operation, and the spirit is to quench, to stifle, to constrict the black economy and the black progression in this country, my friend.
And there's a difference.
I can't understand why there are men in 2026 who can't see both as injustice, not just one.
I do.
But both. And both were white idea, reparation, white idea, and then Black Wall Street, the destruction of Black Wall Street was white idea. I cannot understand
white
for the life
idea.
of me.
Let me explain this
subset of white people who perpetrated that crime against yours. Yes.
All right. So do you believe that? And this is my thing, because I
don't really like this whole idea we're getting into where we're generalizing.
I know you don't like it. It's uncomfortable, but it's the truth, man. So,
I mean, I'm
so you either gonna put your big boy pants on, or maybe this ain't for you.
Take responsibility
for
things I didn't do.
I'm not asking you to take responsibility. I'm asking for those who put it in order and who put
You're
it
asking
in
my
law
race to, and me as an instance of my race too.
So
he's asking. Hold up. He's asking the United States Treasury.
There we go. Thank you. So he needs specifics, since he can't put one and two together. I'm asking the United States of America.
We're being civil, man. There's no reason to be a dick.
I am asking for the United States of America.
I'm thick-skinned.
To follow through. To follow through with what they proclaim, with what they promised. Because this is the thing. They should have did it back then. They didn't. And like Fat Joe said, yesterday's price is not today's price. If an account sits, does it not accrue interest? Does it not become further investigated? Does the numbers not grow? Are there not more black people in the country now than there were back then? So that's why we're still talking about it. That's why the trillions continue to come up. That's why the billions continue to come up, because we started to do our homework. We started to we started
let me ask you a question. You have 3 families in front of you that have $100 each to feed their children. You're asking for reparations. How many of those kids do you want to go hungry till you feel that you have got what you deserve?
Sir, I find it so interesting that you guys become so empathetic when it comes to paying for reparations. I don't hear this type of empathy when it comes to paying for the war in Iran. I don't
Buddy,
hear this
no
type of
one
interest.
hears.
I don't hear this empathy
we're
when
not
it came to
talking
paying
about
for
the
the
war in
war in
Iran at the
Iraq.
moment.
I didn't hear this type of empathy
I wasn't
when it came
alive during the
to
war in Iraq.
any
I
of
wasn't
those things.
thinking about
I don't
politics
hear
for
it.
sure.
Guess what?
Just
It
war.
doesn't come
Just
up.
because you don't hear it doesn't
Empathy,
mean it's not being said. You're just not listening.
sir, empathy. It's not even in the conversation. You guys are going about your merry way while they're bombing in Iran, and you're not missing a beat, paying $1 billion a day.
You're
So
talking
you,
to a person that
so
just said they do not support the war, just so you're
Yeah,
aware.
Tyler
okay,
doesn't support it.
okay.
I'd be happy to go with the
Well,
reasons
Hold
why I
on,
do.
hold on, because Tyler, he don't support it. Siamese, what you think about the Iranian war?
So my understanding of the Iranian war is, first of all, I think that I want to go over the reasons why I think the U.S. is doing it. I think the U.S. is doing it because Iran and its proxies cause a lot of trouble in the region for global trade, especially with our other partners, Israel and the Middle East. Now it seems like we're getting a lot more involved in the Gulf states too. They cause a lot of problems in there. Another thing that Iran does is they supply our two largest enemies, Russia and China, with drones and oil.
Okay.
Similar to the sort of way that we took out Venezuela.
Or the reason we took out Assad.
Yeah, by eliminating Iran, we would stop China from receiving discounted oil from them, significantly crippling their war effort, possibly preventing the Taiwan invasion that everyone's talking about altogether, which I don't think is going to happen at all.
Yeah, but should we even care about that?
Yeah, I think we should, because
we already got, but Taiwan is already Chinese.
No, it's not. It's its own independent country.
Oh God.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
They're ethnically
who goes to Taiwan? Do you go to Taiwan for vacation?
No, I'm married. I don't need a lady boy.
Do you and your wife go to Taiwan for vacation?
No.
It's already Chinese.
Oh, bro. Just because they look Chinese, you think they're part of the Republic of China?
You're going by the look. Look, brother, I'm telling you, listen.
It's a different government. It's a different language. It's a different culture than China.
Taiwan, they pander to China. Well, that's where all that money comes from, China.
Yeah. No, actually, there are significant amounts of Chinese politicians who go over into Taiwan to try and sway their politics in order to be more favorable to China.
And
they do the same thing to the U.S.
No,
they send over.
Taiwan plays the U.S. plays the game with them. Taiwan pretends to be something when they're not. They're Chinese. They're 100%.
I don't think that's
behind. No, they're 100%. They 100% are with China. Now,
then why are they a separate country?
China flirts with that. I'm gonna invade you, but they're sending all that money over. You know what? If you got money in China, guess what? You go to Taiwan. You kick it in Taiwan. You do all of the stuff that you want to do in Taiwan.
And they let you go to Beijing, Shanghai.
Hold up, they let Taiwan pretend to be.
Actually, if you have money, you have money in China, you come to America. That's where you go.
You can come to America, but I'm just saying, you go to most of them go to Taiwan, and they act like Taiwan. We're independent. We're not like, they're just like that. No, I'm just telling you from my research, they're the same. But that's fine.
If Taiwan is independent, why do they spend so much on a military preparing for an invasion from a different country? Why are they building up all of these shoreline defenses if they don't expect to actually be invaded?
In response to the argument that we spend a ton of money on, we'll say Iran, just because it's the most pressing issue at the moment. Because we spend money poorly in one direction doesn't make for a great justification to spending it poorly in another. I think if we want to help the Black community, first and foremost, we need to incentivize a strong marriage with a healthier culture. We need to look at the things that we are teaching our children. Like, we should not be having kids looking up to Lil Wayne. We should not be having children looking up to athletes. We should be having them look up to their fathers, to people in the trades, to doctors, to, I don't want to say lawyers, but to lawyers, to people that have contributed positively to society, not just to entertainment. And if you want to help people financially, stop taxing people.
No, Tyler, that comes back to my thumbnail. Are these black leaders? And well, hold on. They're not elected. None of them elected, but they portray themselves. This is the face of Black America. These people, Beyonce had a $50 million gown on.
Yeah, these are terrible role models.
Yeah, I'm serious, man. I mean, now, in the face of losing the voting rights, I'm talking about, you probably know, the Black community, we're going through what the fuck happened, what are we going to do? And then look at this shit right here. You got all of these wealthy, rich elites. They're hobnobbing with Jeff Bezos. He gave money to the Trump campaign. You got Rihanna, she's worth $3 billion. Beyonce's worth $2 billion. Jay-Z's worth $4 billion. All these black billionaires, they don't care. They don't care. They're out at the Met Gala. They're showing off on their $50 million gowns, their $100 million this and $100 million that, living in America. This is America. And they make most of their money off regular smuggler Americans.
Yeah.
So that was my problem with this. I said, this is ridiculous. Sometimes you do have to say, hey.
I don't have a problem with millionaires and billionaires. That said, and I look at it from this perspective, I've never looked in the person's bowl next to me and thought that they've had too much. I've only ever looked in their bowl to make sure they've had enough.
Well, what about fair share, though?
There's no such thing. You're given two things in this. You were given two things.
You got to remember that these people make all their money based off of willfully engaged contracts and all of that. Like you make the choice to buy the product they sell. You exchange that value. It's mutual. You agree to it.
So then, hold up. So you're saying they don't owe me? I'm a regular black man. You're saying they don't owe me anything? None of them?
No more than Trump owes me anything.
What they produce, then they owe you what they produce.
No. I don't know any of them. I'm not related to them. Yeah. You look at Zoe Kravitz, Beyonce, Jay-Z, Steph Curry, Rihanna, Al Sharpton. None of them owe me anything.
I think that the only one out of there that owes you anything is Al Sharpton. I think he owes you an apology for, I believe he stirs up trouble. I'm not saying it's all the time. I'm not saying with everything he says. I'm saying when you make a living off of doing nothing but complaining with no solutions and not trying to create a solution, I think you're not doing yourself or anyone around you any favors. And that's the only thing I think anyone in that list would owe you is, hey, he maybe could say, hey, I'm sorry if I've given you more stress than you probably need.
I disagree. And I think that's the problem right there, where you can say that with a straight face, that these blacks, rich blacks, don't owe me anything. I look at it the other way. They owe me everything. And how damn you go to a Met Gala and all those expensive clothes when we shouldn't up having all these problems with our voting rights. We having all this assault on our community. Why don't you use your celebrity to help us? You up there fucking around with Jeff Bezos? What the hell? You need to use your celebrity to help us.
And
we
they could.
Help. We need help.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree with you. It would be nice if they did. But you don't want to be able to force them to do that because you don't want the next person down on the ladder to force you to do something you don't want to do. There are people vastly less fortunate than you. And they can look at you and say, hey, why aren't you helping me?
Well, they do look at me like that.
So why aren't you helping them?
Well, if I have a couple of bucks when I go to get gas, two, three women, which I didn't even think. I swear, I'm telling you, man. I'm not gonna get into my age, but
no worries, man. I'm not trying to attack you.
Coming up, I got you. Coming up as a kid, I swear to God, I never thought I'd see a woman homeless. I just didn't. I just thought that it was unsafe for them. And they're women. There's a place for them. When I go to get gas right now in 2026, there's 2-3 women. asking me for $2 or $3.
Mhm.
There's a black guy right there asleep. He's laying on the asking me for money. So they ask me for money. So what I'm saying is they do it, and sometimes I give them something because I
Okay.
feel sorry for them, and I feel like, man, I'll give you $2. Here you go, $2. Here you go. This woman, she said she got a baby and stuff. She had a woman. I was at Home Depot. The woman said she had a baby with her. I couldn't believe, because that's child neglect. No, I'm telling you up front, that is flat out child neglect. I'm sitting up there going in the Home Depot. She's sitting up there. She got a kid. Talking about something. Is there something I can do for you? And I'm a man, I'm like, what? Is there anything I can do for you, sir? I just need $20. I said, wait a minute. So what happened? She said, well, I got put out and, I drove over here. I'm from Mississippi. Anything you can do for me, whatever you want me to do, I'll do, whatever it is. I'm like looking at it saying, whoa. I said, have you checked the homeless shelters? I'm thinking about it. I'm like, yo, you need to check a homeless shelter. I said, I can't help you.
You want to know why most people don't check out the homeless shelters? I got a sergeant of mine that used to work security for one. You can't bring any drugs in there. You can't bring any booze in there. They have a curfew. You can't get into the building after a certain time. You can't steal. There's certain rules, and a lot of these people don't want to follow the rules. And I'm not saying all of them. I'm not even saying most of them. I'm saying there's a good portion.
But there was probably a 7. The kid was asleep. He was out.
Yeah.
And the kid probably was 8. He was unconscious, and she had to walk her. And what drove me to her was you standing out front of Home Depot. She was in the parking lot. She went in front of the door.
Yeah.
Your proposition random men saying that you'll do anything for $20 and you got a baby with you.
But that's a drug addict. That's a drug addict.
Yeah.
But still, that's what I'm saying.
Tragic.
I just was dumbfounded. I didn't think. That's what I'm saying. We live in a world like that. Like if I would have kids saw that, I know I would have. I never saw that as a kid. But
it's
now,
a different culture now. It is a different world than. I was born in 1990. I'm not super old. I'm not super young. Right there in the middle of people that got back problems and they don't really know why.
I don't even want to say how old I am now. I don't want to make you guys feel old.
there is a cultural shift that happened. I'm not entirely sure when, but we stopped relying on churches to take care of people. And we started relying on the government. We stopped having communities and started having online friends.
You might be right, man. Now, hold up. Let me tell you this one, and you can have it after this.
Sure.
I was at the gas station. And I can show you. I know the gas station. I don't even normally go there. I go to the gas station, right? I got my, I'm a regular dude. I'm a regular dude. I take care of myself. So I go to the gas station. My car, I got wash car. So I go to the gas station. This old ass white lady. She must have been about 40. She was overweight. She must have been about 4. She was either 300 to 400. She had big old arms. She pulls up and says, "Excuse me, sir." And I'm pumping my gas. So I walk around and say, "Yes, ma'am. Can I help you?" She says, "Sir, I'm homeless. I ain't had nothing. My man used to beat my ass. I had to leave him. All I got is this car." And there was this 15-year-old. She told me that. She said, "Can we come clean your house? Anything you need me to do?" I said, looked at her, I said, huh? She said, "Is there anything you need me to do?" Listen, we will. She said, "We'll come clean your house. Look, I'll stay downstairs and you and her, y'all can do whatever you want to do upstairs." That little girl never took her eyes off her phone. Never took her eyes. She was looking at her phone. And I looked at that woman. Now, I'm a different type of dude. I said, "Man, this is some setup shit." I said, "No, ma'am, I ain't got nothing for you, ma'am." I said, "I cannot believe that woman asked me."
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of get why she was being
homeless and weigh 400 pounds.
I just blew my mind. I wish, if I had my phone, I would have took them out, but I would have filled the combo because I said, "Good Lord, is she serious? You're offering me some underage child?"
They're bad people.
Oh, what?
That person.
she couldn't have been more. She was 15. She said she was 15. She said, y'all can go upstairs. You can do whatever you want to do. And I looked at her. I said, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Oh,
I don't
she said that to you. Oh my God.
Yeah, like I said, evil. I could understand completely why her
Oh,
ex was
fuck
being
that.
there.
I don't know if it was her mother. If she was in the car. This woman was obese. The car had a dent in it. And that woman came up to me. I was pumping gas and propositioned me.
Was
And
it where
then
she was leaning on it?
yeah, and I looked in the car, and the little girl never put her head up off the phone. And she said, these are the things. She was like, for $20, $30. If you could just find. I said, ma'am, no, I don't have it, ma'am. No, ma'am, I can't help you. And I went back and I finished pumping my gas, and I said, that is fucking. And I said, who the fuck trying to set me up? I said,
Yeah, that sounds like a setup.
Yeah, you think so?
That sounds like if you agreed to that, you'd be getting set up with the cops.
You're a lot more optimistic. I just think it sounds like an evil person, but that's just me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She was a sicko. I'm just saying this is our society.
And that goes back down to me saying we have a broken culture on all sides. I'm not saying just the blacks or just the whites. I'm saying culturally in this country, we have veered off course severely. And I don't think any form of reparations or gift from the government, I'm talking about the government here, don't think anything the government is going to hand anyone is going to fix this.
Well, I don't know what we're going to do because we got to fix it.
I think it's very simple. We need to rebuild communities. We need to, if our kids are acting up, if your son is being disrespectful to your wife, you pull your son aside and you do not talk to my wife like that. You do not talk to your mother like that. We need to instill proper values.
But Tyler, you're being a bit ridiculous because people don't go by that. You know that. People get mad, they're gonna get mad.
Okay. And that's what I'm saying. At one point in history, that wasn't an excuse that worked. At one point in history, men and women stayed together and kids brought guns to school to do shooting practice in school. There was shooting clubs in public schools, and you did not have school shootings.
But Tyler, right, wrong, when you say that school deletions, that's
sorry.
Hold up, Tyler. We look at that as white people. Now hold up, Tyler. I do too. So you could say I'm wrong, but when you say school shootings, I look at that as white. I don't look at that as black people.
Okay.
I don't. Now hold up. When you say thuggery and all that stuff, like the young boy stuff, and you say stuff about black people, you're sort of right on that. And I think he is a thug, and I don't even know why he was let out of jail. But when you say school deletions, I just don't. But you're probably right. And I'm saying, look at our society. You're saying mostly black men do the school deletions, but the portrayal is Columbine and all of those, all of these mass things.
Yeah, the more dramatic ones.
Yes. You agree with that?
It's not just that. There is a racial tone in the media. When the country is 60% white and you are running a business, we'll call that business Fox News, just because I'm sure it'd be an easy point to make. Fox News knows that they have a majority of the population to reach to get the most money. So they're going to talk about that little white kid that was shot instead of the black kid in Chicago. That doesn't mean there wasn't more black kids in Chicago shot than that white kid. It just means that this business knows their audience is going to focus more on this than they are that.
Yeah, they'll shut you down, Tyler. You talking to right.
Actually, he's wrong. They report less on white criminals than they do black ones.
That's what he said.
He's talking about the victims of crime.
I'm talking about the victims.
Yeah.
I'm not really talking about the perpetrators.
No, I mean the victims too. They report less.
Yeah, but hold on.
White crime.
Why do we fall? Why do we fall for the Fox Newses, the Newsmax? Because we don't look. BET is on his life support. That thing probably won't even be around in 2-3 years.
Which
black
one?
People, BET. Black people don't.
Oh, black entertainment.
Yeah, black people don't have. No. I'm saying you talking about Fox and Newsmax and and own and all of that stuff, and all of these conservative, Ben Shapiro, all these conservative voices. I'm saying you got all of that anti-black. It's not. Hold up, listen. It's one thing to be racist, right? It's one thing to be anti-black. I'm not even saying whites are anti-black. I'm saying that comes from a lot of black people, anti-black. They don't want to see black people get on their feet. Now you can say for a lot of reasons, right? That's why the Democratic Party, a lot of people are attacking the Democratic Party. They look at them as anti-black. They didn't say that they were racist. They're saying they're not trying to improve black people.
Well, I think it was, like I said, I was trying to say this earlier. Charlemagne the God even came out, and I believe it was when he was talking to Joe Biden, said in Barack Obama's 2 terms, he did nothing for the black community.
Well, that's not true, but that's fine that he said. I got you.
Yeah, I'm just making a point. Like,
well
when you're saying,
president can't do any. Okay, what Trump has, he has the Republican Party in his pocket. So they just tried to stop the war. The Republican Party said no. This is like the 3rd time the Democrats tried to stop the war in Iran. They all backed Trump. Solidarity, Obama never had solidarity. And if Obama would even attempted to say, hey, I want to do something just only for black people, they would beat his ass.
Yeah. He'd have been gone.
Well, yeah, I think it's kind of irresponsible for a president of a multiracial nation to do one thing for one race specifically.
You see that? You hear what he said?
Trump did in his first term. Trump in his first term gave legacy black colleges a blank check saying, hey, this is going to be repeated annually. Which it was like, oh man, I'm drawing a blank on the name of the colleges. If you look up, Trump? Yeah, Donald Trump in his first term gave a continuing, I hate to use this term, continuing resolution blank check to historically black colleges.
It wasn't a blank check, and it wasn't continuous.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that because he couldn't do that, because when you do that, they tend to, the staff, they've already said the budget of a college. They said, look at it. You give a black college $15 million. They said, look at the staff. 14 million goes to the staff.
It was I believe it was for grants, federal grants.
No, I'm saying you're saying that he couldn't do that. He wouldn't do that, because if you give a college, saying, okay, blank check, here go 30 million. They're going to take 25 of that and give it to the staff. Everybody get a raise in the staff, the teachers, the administrators.
Rarely but money is fungible. So if they get 25 million in, and that's now covering the employee costs, they were still paying the employees beforehand. So that frees up more money for them to use.
No, they raised okay. If
you're getting into them raising the cost of that, then that certainly does happen.
I'm the head of a black college. You give me 25 million. Last year you gave me 5, but you say he said Trump did this.
It was the Future Act in 2019, bipartisan legislation permanently restored $255 million in annual funding for historically black colleges and universities.
Okay, well, hold up, that's annual funding. You said he gave him a blank check.
Yeah, it was. I misspoke and I was wrong. I will take that. I was wrong.
Hold on, but let me give you an example. Why they wouldn't do that. I'm just saying, because I don't even think Trump would do that. You can't do that. Why? Because when you give them $100 million, guess what? You say, oh, y'all gonna put in a football field, y'all gonna put in a soccer field, y'all gonna put in bleachers, y'all gonna put air conditioners, and y'all gonna hire, recommended the top of the class teachers. No, they give themselves a raise, and normally they give the minimum like $3 million to the university as far as improvements, and that's what the complaint is, because people say, damn, it's all types of leaks in the dorms, stairs are missing in the dorms.
I had black mold in my dorm, and I go to a nice ass school.
Damn, how did you had to take care of it yourself?
Yeah, I put in an air filter myself. Not that hard.
I didn't go to college. I chose to be funny in high school. That's,
yeah,
no,
high school.
No, hold on, we got Truth Teller up here. Go ahead, Truth. What you want? We'll talk about this Met Gala, or what? You want to talk about something they said? Go ahead. Floor is yours.
It's all the above. It's whatever. I mean, I stopped paying attention to that gala crap. It's absurd and it's dumb. I mean, they just taking things too far when they go out there. It's like it's like watching a cartoon go downhill. It's just reality now.
Are those black people you're talking about, truth teller?
All of them. It's not even just the black ones.
Why do white people think we don't criticize black people?
They just say that because they want to take shots at us, right? They want to make it seem like we don't have any thought. We're not intelligent. We don't have any comprehension. That's it. Anti-black stuff is all.
Can I make a statement about that?
Because we're the first ones to criticize black people. Black people are the first ones to criticize other black people.
Yeah, black people are also the first ones to keep it in house. I think every group, for the most part,
that's not true either. That's not true.
Every group, for the most part, has an in-group bias, meaning they are more likely to go to the defense of their own group versus another group. The only exception to that is left. I said,
no. You said defense.
Yeah, come to the defense.
Hold up. Who's defending Beyonce, Jay-Z, Steph Curry? Who's defending Keke Palmer? Who's defending them?
I would say Beyonce has a lot of defenders since she is one of the top-selling recording artists in history.
I'm done. This guy. I cannot believe he said Beyonce got defending. Nobody defending no goddamn to Beyonce.
He is one of the top.
I was one of the hold on. No.
I was one of the few. Beyonce got people standing for her.
Hold up. I was one of the few who said that she need to get her ass out of country music. I said country music is not Beyonce.
Oh yeah, that was.
I know what country music is. I got no problem. Brooks and Dunn. I know what it is.
He is no less country than Rascal Flatts or Florida Georgia Line. If we're gonna let Florida Georgia Line call themselves country, there's no reason Beyonce can't call herself country.
Hold on. If you're gonna let no, I got you on that. But if we're gonna let Beyonce come into country music, and we did, why can't Rebe McEntire make a rap album? And people say, "Oh, that's absurd." Well, why not? Why is that absurd? Beyonce's making country music.
She can. I mean, Reba can make
honestly. I would
actually. I think you were wrong on that one. She's from the South.
I tried it.
Here it is, right here. There you go.
By black people.
Hold on, there you go. Hold on.
I'm not from the South. I'm from Florida. There's a difference.
Hold up. We did a stream on that. You see that? You know what I'm saying? Hold up. You guys have just heard of me. We did this years ago. I said, how come I said Beyonce can sing a country song? How come Rebe can't make a rapper? Oh, that's absurd. That's ridiculous. I'm saying, well, what's the difference? I said, man, are you familiar with country music? I said, Beyonce's not country music, man. I'm not trying to hate, but come on, man. I said, Brooks and Dunn's and stuff. I said, and damn, don't have me go looking through. I'm trying to remember.
Why would anyone say? I don't understand that personally. Why would someone say Beyonce couldn't do a country album?
It does. Well, hold on. Can we go by what it sounds like?
No, I mean that taste is subjective. But why couldn't she? Why shouldn't she be allowed?
I got you. Allowed to. You're right. It's her right to make whatever she wants. You're right. But they have a right. Hold up. There was a lot of people who push back on that, and they have a right to push back on that because she's not real country. Hold up. And this is the thing. It didn't start with Beyonce. They've been saying that forever.
I was saying the same thing about Taylor Swift. She should have stayed the fuck out of it.
She tried a country music song, right? I mean, a country music.
It was country. Wasn't she a country music artist first?
No.
Or wasn't Teardrops on My Guitar came before was it Red album?
I don't know.
I don't know, man. I've never considered her country.
I'm not that familiar.
Yeah, I don't know.
We could look at Metallica. Can Metallica do a country album?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Isn't that absurd?
Yeah.
Let me say something.
I don't even know if they would be able to.
They've covered country music.
They could probably do the music.
No, they could, but they put their own spin on it. They put the death metal spin on it.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the album Garage Inc. by Metallica has at least one country song. I can't remember if it was Tuesday's Gone or Whiskey in a Jar. I can't remember which one of those was originally country, but the entire album.
It's a cover of a country song, or is it?
I'm saying,
like a genre?
if they have sung a country song, they might not sound country. What is stopping Beyonce from being a country artist other than public opinion? If people don't like it, hey, taste is subjective.
No,
I'm not.
No, look, no, Tyler. I know. First of all, I don't really care if you disagree. I know country music. I'm a country music fan. Okay, it's not Beyonce. I got no problem. Destiny Child. I got no problem with Beyonce, but she's not country music. Now I know she did it, and she sold out stadiums. She made a lot of money. The people made a lot of money. Country radio didn't want to play her. They made it about race. I was like, nah, man. I'm like, yo, man. When I listen to country, I don't pull up no Beyonce, and I know about the songs Country Carter on her album and stuff. I don't listen. I said, that's not country music. And I said, you guys just don't know country music. If you knew country music, you would understand. But I'm saying, now hold up. It was warped into a racial thing. Oh, where black people created country music. I said, but you guys are missing the point.
Did they say on the radio it was a racial thing? Because you right here, you're acknowledging that you don't consider it country.
No, I don't.
And so how couldn't the radio station have just also come to the same conclusion?
They tried to, but I guess they did it the wrong way, and it was perceived as a racial.
See, that's the thing is, did other people perceive it as racist? Even though
the black community did, yeah.
Okay, well,
but they don't know. Hold on.
I think that a lot of problems get perceived as racism.
Well, wait a minute. They don't know country music, though. That's all I'm saying. I understood why they perceived it that way, but I'm saying, yo, man, do you know country music? Because I said, do you know there are people who are staples in country music, and you're going by Shaboozey and shit. Like I said, that ain't no country music. I'm saying Merle Haggard and stuff. Now, there's already contemporary, country music is always contemporary, and then they'll say, okay, that's contemporary. That's that Shaboozey and shit. I'm saying they'll say, okay, this station is country music. It's like your John Wayne and shit like that. I mean, not John Wayne, Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash.
I call it country music and country rap, or crap for short.
Well, let me ask, what do you think sounds more country? God's Gonna Strike You Down or Shaboozey Tipsy?
Well, you got me on that because I never listened to one of his songs.
So,
I've never,
there's definitely more of a country twang to Shaboozey's Tipsy than there is to Johnny Cash's God's Gonna Strike You Down.
What?
I'm more of a Merle Haggard, Ogie from the Stogie type guy.
Well, I grew up on a beach. Kenny Chesney is one of my favorite artists. I listen to Ziggy, listen to a lot of rock. I listen to a lot of a little bit of everything.
Like
Kenny Chesney country.
Kenny Chesney.
Yeah, but it more.
She thinks
like
my
popular...
tractor is sexy.
Yeah, he's not. He's Australian. He's not country, right?
No, Australian. I think it's Toby Keith.
Heard of this shit.
No, Kenny Chesney is American. He was born in, I think, Tennessee. The person you're thinking of who's Australian was Toby Keith, who sang.
Toby Keith is Australian.
Who's married to Faith something? Who's married to her? Isn't that Kenny?
Faith Hill. That's Tim McGraw, I think.
Oh, okay, you're right. Okay, I was thinking Tim McGraw. Now, is Tim McGraw Australian?
No, Toby Keith is. I don't know where Tim McGraw's from, but Toby Keith is 100% Australian. He's also dead.
No. Toby Keith was born and raised in Oklahoma.
You sure?
That's what it says right here on Wikipedia. He toured Australia in 2014, and now for whatever reason I'm doing an accent.
No, you know what? Hold up. You know what? And I got you, bro. Check this out. I watched Gone with the Wind, and Scarlett. I didn't know it because I'm saying Trump did it. I was doing research. She's British. I didn't know that. So that whole Southern accent thing that everybody fell in love with, that was a goddamn British accent.
No, yeah, I'd heard about that, how the British changed it after the American settlement, and it sounded more like the Southern accent originally.
Yeah, have you seen Gone with the Wind, Siamese?
I can't say I have, no. I honestly need to catch up a lot more on my old movies.
That's beautiful. No, that changed America. It's a long movie. It'll take two settings. It'll take like you watch like 90 minutes, stop. When you get a chance and you're interested, you'll finish it. Yeah. Now it's like 3.5 hours. You ain't gonna be able
I sat through Oppenheimer, so.
Okay, yeah, you did better than me because I didn't. I had it.
Fair enough.
I made about 10 minutes into that. I said, nah, I'm not interested. But I'm impatient, so that's what I'm saying. And so, and hold up, and I blame the internet on that. Internet with their shorts, they've made me impatient. I can't watch a goddamn movie now.
Well, that's intentional.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you can't stay focused for longer than 3 minutes, you're less likely to learn new tasks, learn new skill sets.
Mm-hmm.
You're right, and I can't because of the internet. I need to sue somebody.
But no, it's hard. Like going back to Beyonce, I'm not saying I think she is good. I truly, with the exception of that song about like putting a ring on it, I can't think off the top of my head of any Beyonce lyrics. I don't know her portfolio. I'm just saying I don't see why she couldn't be country if we're gonna let people like Rascal Flatts call themselves country.
Hold on, what's that thug? There's a thug. He's got tattoos on his face. There's a thug. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. He's a fat guy. He just won a Grammy.
Oh, that's what's his name? Jelly Roll.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I agree. If you're gonna let Jelly Roll, why complain about Beyonce? I agree with that.
Was he doing country music?
He is now. Yeah. He is now.
He is now.
But then again, he's also done work with Tech Nine. He's done stuff with. Yeah, I think he's done like a lot of. No, Post Malone. Sorry, we're thinking of Post Malone.
But he's a thug.
Post Malone?
No. Oh, yeah, I would put him in there too. Look, let me tell you something. I don't like thugs, period. You see what I'm saying? See what you guys are finna do it. You make excuses for the white guys. I don't make excuses for the black guys or the white guys. I don't like thugs.
I think
no. I don't like thugs. If you're a prison inmate, you've been released, you cover your face in tattoos, you're a thug. I don't like thugs. I'm sorry.
Me either.
Disagree all you want to about Jelly Roll. And I saw that. I said, talking about Jesus and stuff. I'm like, bro, you should have found Jesus before you committed them crimes. No, I don't like you, and I'm not going to listen to your music.
Uh-huh.
No,
yeah, I'm just saying, like, regardless of what I think of Beyonce, if she wants to make a country album, she's more than welcome to, as far as I'm concerned. I don't see why she can't. And I say the same thing about Jelly Roll, and I say the same thing about Metallica. I don't care. I nothing it.
I'll be honest. I think I may have heard her country song at one point, and I just didn't think it sounded like country.
Thank you.
There may have been parts I liked about it,
but not the country I like.
Yeah,
Patsy was
just like the same way Tyler. I'd say that, like, yeah, I like Rascal Flatts. One of my favorite songs is that "Life Is a Highway" cover.
Sure.
I wouldn't say that they're like the purest form of country either.
Yeah, but my favorite country singer is Kenny Chesney, and he's definitely not as country as
he's more like that island country.
Yeah, which is why I gravitate to it.
Sunday in the South, Shania, something like that. Shania.
Shania Twain?
No, it's a battle. They named it
Shenandoah.
Thank you. Sunday in the South. That's one of my favorite fucking songs. So that's what I'm saying. No, that's not Beyonce. When I say I want to listen to some country music, I love the way they present their country music. It's nothing even close to what Beyonce puts out. And I ain't got no problem. I like Beyonce. You know, and she made a lot of money. She won an album of the year. But no, I never listened to the whole album. But no, I hope she comes. She says she's done with that. She said she's done. Country music is over for her. That's what she said.
Yeah. And when I say she has people defending her, what I'm saying by that is people pay a lot of money for her products. If you don't like someone, you're probably not going to invest in them. A lot of people like her. She's one of the, as far as female artists, isn't she like the second or third highest grossing artist of all time? Probably. As far as females.
No, you're right. Probably. I don't know. I don't know.
I'd say she's probably up there, at least certainly somewhere there.
Yeah, I know Taylor Swift has number one. I'm not entirely sure why, but I know she is. That's
I'm not a fan of Taylor, but I've heard some of her music. I have no problem with it. I'm happy for her, whatever, now she's married or getting married. Not my thing though. No, I hope you don't call me racist. White women just don't have enough ass for a guy like me, man. I'm sorry. Taylor, I like Taylor, but she not holding. It's too small. But I get it though, man. You guys grow up in that type of world, and y'all just don't judge your women like that. I judge my women a little bit. They got to have a little bit more on them.
Oh, don't worry. We have thoughts like that too.
I think you're treading very, very close to an agreeable stance from everyone.
But we got Truth Teller up here. Go ahead, Truth. Floor is yours, sir. Truth.
No, I was laughing. Y'all was talking about ass. When you boys were like, no, we got judgment calls too. I'm just curious of what that looked like for y'all, really. Like how do you?
And
like,
I'm wrong.
you making the decision.
I'm wrong to do that, to judge a very talented musician by her appearance. I'm wrong for that. I admit that. But go ahead, Truth.
To each his own, right? I'm sure these fellas got preferences, and they make judgment calls based on their preferences. You're not gonna get no criticism from us over here on that. We get it. But I think I didn't have any qualms with Beyonce trying to flip over the country. I know there was some country. I'm not a country music fan, but there was a lot of country music fans that thought that was blasphemous. And, hey, if she could put a country music record together that people would pay for, it is what it is.
Yeah,
you can't
exactly.
knock that. And if Reba could put together a rap album that people will pay for, hey, can't knock Reba for it either. So it is what it is.
I mean,
Honestly,
it's
I think
different
that a lot of it stems from the fact that people like being in an in-group. And one of the best ways of unifying an in-group is to make it feel like it's under attack. Whether or not it is or not, if you can construe any sort of like newcomer as that sort of thing, it's just human nature to do that sort of thing. And I think
that's nothing unifies a group more than feeling like they're attacked. You're right. That's entirely how we ended up jumping into the Middle East after 9/11. You would be hard pressed to find another time in American history in the last 100 years where everyone was on the same exact page.
I do remember that everybody was on the same page about jumping back in or jumping into that situation. Although, people like myself did have questions about, all right, well, what's really going on? We going all ham and we don't really have too much evidence. And, when some of our leadership is gangbusters to making last minute decisions like that, you got to start.
Well, go ahead, Truth.
What's going on?
You want to speak on the topic was black celebs, and then they were getting into the reparations debate. Did you want to add something?
Oh, well, you guys are just cross-referencing reparations to all sorts of things that reparations has nothing to do with, right? Saving the community, making the community better. That's not what reparations is about. It's about a debt that's owed.
Yeah, and I agree. I understand the concept behind it. My entire position is I don't trust the government to do something good without it being done in a bad way.
If you just writing checks to people, there's not really a way to mess it up. Now, what'll happen is they'll try to do it a different way rather than the simple and easy way. That's how they'll mess it up, or that they're trying to mess it up, right? They'll say, hey, we'll give it to these groups for these different groups to distribute it this different ways. When you got on file all the people who's supposed to get a check, and you have the ability to write them a check, so just write the checks.
Yeah, and I understand that's what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with the logic. I'm saying I morally cannot get behind taking from one person to give to another. It just doesn't sit right with me, regardless of if it benefits me or doesn't benefit me.
But you'd be called a hypocrite because that's the way your government works.
I don't like the government.
But you benefit from it. So, you can say that you like it or not all you want, but as long as
there
you're
are certainly
benefiting
plenty
from
of tax programs that I don't agree with, but ultimately, taxes are how the government works to some degree.
It's not even. Let's not even just talk about taxes.
Oh, hey, it's us.
Your daily life of benefits that you benefit, like literally, your existence in this country, you literally benefit every second of every day from decisions the government makes, good, bad, and worse. But when you get your benefits, you don't criticize them, or you don't say no, it's a problem. You say, hey, I'm an American. I'm supposed to do this. Is supposed to happen for me, right?
Well, here's my opinion on taxation, because this is a
I'm not
great.
talking about taxation.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking about tax. I know you want to move it to taxation.
No. I just want to stick with what
That's
you're
the
saying.
method of which reparations would have to be paid
Yeah.
for.
Here's how inept the government is at even paying people. When you work for the government, for Uncle Sam in the military, all of the pay that they give you when you're federally activated or deployed comes from taxpayer money. Unless you're overseas, they then tax that taxed money when they give it to you. The government will take $20 from you and give you $5 back and say, hey, don't you feel special?
I mean, there's an easy solution for that.
I'm a fan of getting rid of every kind of tax except for sales tax.
Oh, no, that's not necessary. Just don't tax reparation payments. We don't have to change the tax system to pay reparations.
You would have
Well,
to
he's talking
overhaul
about is
the
that
entire
the
tax
money
system.
from the money that would go into the reparations in the first place would be
Tax money.
what's the word?
Your tax
It
money.
would be taxed from other people, is what he's saying.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah, but it'd be taxed from you. They would take
Right, it would be-
$20 out of your paycheck to give you back $5 and call it reparations.
Well,
It
actually,
makes no
if
sense.
the reparations were paid appropriately, it'd be a lot more than what we were ever taxed. And then the reparations
Right, but
payments
that would
themselves
then
would be
cost a
taxed.
lot more of white people who or whoever is not getting the reparations, who didn't
Well,
commit the things that the reparations are being paid for.
Shouldn't the beneficiaries of the government, and the government was stood up by what reparations is paying for, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if you are beneficiaries of the government that was stood up by the free labor that were given from the people who didn't have a choice, and you've been benefiting for 300 years, yeah, it should come out your tax money.
So I got a question.
Well-
I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You're saying
Sure.
the country was built on the back of slavery. Because that country was built on the back of slavery, all of the benefits that you currently have in that country, regardless of if they're social programs or if it's just simply existing in this country, are owed to the people that were enslaved. Am I understanding you correctly?
No, the payment for the labor that was used to stand up the country, meaning the foundational payments or the foundational non-payments that were used to build the country in the way it is, that debt is still owed. So all the folks who decided to move here, all the folks that were already here, all the folks that took the benefits of this country becoming a superpower owe that debt and should rightfully be responsible for paying for it.
And you're including people that say, hey, they came this year, they immigrated this year from Nigeria.
Everyone that you're reaping the benefits of a country that was stood up on the backs of people who didn't have a choice.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was asking. If that's what you were
Okay.
saying.
So if you decided to
Are
come
the
here,
descendants of the emancipated slaves also beneficiaries of that state, though?
yes. Why wouldn't they be?
Well, wouldn't that then disqualify them from the reparations then?
Because they're also benefiting.
Were they ever paid, or did their ancestors or them ever receive the payment they should have received for how their work was used?
Okay.
So you're only wanting the
you're going to
reparations.
tax
So
the
what you're
reparations
trying to do,
from
hold on. So
ever
what you're trying to
committing
do
the
is
things that the
equate. So
reparations are due
basically what you're trying to say is because they did benefit some way, somehow, they shouldn't receive reparations. Problem is, everyone else received the same benefits. So therefore it wasn't equal. But everyone else didn't pay the debt.
But what you're saying is, let me just make sure I'm understanding this, because I don't want to put words in your mouth. You are saying the only people that should get reparations are specifically the descendants of slaves, not all black people, not all black Americans, just the ones that are descendants of slaves.
Sorry, only black Americans are the
term for
only
this
black Americans.
now.
The people who were here building this country are black Americans. Everyone else are immigrants.
Yeah, a lot of term that gets thrown around now is foundational Black American.
There we go.
No. I'm just trying to understand. So the argument you're making is reparations for a specific subgroup of Black Americans, not Black Americans as a generalization. Correct?
The group who was affected and used to build this country for free.
See, I'd be more willing to agree with that than it would be for just a blanket all people who are Black.
Yeah, that wasn't all Black people.
Hold on. Which one was that? You, Siamese?
Most recently.
Yeah, no, yeah.
TV.
So you,
I would be more willing to agree with a program that actually tried to get to the heart of who was disenfranchised by that than a program that would just blanketly give all people of Black skin money because.
I got you. Yeah. Now hold on. Let's say this to you, Siamese.
But I would still disagree.
I got you. Hold up, Siamese.
For the moment, yeah.
I got you. You're saying you would support if it was for descendants.
I'd say I'd be more likely. I don't know.
More likely. So hold up. So you have a leaning toward approval versus.
I have more of a leaning toward
more of a leaning. Now, in addition to that, Siamese, if we say we're going to eliminate anybody, if you have a conviction, a felony conviction, you can't get anything. Anybody. Now, I'm not saying we're going to eliminate their descendants. I'm saying if they're alive and they're due money, we say, no, you can't get it. You're a felon. Would you be for that?
I think
I'd want to take a look at the specific felonies. I think there are some that are a little bit overblown. Like, there's certain drug crimes that I don't think that really should be felonies. But ultimately, I agree with the idea that if you've committed a serious crime, that you should be punished for that. So
there you go. So
I'd agree to that too.
So you see how all of a sudden the people who are recipients, you say it's thinning out. Now you're thinning it out. You say I'm only for descendants of slaves. You're thinning it out. If you committed a crime, not your kids, but you. If you committed a crime, you're not eligible. You thinned it out. You see what I'm saying? So it really ain't that many people that you're paying reparations to. So you say, okay, we did wrong with slavery. Here's $4 million to every descendant of slaves. And then if you say if we do family, so we're only going to do it by family name. So if you're 2, 3 kids, you got 10 kids, you get it, and then you can cut it up how you want to. But no, not every one of your kids get it. So I'm saying that's the whole point of a study. That's the whole point. Once they then have all that broke down, then they can say, is people against it? Now look at you. No, I know you don't support it. I know Tyler don't. But look at how slowly. No, I know you don't support it. But I'm saying, look how slowly you're saying, well, under those conditions, I might think twice about it, as opposed
I think I have a good compromise.
problem that I had with the reparations idea in general was that it was just as it was typically talked about just in not a discussion like this where I think we've been going for like 3 hours now. But just typical when people say reparations, they usually just mean the white people give money to Black people, and I don't really
those are the saboteurs. They're not actually serious about the discussion.
I think I have a good compromise because you're never going to get me to agree to the government taking and giving to someone else. I think incentivized programs, voucher programs for a thing like a Black Wall Street. If you were a descendant of a slave, you had a sure.
Tyler, I know I interrupted you, but Tyler,
sure.
Now we get into racial set-asides and reference. Hold up, now Tyler, you're against that. You just said you're against that.
No. Let me finish.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Let me finish.
Complicated
Let me finish. I do not believe in giving people money from the government. I don't like the idea of the government being involved in most things. That said, if the argument for we want to better our community is the reason you want reparations, I think a good compromise is you get tax incentives. Like if you want to start a business that is owned and operated by the descendant of a slave, you have 10 years of no taxes on that business. You have X amount of years of tax incentives where if you're selling so much product, Instead of paying the normal I don't own a business, normal 5% in taxes on those products, you only have to pay 1%, if that, to build up your community. If that is the goal,
Not to mention, you know how much investment you would get for a business that doesn't have to pay tax.
Hold on. Both you guys understand Clarence Thomas is against that. Clarence
I
Thomas,
don't care what another person's against.
Clarence Thomas will tell both of you guys unconstitutional because you're doing it by race.
I would tell Clarence Thomas that we literally fought a war over taxation, and now we are taxed to the tune of about 5 times the amount that we fought wars over.
Well, that's not really his point.
I'm curious, though, guys. So you have a problem with paying
racist. We just
reparations
struck down
because
the other thing for it.
tax money is going to be used to pay it. But
what we're
all the
discussing here
benefits
is
that the
we've
majority
narrowed
of
it down to
the
more than
folks
just
in this
race.
country who aren't descendants of slaves, when they were getting benefits from this same tax money, I didn't hear any groups of people saying no, we shouldn't get these benefits. So why all of a sudden tax money shouldn't be spent this way when it's always been spent this way?
So you're probably a little new to the conversation. I am very much anti-taxation.
Yeah, but this country couldn't exist without taxation.
Yeah,
so that's absurd.
Correct. It also probably, like I said, historically speaking, I'd hope it could exist without slavery. I don't know as to if it could. I feel that an empire is really hard to build and maintain with everyone doing the right thing. At least it's never been done that I'm aware of.
Right.
If it's
so
been,
that's why that
The United
bill
States
for
grew
slavery
its
has to be paid.
territorial claims past 1860, did it not? With the Philippines and McKinley and all that. The United States had plenty of examples of where it was able to expand past the point of slavery.
It had already used slavery to
build itself up to
exponentially grow itself. Yeah.
So, and that's my point.
Okay,
like to
but it
get
kept
to the
growing.
point where you can take what you want.
Right. But what I'm saying is your suggestions just now are basically what you guys were complaining about a couple of minutes before about the government trying to mess it up.
Well, see, that's what
No,
I want to talk about. Is
suggestions are
that
taking more government out.
I'll let Tyler
Well,
talk.
no. Your suggestions actually would require government to come in, right?
I'm actually advocating for a more laissez-faire type of capitalism, specifically for this subgroup of people, which would be the removal of government.
What you suggested were clouding the process to pay people money, right? You basically made suggestions of everything except for paying them money.
I must not have explained it well enough. And
hold on.
I apologize.
Tax exemption for a business for an extended period of time. That's absurd.
Right.
That's
lead to an increase in income, though.
I was giving an example.
Hold on. You would have to produce a business, i.e., a successful one that earns a profit before you would even be able to qualify for that tax exemption, right?
That's true.
So therefore, you wouldn't be able to get anything unless you go through the arduous task of creating, i.e., a successful business. That's a condition that's absurd. Why would I have to create a business to get a debt paid to me that's owed?
Well, no, I gave that as an example, and if the issue was that being my only example,
his idea of a tax credit could be extended to
it could be extended to the education system to the individual. Let's say,
right, but look at the education system. So basically, you're saying, hey, you can only get this money if you're going to go through the education system. Well, that's another condition and a restriction you're putting on people on how they use their finances. If I heard you guys correctly, you didn't want to have anybody restricting your use of money, i.e., getting rid of tax.
That's more Tyler's
so
thing.
why? Why they can't restrict people on how they would use their?
True. Let me extrapolate on my position as clearly as I can. Let me make myself.
Tyler, hold up. True.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do we have to do to get white people to just leave us alone? Like I'm saying, if you give me some money now,
that'll never happen.
Hold on. True. Right now, if I have somebody hit me from the back, and they're totally at fault. They're drunk. They get arrested. Truth. They get arrested. They blew into the back of my car, drunk, and they got arrested. So I go in my insurance and their insurance, and they say, okay, you're due this amount of money. When are we going to be able for white people to say, hey, Platt, You sure you know how to handle that? Well, then just leave me alone. What if I don't know how to handle it? Why do they care? It's like
I know.
Let me
no,
explain myself clearly.
Hold up, Tyler. Why is it we are perpetual children to white people? Truth. No, hold on. Let them explain this to me.
Well,
Truth. Why are black people perpetual children
because
to white people? Go ahead.
I don't think it's a white people
insecurity
thing. I think it's a
we
liberal
have to
thing.
be controlled, because if we're not controlled, they feel like they're going to lose. That's the only reason why you would put. If you say, okay, let's say
Malcolm
that you
X
agree,
talked about that being a liberal thing, not a
it's actually a true thing, because if you say, fine, we know slavery was bad and it built this country to what it is now. Yeah, we owe you a little something for all of that. So let's go ahead and pay you. But instead of paying you, you can be tax exempt if you open a business, or you can get
that's not what I was trying to say.
Hold
That's
on,
what I'm
I'm
saying.
not
Just
saying
give
it
me
was.
2
I'm not saying
seconds.
it was. Others have. I'm not
I
saying
think-
you.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying
all
is,
I'm asking
or
is-
you can get a credit towards education, or we're just not going to give you money directly because we don't know what you're going to do with it.
My position
That's
on
crazy,
the government.
right?
It's not necessarily just that point. It's also the fact that we don't have to then take that money from someone else. We can just not charge it from
Well,
you.
no, but we're
That's
not
my
taking it from
entire
anyone
position.
else. I think that's where you guys misunderstand. The fact that you can come here from another country to an established superpower that was built on the backs of other people and start benefiting from it means
Don't
you
get me
now owe
started.
to the debt. You can't come here, take advantage of the system that was built on other people, and then suddenly say, hey, you can't use my tax money because it wasn't me that did it. Well, then what did you come here for? You can't take advantage of something that was built using ill-gotten gains and then say it's not your fault. It was built on ill-gotten gains. Why did you come here?
My position, I was born here, but my position is
No,
not.
your ancestors immigrated here, sir.
Yeah, my ancestors immigrated here and immediately served in the military to fight in the Second World War.
That's fine, but you came here to benefit from what we call the United States, your family.
Correct.
Well,
now, what I'm saying
not,
is
they
a
would have
person
stayed
who
where
is
they
against.
were from and
Hold on.
benefited there.
Siamese, we're going to come right to you, brother. Just hold up. I see you over there. Go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead, Tyler.
When I say incentivize to tax exempts for business and things like that, I'm saying I want to get to a point where we have no income tax, we have no property tax, we have no death tax, we have no wealth tax, we have none of that. You want to have sales tax for all of our goods? I'm okay with that. But until we get to that point, if we want to say, you know what, we're going to give no taxes on income, no taxes on everything except for sales tax, so the stuff you buy, to the descendants of slaves. If you want to use that opportunity to extend it to a business, or if you just want to have more of your paycheck for the job you already have, you need to do something, regardless of if it's just going to work.
But
you
do you
need to
hear
do something
yourself?
anyway.
You're saying, hey, the government is going to take less of the tax money from you.
I'm saying take
instead
nothing
of giving
from you.
instead of giving you the money you owe. That's like having a bookie who's never going to let you out of your deal. Why would that sound like an okay thing? Instead of give me the money you owe me, you're going to say, hey, I'm just going to take less taxes from you out of your paycheck every year.
Because
see how absurd that sounds?
And it goes back to my
money
original
is
position.
fungible.
This is you're
you say
saying
it's
why
fungible, but I
is
don't
that
think
why is that a
Because
bad
you now
deal?
have more disposable income, which
Right,
is
but you're
equivalent to if we
taking
just
money-
gave it to you.
Well, hold on,
but you're not
hold on.
giving what you owe.
Yeah,
You're only taking less than what you're
But
No,
the
no,
government,
anyway.
my
hold on,
reasoning is
hold up, Tyler and Siamese, and hold up, we got to go to Siamese.
sure.
No, I'm being for real.
Well, the thing is that it's not paying what you owe. It's offsetting what you owe as a citizen for paying taxes with the reparations you would get, making a net cost of zero, which is still providing you with more money than you would have had otherwise.
But that's not my reparations.
Hold on,
That's not my
Siamese.
reparations.
Yeah, you can't do it. Siamese, we are, truth teller, me, you, Tyler, we're individual. We're Americans. We are free. Tyler,
Yes.
if you give us what we feel we deserve, now you got, not you, if American Treasury says, okay, here's $3 million. Tyler, I'm free to go to Colombia and live out the rest of my life. I'm a free man. I don't have to clear anything to you. When you guys talk reparations, you guys, no, I get it. Look, I got no problem. You could just come out and say, I'm not for that shit. Fuck it. You could, but a lot of you and Tyler, you seem like you guys are malleable in a sense under these conditions. And I'm saying be careful with that because you're getting sort of like slave owner because you're telling us what we can and can't do. I'm not saying you guys, look, man, don't take it that way. I'm
not taking it personally. I just want to say it's not.
Do you follow what I'm trying to say?
Explaining to what I would be comfortable with as someone who would be taxed on these reparations.
Why would you care?
Because it affects me.
And I'm saying my whole position is
Trump's spending $2 billion a day in Iran.
I don't want him doing that either.
Yeah, that affects me too. I just happen to like the results.
There you go. So black people having money is results you don't like.
That's not what I said.
I'm just saying, based on the conclusions that you just said, that's pretty much what it is. Because you want to put restrictions. You want to put controls on how black people would get this money, which is weird.
Only because it would make it more easy to do.
But that's not up to you
as a nation.
Right, but that's not up to you on how people spend their money, i.e. your taxes, right?
I'm not telling you how to spend the money.
Well, of course you are, because you're telling me that I can only get this discount in these certain ways. You're controlling how the funds
That's the way that you would receive it, yeah.
Right, but but in the ways you gave, I'm not receiving the funds I'm supposed to receive. I get it in tax exemptions. What if I don't want to open a business? Mm-hmm. What if, just like
then make it an individual tax credit,
right? And what if Platt said, I just plan to move to Colombia, so I don't have to pay taxes at all once I get my money.
Everybody's not
okay. No, that's perfect.
So
that's perfect.
Hold up,
immediately.
Hold up,
and that's what the hang up is.
Tyler, everybody's not a business person. Everybody's not.
I agree with the moving aspect. I'm just saying anything you want. I'm willing to give you anything you want for reparations. I'm not against reparations. I'm against the government involvement.
But everything you described would require government involvement.
Everything I described can be done at the local level.
Government involvement.
It's the government removal. If you stop taxing, that is the removal of government.
What does taxes have to do with paying reparations? That's where the funds come from.
That was an example I gave of how to give reparations. I'm saying I'm willing to agree to anything.
Hold up, Tyler. No, I got you, Tyler. He said, pay us to leave. I noticed Trump said he was going to pay $1,000. He said, if you're illegal, we'll give you $1,000. We'll give you
I didn't really agree with that.
Hold on. We'll give you a ticket. We'll pay for your flight, send you wherever you're coming from, and we'll give you $1,000. Hold up. He's never propositioned, and we know he hasn't. America's never propositioned blacks with, we'll give you this amount of money if you get your black ass to another country.
Liberia.
It was called Liberia.
Not really. They don't want to go to Liberia. Liberia fucked up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, that wasn't a proposition.
You want to go? Hold on.
We're supposed to manage Liberia too?
Siamese, you want to go to Liberia? You say you about to graduate college. Why you want to go there?
I don't even know what language they speak in Liberia.
You could
English. I'm pretty sure it's English.
Go back to the land of your ancestors, where your ancestors immigrated from. Why don't you go back there?
Well, I don't have any personal roots in the UK.
Oh, so like we had personal roots in Liberia?
That was the problem about that.
No,
because
it was
so many slaves have no idea where they're from.
No,
I get it. I just want you to hear how silly it is for that to even come out your mouth. That's all.
Okay.
So the vast majority of slaves don't know which country, or even more specifically, which region of which country that they are from, because they were taken and they were not allowed to be educated on things like geography.
Majority of people that were enslaved weren't from Africa. That's one.
I'm making a point about the ones from Africa because we are specifically talking about Liberia.
The people that were here actually literally built the country. Why would you then want to be sent somewhere else to God knows where after you just built a nation? Isn't that kind of
well, it was a part of like
Hey,
it was
we
that
thank you
you
for
were
helping us
given
build
you were
this
given
place,
land
but
and
you
stuff
niggas
in that
going to
other
this other
country
place.
as a form of reparations.
Yeah, buddy, I'm not in
Well,
favor
no,
of
hold on.
kicking
Wait,
someone
hold on.
out
What'd you
unless
say?
they want to leave. I
Well,
said,
hold
buddy,
on. But you're gonna go to this other place, no money, and you just gotta figure it
No,
out
that's not the
yourself when
thing.
you
Is
get
that
there.
they would give you plots of land. That's what the reparations were.
Why don't they just give us plots of land here? Why would we need to
Because
go to
there's already
Liberia?
people settled here.
You know
It
the
makes it
government
harder to
owns
do that.
over
What about the?
over
Yeah, hold
2
on, hold on.
million acres of
Yeah.
land, right?
What about?
You
Hold
want
on,
that
hold on, hold on.
BLM land out in the middle of Nevada that's got
wait,
nothing on
no,
it?
I
with
like the
sand?
ones that got oil. I like
I've
the
got
ones that got
I've got a
oil under
great
it.
compromise.
They,
Let me
can
give
you give me the ones that got
Hold
oil
on,
under
be
it?
for real. Hold on.
Truth, I can give you what you want.
So I mean, no, and Tyler, I'm being for real. If the government said we'll give you 20 acres, where you say Nevada or where North Dakota or South Dakota, I take it. It wouldn't be an argument. I'd be like, when they say he go 20 acres in South Dakota in the
I
Badlands.
honestly don't even know if the Badlands of there would be worse than Liberia.
It doesn't matter. You
It
would be
would
taking
be
it.
no. It would be better. You got phone service. You ain't got none of that shit over there.
So hey, truth.
You can't have a cell phone over. Get the fuck. Nobody want to live in no goddamn Liberia.
Truth.
Well, you didn't have a cell phone in the 1860s to begin with. There was a lot of different
I
things
got
you
a good
didn't have.
compromise. I can give you exactly what
Infrastructure
you
in
want.
America wasn't all it was
Just give me
now
my
back
check,
then either.
man. That's the only compromise I'm trying to hear.
Here, no, I can give you exactly what you want because the one thing I hate more than our government, the Chinese government, hate communists.
Ooh.
They own a lot of land in the United States. We take it from them, give it as reparations.
No, I'm good. I want my check. I'll figure out what to do with my money once I get it. I don't need your help. I'm good.
You don't want land which has a
No,
value much more than the dollar, which is
I'm
losing
sorry.
value
You know
every
the
year.
way the highway system was
Let's make
built
a
in this
decision
country.
on that. Don't be talking
Okay,
down to the man.
yeah, we'll
No,
give you
I'm just
$10
saying.
and keep 20.
I don't know if you realize how the highway system was built in this country. What
It was Dwight D. Eisenhower.
what
Built
town
it
was in
after he
Central
proposed
Park
it as
before
a
they decided to
military
get rid of it?
installation.
Manhattan Beach in California. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need land. Cut me my check, and I'll
Yeah.
make do with what needs to happen with that money.
I can, in good consciousness, agree to the government taking money from one person to give to another. So that's the only thing I keep coming back to. It's nothing against reparations. It's just against that particular way of doing things.
But the government took from a whole group of people to
And
give
it was
to
wrong
another
then. Two wrongs do not make a right.
This is where I
It's not
disagree
wrong.
with
It's
Tyler
correcting it.
because
Hold on. But you know what? Truth.
Yeah.
Now, truth. And I know I stopped you. I apologize. But hold up. Siamese and Taylor, if you really listen to them, they don't agree with at all, really.
No, they don't. They're trying to make it seem like they do, but they
No,
don't.
I don't think they fake it. I don't think they fake. I think they don't agree.
No, they don't.
They look at the
They're
world.
trying to make it
Tyler's
seem
much more
like-
libertarian than I am.
But just think about it. All the options that they gave were, instead of a reparations check, were options that could be manipulated by the government. Then they said no government.
So
Then they
could a
said local
reparations check.
government.
Do you not think a check can be
Any one of
manipulated
these
by the
options
government?
will be manipulated by the
It's
government. Any one of these options is necessarily facilitated by the government. So,
Truth. I'm going
what
to
do
tell
you
you what's
want?
going to happen. On Monday, you're going to get your check for $3 billion. On Tuesday, they're going to institute a wealth tax.
Okay, but reparations wouldn't receive a tax. Remember?
That is an absolutely
According to
adorable way to
who?
think of the U.S. government.
Well, no, that's one of the
That would be a
stipulations
political
of
decision that
reparations.
have to be made.
But Tyler, I got to applaud you, though. Billion, I never thought that much. But
I was happy he said that. I was like, all right.
I was thinking more
Oh,
like
trust me, they're gonna look at you and be like, "Hey, any dollar you make over that first 100, it gets taxed at 98%." Look,
Well, no, they wouldn't tax. You can't. The whole portion of reparations would not. The whole point of it would not be taxable. That's the whole.
There was your first problem. You just thought you could tell the government you can't.
Well, no, that's a stipulation of reparations. That's
he right there. Hold
According
on,
to who?
no, truth.
yeah.
Truth. They are the
Possible
government. The
stipulation of
government are
reparations.
bullies, and the government will violate your
definitely.
rights. The governments will declare what they want to declare, and then you find out on the backside, okay, I'll protest. They won't even let you do that. So we do live in a, and so that's another thing about America that like we saw with Libya, now we see with Iran, we see with Iraq.
They do what they want.
Yeah, they pretty much. Yeah, they pretty much can. And I'm saying we talk about Putin and Russia, we do. But
we are very, very similar.
Yeah, Yeah. You're talking about taking over Cuba
I
now?
would encourage
No.
you guys to ask either a Venezuelan or an Iranian if we're similar to Putin or the people who are occupying their
Nah, I'm
countries
sorry, bro. I'm
prior to
trying.
this year.
Hold on. Samis.
Well, hey, here, let me give a
Hold on.
great example.
I hear you. Hold on. I hear you, Samis. I swear. I'm thinking twice. I've never looked at Putin as a great guy, but I promise you, when I see him on my TV, maybe I'm brainwashed. I'm starting to think this is a good dude. I'll be like,
No, he's a bad dude.
But no, I'll be looking at him compared to Trump. I said, man, Putin ain't that bad. I'm serious.
I don't really see how we figure that.
Maybe
you gotta remember that man kills his
maybe
political
I'm
opponents.
falling for the propaganda. But I just look at him and say Trump want to be him, but he doesn't come across like a Trump.
Trump blew up people.
I don't really get this whole idea where people think that Putin and Trump are friends.
Because of Trump?
You know what? Here, we're going to do a bipartisan thing because, ironically enough, Trump and Obama have one big thing in common. They have completely decimated one family line of American citizens. There was an American citizen whose the father had joined, I believe it was Al-Qaeda. It might have been ISIS. Well, he went overseas. His son was in a completely different country in Yemen. Abdul Amalaki, I believe his name was. 16-year-old American boy. He was an American citizen, 16, no ties to a terrorist organization other than having a father that was aligned with one. Barack Obama is authorized. Let me finish.
No. Go ahead, Siamese. A father aligned with one. You want to speak on that? Go ahead. Go ahead.
If you have a father that's aligned with a terrorist organization, that is the minimum number of degrees of separation before you're the one supporting the terrorist organization.
So was that justification to bomb this child without due process, an extrajudicial assassination?
Well, you just said that it's okay. You said wars and all of that stuff and human bondage. It's okay.
No, I didn't say it was okay. I said it was a fact of history.
Both of you guys said that.
Isn't that the same
General
thing?
Lee, hold on. General Sherman and General Lee, you said, hey, General Sherman burned down Atlanta, and that was the price of war. You said,
do Americans have a right to due process?
You guys, now we're talking about. You said okay to shoot down a drug ship in Venezuela.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Wow. Okay. Hold on.
Okay.
Truth. When do we all think as one? I'm just saying we got these. We change according to the topic. If it's blacks, don't give them shit. Fuck them. Now he's
we had to narrow down we had to narrow it down from what just a general race to what we could define as a legal class, to where some people who have been a victim of a crime and therefore deserve.
And I applaud you, Siamese. I applaud you. You haven't went down the rabbit hole that Tyler has. I applaud you. I don't know if you will, but
I'm saying our government does atrocities. I don't trust the government to do the right thing without at least sprinkling a little bit of self-interest in it.
A little bit.
I'm being very, very generous.
I don't see why it's a bad thing for a government to have a self-interest if that self-interest is in favor of its people.
Yeah. My point with that was we had a father, an American citizen, that decided to join a terrorist organization. Okay, if you want to say he is justified being killed, they did kill him. He did not get a trial. He did not get any form of due process. He did not get any of his constitutionally protected rights. They killed him. Okay, if you want to say that's the price of joining a terrorist organization, I will say, okay, we can agree.
You're saying he joined the terrorist organization?
Yes.
Because he had joined the organization. This individual who had died, been struck by the U.S.
The father. Then?
The father.
Yes, the father. So remember, the father's already dead, okay? The father's been killed. Go. Obama did a great thing. He killed a terrorist. We're good with that. He then drone striked his child, who was never involved with any terrorist acts or any planning of terrorist acts. He had no connection at this point to any terrorist organization. We killed him. Skip forward a couple years.
Well, other than his
no, I'm not. He himself. I'm talking about as an individual. Skip forward a couple of years, Donald Trump is now in office. Drone strikes
I think it's honestly a
his
little
sister.
silly to try and separate yourself as an individual from your own father.
Are you beholden to the crimes of your father?
No, but you are certainly somehow. But I'm not. I don't want to say related, but like
Are you guilty by
there's a
association?
back and forth between you guys of like.
No, you
there's
are.
not going to be a
You are.
complete
No, no.
disconnect between you and
Yeah,
your father.
you are.
There's some sort of tie there. This is the
I'm
man that raised
son,
you.
if I'm the son of
I
Pablo,
would say that
no,
by
no.
now, from what you've told me so far, that I would disagree with the strike on him. But I can see how he has a solid connection to a terrorist organization.
And his sister, who was also a child?
Hold up, Tyler. Hold up. If I'm the son of Pablo Escobar,
Mhm.
if I'm his kid and they decide to shut his organization down and they get good intel, he's in this building at this time, and I'm there visiting my kid, yeah, it's justified because Pablo's.
No, that's not what happened. It was a different country at a different time. The father was
that's
killed
another
in
point. Is you said he was in Yemen or something?
Correct. The
What are
child
you doing in
was
Yemen,
at
bro? What are you doing in Yemen? What's he doing in Yemen?
I don't think he needs to justify as an American citizen why he's vacationing somewhere.
He's visiting his family,
bro.
But his family is criminals.
You don't go to Yemen for a vacation.
He's a Middle Eastern boy. I'm guessing he probably had family there.
Visiting
I thought you said he was American.
a individual who's under surveillance and a fucking terrorist criminal.
No, his father was dead by the time they drone striked him at a cafe. I think it was a cafe in Yemen. And then a couple years later, another president, Donald Trump, then proceeded to kill his sister. These are two American children of Middle Eastern descent that were killed in extrajudicial assassinations by two separate administrations without any due process, without any cause or trial. That is what. That is what.
I'm having a hard time believing that if his son and his sister, after the father's death, were all targeted, I'm thinking that there probably was some sort of something going on there. I think you may either just not know that, or you might not be telling me that. But I think if I did my own research on that, I might find there's some sort of something.
I'm just saying, both you guys are coming from completely different spectrums in regards to this topic, but I don't know if you see how hypocritical you both are from both spectrums. Right?
I don't see where the hypocrisy is. If you could explain.
Well, one person is saying, "Hey, you took out these people. You don't really have any evidence, and all you know is that they were related to somebody who committed a crime." I mean, that's the history of this country, i.e., black folks. So
not just committed a crime, joined a group with the intent, the group's purpose was committing crimes, terror crimes.
They wiped out multiple towns of ours based on what white women said. So I mean, come on, guys, let's stop acting like.
Yeah, I'm sorry that happened. I didn't agree with that.
I'm not blaming you for it. I'm just saying this country has a history of doing that. Why do we want to make it seem like? Why we want to make it seem like it's weird for them to do it in another country? And then on the other side of the spectrum, we're saying, hey, they had to have something to do with it. We don't really have any evidence, but again, this country never really needed evidence to get what they want.
Did I say that we never needed evidence, or that there probably was some that we just haven't seen yet?
You're just saying the fact that he's connected to his father is, enough evidence, right?
And I'm saying that's not good enough. So
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Both of you, you're in conflict with each other, but
I'm saying
from
that
both perspectives, you just
it's certainly a start, that connection. And so I'd explore that more. And if there wasn't anything there, then I would say it wasn't justified. But if there was, then I'd say that it was. And that's why I stand on it.
But they did it already. So, I mean,
what good and I'm not privy to all the information that the U.S. military had. So that's where I lie on that.
But then you have to ask who would be able to hold them accountable, because they're not going to tell you what they found. Right. So, it's just like, okay, they made a decision. They made an executive decision.
Who's going to hold them accountable? What you just said. And I'm going to ask you, who's going to hold the government accountable when they decide to tax away 99% of the reparations check they give you?
The same people who held them accountable when they were giving Caucasian people all the benefits.
No one? They're going to hold themselves accountable?
Voters.
Pretty much. That's how it's been going.
Hold on. Right now, as we speak, my tax dollars go to the Israel protection in this Iran war. I don't agree with that.
That's another point.
Hold up.
Iran war.
I don't agree with that. I'm saying, okay, my tax dollars go to protecting Israel. I'm like, yo, y'all started the war. Y'all went over there fucking with them. But now, hold on. And this is another thing American people are just ignoring. Who the fuck do you think is going to rebuild all this? See, when I see that.
Oh, his name's Reza Pahlavi.
All of it. American, this country is going to rebuild. Listen to what I'm saying. All of it.
Yep.
Every bit of it. They're going to pay to rebuild. Those countries ain't going to give America no money. Okay, come in and rebuild that. No, America going to say, we're going to prepare it. So that's taxpayer money going to these foreign Israel and fucking Iran. Do you know how far they are from here? They going to launch a nuke. It couldn't do it. If they wanted to, they couldn't do it.
Well, they did launch a couple of missiles at the Cyprus base, which is much further than they had previously claimed that their missiles could be fired from. So.
So what's that, a territory or something?
And I think that you and I are actually saying the same thing. We don't trust the government to spend our money the way we think it should. I'm just going a step further and saying I don't want them spending the money because I don't want them to have the money to spend.
Well, you know what? You good because they don't. They got too many bills, bro.
Yeah.
If I could come back to what I wanted to say on the Iran bit.
Go ahead, Samis.
Another reason why I like Iran, and you may come over to my side a bit more on this here, is that Iran is the major antagonist that Israel cites in order to keep receiving money from us for defense. Should the Iranian regime fall, they no longer have a real reason to keep asking us for money.
Well, they'll find a reason.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll try, but is that really going to work with the American populace anymore after this point?
I think
support
that for Israel is at an all-time low.
This war is that it will be the tipping point that kind of pushes America away from being super hard go on Israel, because I do think they get too much money, and I do think they have an overdue influence over our country.
Yeah, and I could agree with that. Like I said, I feel like a lot of us agree on the position that, hey, the government's spending money, our money, the money they steal from us, in ways that we don't always agree with. And we'd prefer for them to not do that. I think we're all in agreement on that. Is that true?
Right. However, I would preface that by saying there are things that I do want the government to be spending money on, and I don't think it's really possible to have a state that functions without a proper tax base. And
I mean,
whether you're saying that we should try and run the government on a much smaller amount of that, it's all about how much you want the government to be able to be doing.
I mean, it could go down as far as to say, I think we can go back to what George Washington said, and we should not have a standing army. We should have a reactive defense force, and the states could have their own militias or National Guard.
That's an empire killer.
I don't really think that's a good idea, especially when you have hostile nations to us.
Yeah,
another empire killer is overextending your military, which is exactly what happened to the Roman Empire.
Empire killer is saying, I no longer have an army, and I'm just going to rely on halfway trained people who volunteer to be our defense. Yeah, that's not going to work. You need professional soldiers.
Yeah,
man.
there's things that a nation requires in order to be able to function and protect itself and properly manage all of its assets. And
Japan does not have a standing military.
Defense force.
They have the United States of America.
In all but name.
And that's my complaint is our military is spread across the entire world. It is spread too thin. That is one of the main reasons the Roman Empire fell.
But you just gave Japan as an example, but Japan uses our military for that purpose. So we can't be like Japan.
No, Tyler, be careful with that, because Trump is finding out. You can't go by checks and balances when you deal with that. You need influence. You need Americans in Japan. You need them spread out in Europe. You have to have. Oh, it costs too much money. Well, you're talking about.
That's why he was able to bully that German guy the other day, is because he threatened to take troops out of Germany after he was talking all that shit.
If that's the case, if the argument is we
hold
need to do all these things,
Hold up. We need to do it. Forget the cost because it's better for us. It's better for us to have our presence across the world than it is to worry about the money. Because no, Trump went into war without asking. Trump just did some shit on his own. You're supposed to consult with your allies. He said nobody want to help. They said, well, you started the war. But
okay.
you do have to have allies. And yeah, it costs money. So
I don't think a lot of these allies that we had would be willing to do it if we'd asked them prior to either.
Even Reagan said we cannot exist by ourselves. We can't say we're Americans, F you guys, survive. And then if we get in trouble, then try to negotiate some type of agreement. He said, no. He said, isolism is the worst thing you can do. He said, we got to put it out there. We get it. Trump comes in talking about, look at all this money, look at all this waste. Yeah, it is. Now, hold up, Trump. If you can identify waste, solve it. If you can identify problems, solve them. But we need to have relationships with our allies. We just have to. I'm sorry.
We need to be spread out across the world, spending money in all these countries, doing these arguably atrocious things in order to maintain our empire.
It's actually
that's the same argument for slavery. That is the exact. If we are justifying doing terrible things in order to make our lives more comfortable, that is the exact same argument.
Having a military base in Europe is the same as slavery.
For slavery.
Yeah, that's the exact same argument. My life is easier because we had slaves.
What you say, Siamese? Having a base in Europe is what?
Having a base in Europe is not the same thing as slavery.
Thank you.
No, I'm not saying that is. I'm saying kidnapping Maduro. I'm saying attacking Iran with Israel.
Maduro ain't no tragedy either.
What you're not recognizing is the fact that we're in all these places means we have leverage in all these places.
Yep.
Right?
We're doing terrible things in all these places, and it gives us a benefit. Cool.
If we're doing terrible things, why do they keep asking us to be there? Terrible things.
We're protecting them.
Terrible things are happening on the military bases in Europe.
No, they're not. Let me tell you something. If you do anything, if I'm in a base in a foreign country and I go out there and I do something stupid, they'll drop me. No, America say fuck you. You on your own.
Yeah,
they don't sit up there and support you. They say he did.
Well, they tell you when you get there, hey, you're supposed to act this way. You're a guest here.
Yeah.
And then when you don't, they're like, hey, we fucking warned you.
Yeah, they say, hey, you got to deal with them. And guess what? When you get done dealing with them, your ass finna go to jail with us. They don't let you go with nothing. And
because as
you still got to maintain
a member of the U.S. Armed Forces, you're a representative of the United States, and so you're held to a higher standard of conduct.
Yep. So that's what I'm saying. He's saying that it justifies and don't justify nothing. But we need our presence there because one of the reasons we were unable to get allies during this Iranian war is because of Trump. The way he did it, had he talked to them, had he listened to them, had he understood what it was, then they would have backed us up. But he didn't want to do that.
I think that there's an argument you can make for that. I don't think it would be much different, though. You might have been able to get maybe France. I don't know. They seem particularly iffy about the whole thing right now. I keep hearing them say that they're solid on waiting until it's over. He may have been able to convince the UK, but looking at what the UK is capable of, it's next to nothing. They couldn't even get a ship out to defend their base in Cyprus, like I was talking about earlier. A lot of the reason why these allies aren't joining in this conflict is because they have let themselves fall on the wayside. They are weak. They don't have really the resources to be able to help in this conflict to a meaningful degree.
Yeah, but
we are expelling countless resources in order to supplement their existence.
The UK?
Yes, we have what 70 plus bases in Europe.
Yeah, and they're still weak. That's part of the reason why I'm kind of partial to giving these guys a real kick in the pants to either get their shit together or to just hang them out to dry because they're not following their obligation of a mutual defense agreement.
Yeah, it's not really a mutual defense when what are we like 80% of the funding and 90% of the
we're
manpower
their
for
daddy.
NATO?
We're their daddy.
It's not mutual at that point. It is us
Right.
doing it all, which is an
So should they really
overextension.
even have a right to say, no, we're not going to help you out when we pay for, basically we help them run their country by the fact that we pay for their defense, which frees up all their other money to help pay for all their social programs.
Yeah. And I'm saying we need to stop doing that, and we need to stop bombing countries that we've not declared war in. Syria, Yemen, Sudan. We invaded Pakistan supposedly to get Osama bin Laden. We never actually saw a body, so it's really hard to say if that actually was true.
You're right about that. Hold up. But
if we are
in place,
killing,
hold up. That's not America. You said we're invading all these places. That's Israel.
No, we invaded Syria under Obama to overthrow the Assad regime so we can stop the gas line getting from Russia into Europe.
But why did we do it? We did it for America or Russia? I mean, Israel.
We did it to stop Russia from getting cheaper fossil fuels into Europe and undermining our oil petrodollar.
Why? No, I hear what you're saying. I'm saying that was Israel.
No, that was us.
No,
this is the thing. I think people have a really too much of a propensity to just label anything that happens in the Middle East as Israel's doing, and there's no reason that the U.S. would ever want to have anything to do with one of the largest oil deposits in the entire world. Yeah, there's plenty of things that the U.S. has interest in that region outside of just Israel.
And I stand corrected. No, Samis, I stand corrected, brother. I don't want to come off like I'm blaming Israel for what United States.
No. Yeah, honestly, there are some ways in which you are right. There are some ways in which Israel is. I think they are a serious warmongering country. I think that they have a significant hardline faction of whatever Talmudic Jew they have in there. That they are just end times type of deal. I think that they seriously do have a major constituency of that in their politics that we shouldn't really be funding.
Gotcha. But go ahead.
That's part of the reason why I want to get rid of the whole thing they're asking money for in the first place.
My whole crux is I don't trust the government to spend our money wisely because historically they haven't. There is very little evidence to support that if the government wants to give a reparations check to the descendants of slaves, that they will not find some way to screw it up, and more than likely screw it up in a way that's going to hurt more people than it helps.
Well, I mean, the way they would screw it up are the suggestions that you guys were making on how it could be paid. That's how they would screw it up.
I don't really consider that a screw up. I think that you don't like that idea because you want the freedom of having the money immediately all at once, and I kind of understand that. I'm coming more from the perspective of how it would be possible to do.
I come from it's very possible. You didn't see what Trump found when he did his research of all the money that's moving around.
I don't believe most of what Trump says.
I'm also not really a fan of that money moving around.
Oh, of course not. I'm just saying the money exists, so you can't say we don't have it because it's there. But I'm saying is the easiest way to simplify it so that what you just described as
maybe this should help the discussion out. Do we have a figure for
hold on. All they would have to do is cut the checks. It's really easy. They wouldn't have to mess anything up. They could just cut the checks. There's no movement. There's no tax exemptions processes. There's no you have to go to school, then get this. None of that stuff. Just cut the check.
And there is zero historical evidence to support it.
It's literally a direct investment into the U.S. economy. It'd be ridiculously improve the U.S.'s economy if they did.
That would depend on how people spent it.
No, any sort of movement of money will create economic stimulation. So he is right. It will improve the economy. I'm telling you right now, if you look at the entire history of the U.S., there has not been a single example of them doing anything like that's benefited long term.
The Japanese, Native Americans.
The Native Americans. No, dude, you do
The
not
small
want
hat
to.
folks.
The Native Americans
also,
Have
hardly
you
even
ever
exist
been to a
anymore.
reservation? Have you
No,
been
but
to a
Yeah,
reservation?
but
that's
hold
not
up,
the
hold up.
money that did
Yeah,
that.
hold
That's
up,
not
hold
the
up.
money that did that. It's the fact that they had to stay on the reservations that did that.
They
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have to stay on the reservation. They can move off the reservation. The
No, they
reservation is
lose
just
all their rights on
yeah.
the
yes.
reservation if they
Yeah,
leave.
yeah. Hold up. The American Indian, and you can go look it up on Google. One of the chiefs came out and said, who owns the birds? Who owns the mountains? He said, these people are coming to me talking about, I own something. He said, I don't own anything. But they think they own the land. You can't own the land. I get it out there. You can buy your house. I get it out. Hold up. I get that part. What I'm saying, if you go and look at him, you got to understand who he was. He was an Indian. He didn't understand no property tax and shit like. He's
Right.
like, who are these people telling me that I gotta move because they own the land? He said, who can own the land? He said, I can't own an eagle. I can't own, what's going on. He said, it's a part of what we do. Now, he said the worst thing, the American Indian, there was a chief, he said the worst thing we could do is put the Indians on a reservation where things are given to him. He said, it's not my people. He said, that's not how we exist. We exist with a zest to face the consequences. He said, if we get snowed in and we die, we die. But we exist with an eagerness to say, hey, we'll make it up during the summer. He said, that's what we do. If you put us on a reservation, you telling us we're going to protect you from snow. We're going to take care of you. You don't need to ride your horse. He said, it's going to destroy us. And he was right. He was right because he knew his people. He said, we not sit around and wait on somebody to feed us. He said, we like to hunt. We're hunters. We're fighters. And we'll take our chances. But they're saying, okay, put you on a reservation. We'll feed your people alcohol.
Well, you got to remember that a lot of the reason why we did that is because we kept having wars over. There would be Indian tribes that would attack our settlements. We'd retaliate and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
We also did a pretty good job of claiming they were attacking us as we encroached on their land. That's kind of the whole General Custer thing.
Thank you, Tyler. No, you're exactly right, Tyler. We was doing all, and we can look at the movies and stuff and whatever, but we never talk about what we did. We did a lot of fucked up shit. Like this.
So was everyone.
Hold up.
So
like
the Indians.
Hold up. Like you said.
Remember that they were killing each other before we showed up, too.
Wait a minute. You said, war man against man. Hold up. You said General Sherman burned down Atlanta, right? Hold up. That was a white man. He devastated a lot of white people. Women, children, he burned down. No, hold up. What I'm saying is we leave off what we did. We act like the American Indian was just resist. We were doing a lot of shit to the American Indian.
And I will point to the American Indian and say, this is what happens.
We are very capable of atrocities. But hold on, let me stop up. Go ahead, Tyler.
I'll point to the American Indian and what we have given them in reparations and how it has negatively impacted them. As a plumber, I go to one reservation up here. I've been to 2 total to do work. They live in squalor because everything is handed to them. If you do not work for something, you value it less. That is a universal truth. You get your first car, or that first car that mommy and daddy bought you, you care a lot less about that than that first car. You went to the junkyard, you bought it for $100, you came home and you built that engine. If you give someone something, they will not value it as much as if they earned it.
That's actually.
Hold on, hold up. Well, hold up, Truth. I could be wrong too, but I agree with Tyler on that. He's 100% correct. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I was about to say that doesn't apply to the American Indian. Basically, what happened to them is they were imprisoned. That's literally what happened to them.
I'm talking about them currently. If you go to a reservation right now, come to the Catawba Reservation down here in Rock Hill.
What happens to them once they leave that reservation?
They actually get more rights. They get less handouts, but they get more rights. They don't have a say in the elections. They don't have a freedom of speech. They don't have a First Amendment.
What are the rights they gain if they leave?
Every constitutional right in the Bill of Rights.
Give me 5.
Name you 5. Okay. They'll get a First Amendment right to protest the government. They will get the right to vote. They will get a right to be secure in their possessions from illegal searches and seizures. They're given a that's the Fourth Amendment. Yeah. They are given a right to not have soldiers quartered in their home because it will actually be their home and not government property.
Third Amendment.
I think
I've never actually seen the Native Americans exercising the Second Amendment in the same regard that we do on the outside, so I'm not going to speak to that. They will.
Yeah, they love guns.
Yeah, I'm saying like in the same.
Sold a lot
like,
to them.
Yeah, they have guns, but I don't really know much about that aspect of things. They will have a right to a trial by their peers in the United States government, as opposed to a
sovereign government that they control.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
So so you just named all 5 things. Doesn't all 5 of those things sound like a lot of work?
They sound like rights.
Are you opposed to work?
No, they sound like work.
Are you opposed?
They have all those rights. They have most of those same rights on their reservation.
No, they don't. They cannot protest the U.S. government.
Right, but
they are not legally allowed.
Right, but they don't live under the U.S. government. They're in a sovereign land.
They are not in a sovereign land. They are in government-issued land.
It's a sovereign land. There are separate rules for their territory versus the United States government, which is why they can't protest, because the U.S. government doesn't rule.
Under those rules, under those tribal governments, they don't have the same rights, is what we're saying.
They still fall under federal law.
But hold on, all the rights you guys just named, they have them under their tribal rights.
Do you know that?
You're just saying they don't have them under the United States. Well, of course not. They don't report to the United States. Why would they have them under the United States?
They still report to the United States.
The land that they are on was gifted to them by the United States.
Yeah.
There has to be some level of
United
management
States can't
there.
even step on the United States, military or otherwise, can't even step on their land.
Where do you get that idea?
I have a treaty that we stick to in our own good conscience. If we just didn't want to follow that, we could whenever we wanted.
I mean, that's how it happens with anything with the United States government. But as far as the rules are concerned,
or with any government,
we don't have any jurisdictional rights in their territory. So all the rights you just described,
we do.
The only reason why we don't have those is because we granted them that stipulation.
So here,
federal marshals
it is a concession of our own that they have those.
Platt, you might have told a story about this once upon a time, but if one of our police officers sees somebody committing a crime on reservation territory, they can't really do anything. They have
a federal marshal can still go onto a reservation and perform an arrest. A federal marshal, that is a U.S. federal marshal.
No, you could be a local. Hold up, you could be a local, say in New Mexico, Indian reservation, or whatever. Big Indian reservation. You witness a guy commit a crime. You witness him do something heinous. And you just a local police officer in New Mexico. You can go onto that reservation and apprehend him.
Yeah, truth. I don't know where you're getting this idea, if it's from Yellowstone or what, but dude, that's not the case.
You can apprehend him, but you would have to hold him for the authorities there on the reservation.
Okay, you got to hold him, but I'm just saying you can apprehend him. If he committed a crime and you got evidence.
Right.
Yes, truth. I hear you.
That's what I'm saying. You are under the authority of the reservation. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's all of it. I'm saying none of us, all of this stuff, we say freedom. I mean, we play with that, but I mean, like who of us?
You know me, Platt, when I think about that.
No, we know Trump is free, but I'm saying he is the president. He's a billionaire.
Rich people are free.
Hold up. He's really not free because they try to fuck him over. What I'm saying is that who's free? No, I'm saying we play this game like free. Man, no, we ain't free. You can go out here and commit a crime, talking about you're gonna run to a reservation. You let the wrong person see you. They're gonna blow your ass up. You ain't gonna make it to that. You ain't gonna get on there.
That's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Then it makes you question, do you really have rights? Especially if somebody else had to give them.
That's another point. I wanted to touch back in on something you had said earlier. You said that the rights that we listed seemed like a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
How does a First Amendment right constitute work?
Because they already have that right because they can bear arms in their own sovereign territory.
We're talking about the First Amendment, not the Second, homie.
What?
Not really important with the amendment right now, but yeah.
Freedom to assemble, freedom to protest the government with grievances, freedom of speech, freedom to exercise your religion of choice.
So on the sovereign territories, they can't do
We
their
should
own
just look
religion.
this up.
Yeah, you should probably look it up because you're naming things that they can do in their own territory. You're just saying that they have those rights with the U.S. Yes, they would if they left. But what I'm saying is, why would they leave if they have those there too? That's what I'm saying is why it would be more work. And then so I would leave. I have most of those rights where I am, and I'm getting a check. But I leave and I have all those rights in the U.S. But in order for me to enforce those rights, I gotta work
Native
hard
American reservations do
Buddy,
not
against the U.S.
automatically
government
guarantee
and not
all
get
U.S.
paid.
constitutional rights against
buddy,
tribal governments,
truth. I implore
as
you. I
stated
don't know
by the
where you
Indian Civil
live,
Rights Act of 1968.
He's
buddy.
reading
I
it.
don't
No,
truth.
they aren't.
I don't know where you
guaranteed
live,
rights.
but you need to go to a reservation and you need to see what you were saying is so great because
No,
it's not as often as you think it is.
I live in Florida. There's quite a few reservations.
Oh, go talk to the Seminoles,
yeah.
buddy. We're in Florida.
I
I'm
used
from
to
south
live
of
there,
Tampa. I'm from Bradenton, Sarasota.
Yeah. I used to live in South Florida. I know it very well. That's why I said it's a prison. That's why they're like that. They're not like that because they're not like that because they were getting a check. They're like that because they've been restricted. It's like when you hear black
Are they
people
not
say,
allowed to
"Hey,
leave?
we need to have our own state," and then you're like, "Well, how's your state going to exist with the other 49 states around it, right?
Okay. So
How's it going to exist?"
you live in
Other
Florida.
49 So you just be taking a whole state for yourselves?
Well, no. That's what some people
See,
suggest.
that's
We
the
need our
kind of
own
that's the
state.
kind of issues that arise out of
Yeah.
that. Is
I'm
like,
like,
how does
but
that
that's
work?
absurd.
Look,
Like,
I am
how would
100% okay with you guys taking California.
how would that state exist if you
Hey,
got
hey, whoa,
49
whoa.
other states around it? You just created
Hey,
a
I know
prison
they're bad
camp.
now, but wait till the
You created a prison
gubernatorial election.
That's what I'm saying. They're basically imprisoned on these territories. And they thought they had a good deal, but they didn't.
Aren't they allowed
got
to
them.
leave? And haven't we just shown that they get more American civil
No,
rights
they
when
get
they
more.
leave?
They get more work. You forgot all the rights
No. Did
all
you
the
hear what I
rights.
said just a
Hear
minute
me
ago?
out. Hear
They
me
don't
out.
automatically get those rights.
Hear me
Indian Civil
out.
Rights Act of 1968
You
says
just
that.
keep talking. You're not even gonna hear. They
Well,
have all
you're not listening to me.
the rights. All the rights you described requires them to work to have
You don't
them.
have to work for a First Amendment.
Of course, because you'll have to have the right to protest, which means you'll have to protest to enforce the right, correct? You'll have to use your
So
freedom
in order
of speech.
to protest, you have to protest, and protesting is
No,
work.
what I'm saying is you have to put in the effort to take advantage of that right. That's called work.
That's how life works.
Now what happens? You
Every
have
freedom is also comes with
Hear
responsibility.
me out, man, before you fit, so you can understand what I'm saying, because I don't think you understand what I'm saying. You have all these freedoms that require you to put in extra effort, and also you don't get a check anymore.
Yeah.
So now you got to figure out how
That's
to
the
sustain
trade-off.
yourself. Right. You got to figure out how to sustain yourself, sustain your family. And if you do want to use any of these rights, you got to put in extra work for it.
Okay.
Or you can stay on your sovereign land in that territory and collect a check.
So the distinction there is the distinction
safe.
between being a citizen and being a subject.
Yeah, truth.
Okay, but you're going to have
you
to
just pointed out it is bad.
do it. Jesus Christ.
Truth. You just pointed out all of these things are held against these people, but hey, they get a check. Do you want that? Do you want that check, but being told you can't say shit about Trump?
Complaining about the freedom of speech?
Would you give up your freedom of speech for $7,000 a month?
Anecdotes don't prove the point.
What do you mean? You just gave me examples of rights.
Freedom of speech now for $7,000 a month.
Where they can't storm in and grab me? Yeah.
But they can do that.
Because if I do it now and I speak about the small hat people, I'm liable to lose my livelihood. Correct?
No, you're not, bro. People talk about Jews all the time.
Good luck to you guys if you want to do that. I have no problems with them.
Bro's treating the Jews like they're Voldemort.
Yeah. I don't have any issues with them.
Look,
wish them luck.
We're pointing out and we're agreeing with you. Hey, they're giving the Native Americans check, but in exchange for the checks, they're telling them you better stay on your plot of land. You can't leave. Also, you can't talk shit. You have no say in the country that you're inside of. If this country falls for one reason or another, If the empire that is the United States falls, what do you think happens to that reservation and that pretty check they get every month?
The same thing that happens to the rest of the country.
No,
Yeah.
no. My point is, we have a say in this country. They have no
But
say.
you just said if it falls, what difference does it make if you have a say or not?
Because you have a say in making sure it doesn't
Yeah,
fall.
they had
No,
a
you
say in
don't.
how the country.
The
what do you
Native
mean?
Americans are essentially a child living in their parents' home.
Quick
They
question.
have.
You just spent the last 20 minutes complaining about them spending money the way you don't like it. How much of a say do you have?
I vote. That is some say. That is
And
better
Who
than
said that
nothing.
they
yeah,
spend
and how
money
does
in a
that
way I
work
don't
out?
like? That's
How does
not
that
what
work? How has that worked out?
I've never said about anything that we've talked about, reparations or Indians, that I don't
No,
like
no,
the
no,
way
no,
you
no.
spend the
You
money.
don't try to redirect. You
That's never
literally
what I've
said
said. You're trying to
what
put
you're
words in
saying
my
is
mouth.
the fact that you have say is better than whether or not your say is effective. If you have say but it's not effective, do you really have say?
It is effective, though.
How?
Yeah, because
How
you
is
get
it
a right to
effective?
vote then.
You're
Right, but
okay.
how is that
You're in
effective?
Just
Florida.
because he named a situation that
You
may
just
not have
said
been a great
you don't
example.
trust the government because they always figure out a way to be evil. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
that's
is
where I
why
kind
you
of
vote
how
disagree
does
to
with
your
you
limit
on
the
that.
government.
I think
Dude,
it's
you
right? How
live
does your
in
perspective.
say
Florida.
stop that? How
You
does your
live in
say stop
Florida.
that?
You just
Right.
had Governor DeSantis end income and property tax.
How does your say stop that?
You just had that say end property tax.
Your state would want to stop that. You have a say whether or not you want that or not. That's the whole
Cor-
thing.
Yeah.
Correct.
You have a say
But what
in
I'm
whether or
saying
not
is,
that
how does you guys are not hearing me? I'm asking a very simple question. How does your
then I'm
how does
missing it because
your
it's
ability to speak on that vote or
Okay.
protest? How does your say affect that?
I'm against taxation. If
how
I
does your
voted for
ability to vote
DeSantis,
affect
I
the
voted for
situation in which you
someone
live?
that took away a form of taxation. Does that make sense to you?
It does. What
Okay,
will that
that
do?
is what my say does.
Okay, you voted for it, but what about the other people who didn't?
Then next time voting comes around, they can vote for a candidate that will impose a property tax. And if their candidate wins, they get what they want. It is a process that is repeating every 4 years,
So
every 2 years.
voting does not guarantee you will get what you want. It guarantees that your voice is represented in the
Oh,
process.
so your say might not be effective, right?
No one guaranteed that it would be.
Good. So quick question. How effective is a person's vote based on what they want, just on an average?
Pretty good. Ask Florida.
No, it's not pretty good. That was the stupidest move Florida could have made, but
Ending
Florida likes to
property
do things.
tax
And that's all
when they get
opinions
some.
and made by voters.
No. But what I'm saying is that's one example. What I'm saying, you guys have voted multiple times, correct?
Okay.
You voted.
Would you
You
like
voted
another
for.
example?
You voted.
Okay.
Who voted for Trump?
I voted for Trump one time because in his first term he had no new wars. So I voted for him in his second term because one of his second
Did you get what you wanted in his first term?
is in the Supreme Court. Yes.
Anything else? Or was that
No
about
new
it?
wars for 4 years, which is the first time in my 35 years of life that we did not start a new war.
Did you vote for Obama?
I wasn't old enough.
Okay, so sorry, you're not old enough. Did you vote for
Don't ask me then.
the last old guy? What's his name?
Mitt
Biden?
Romney?
No, the last president before this current term. He didn't
Biden.
produce any wars either.
Wait, Biden?
Yeah.
No, but I voted for Trump in 2020. I did not vote in 2016 because I was otherwise
why didn't you-
engaged in
In
Okay,
the
so why
job.
didn't you vote? Why didn't you vote for Biden? He wasn't going for any new wars either, right?
No, he very much supported a war with Iran. He was very much
Did he?
open with it, just like Obama was open
But
with it, just
did
like
he?
Hillary Clinton was open with it,
I got you.
just like
But
Dick
did
Cheney,
he?
just like
Well, Hillary
Right.
Clinton
But
also
did
sold them
he?
uranium, and Obama gave them money.
Right.
So
Did he start a war in his presidency?
Biden?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So, and you voted for Trump during that election, correct?
If your argument is
2020 would have been the election that Biden got elected in. So
Correct.
Yeah.
You voted.
Yeah.
So you voted for Trump for that election, correct? And Trump didn't win.
Correct.
So was your voice heard?
Yeah, just someone else won.
Yeah.
Correct.
You don't always get what you want. There's a whole song about it.
I get you. I get you. That's where I'm going. Was your voice effective?
Yes,
How was it effective if you didn't get what you voted for?
because it built towards a coalition that got him elected in
Ah.
2024.
So you're just basically going to say the fact that you have a voice is always effective. Correct?
No,
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. That's what you're saying right now. You voted for a guy who lost. So that means your voice wasn't effective. But you said it was effective because it led to a
No,
coalition
because
that helped
despite
him
the
get in
fact he
later.
lost, it still showed the fact that he had significant political
That's
support,
not
which sways the outcome of the next election
correct.
after that.
correct.
Right. So then you're saying it was effective, correct?
In a
Even though
long
you
game,
didn't get
in a
what you
long
Yeah.
game versus short game sort of way, yes.
Okay. So that means your voice will always be effective,
Oh,
correct?
I was dying.
Which is
Sorry, man.
certainly
No.
more effective than if you didn't get to vote.
Gotcha. So if in your mind your voice will always be effective, you don't find that slightly delusional?
I don't really see what you're getting at, because from what we've covered so far, yeah, it does. It covers that.
You guys just admitted to no matter what happens with your voice, what you use it for, it's going to be effective. You just proved that.
Yeah, voting is effective. Yeah,
But how can voting be effective if you don't get what you want when you vote?
because you still contribute to the political system, which still, in a way around, will represent your ideas. Not to mention, you're only looking at the presidential race. You're not counting any of the other representatives that exist throughout our government.
Oh, I didn't even want to go there because that's even more complicated.
Well,
But
yeah,
I just
because
wanted.
it kind of makes your point sound silly.
No, it makes your point sound silly. You literally,
How?
and in 1 second, you said you having your voice is not absolute. It doesn't always go your way. And then when we went into
Yes, I
examples,
said it doesn't always go your way. That doesn't
right.
mean it's not always effective. You seem
That
to be
was the whole
conflating this
question.
idea where if you don't get
If
what
it
you
doesn't,
want, then it wasn't
if it
effective
doesn't go your way, then it's not
in the
effective.
presidential election alone.
Right.
By
If
the
it
way.
doesn't go your way, then it wasn't effective. But you tried to make it seem like it was because you think it helps something.
Is it more or
else
less
down the line.
effective than if you never voted at all? It gives
No.
it the possibility of being effective, which is better than the 0% possibility of having no vote.
You know,
which is the original point we had about the Indian rights.
I'm about to say something to you, and I know you already know this, and this is probably going to be checkmate. Who elects the president?
It'll be the Electoral College.
Thank you. Does the Electoral College rely on your vote to make its decision?
They are technically supposed to, though I believe they are technically allowed to break from that, though there's been very, very few examples of that.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Surprise. How effective could your vote be?
Well, considering the fact that it's the electors have usually, in nearly every instance, followed what the electorate has encouraged them to do, actually mandated them to do, then yes, it's still effective.
But you guys,
if all of a sudden the Electoral College said no, fuck you, we're making it all up, then I said yeah, and then it's not, because that's a breakdown of the system.
But you voted for Trump in 2020. He didn't win.
I didn't vote for Trump in 2020.
No, I'm sorry,
I
not
voted
you.
for him in 2024.
The other gentleman did. Well, you voted for him in 2024, but you don't like the fact that he's doing wars now, right? So
no, I'm fine with the Iran war. I can understand that there's some things that people don't like about it. I think people are a bit hyperbolic about it, really. I think that people don't really want to think through how this may actually be in our benefit.
I agree with you on that one. So it's the other gentleman that had an ineffective vote because he didn't get what he wanted for his vote.
In that particular election, then I guess, yeah.
Okay.
But there are cases where you win elections, and then your vote is effective. And so maybe I was wrong to say that it was effective in all cases, but it provides the opportunity.
If you vote and it is effective, you know, the person that you like, the Electoral College decided to choose, which they don't have to choose what you like, correct? You already said they
basically do, though. There would be, I have no idea what would happen to an elector who broke that.
We can say this. There's no rule that says they have to.
Except for the rule of public opinion, which is kind of a very important one.
I mean, the rule of public opinion was okay with slavery. So, I mean, really?
Yeah, and that's why it happened.
Yeah.
is because the public was okay with it.
Right. Which is why politicians don't always listen to it, Right?
I think you're missing my point there. That demonstrates how public opinion is a very, very important rule because it overrides things.
Right. You're saying
it can
public
make you be
opinion will
okay with
hold
things
them.
like slavery. Yeah.
Yeah. You're saying public opinion would hold them accountable. We've seen tons of instances where public opinion gets tossed out the window. Right. So I know you want to think that's
in
cool.
favor of a larger public opinion. I feel like, yeah.
You mean like the Epstein files?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, we want to get into this?
No, we don't. I don't want to. I don't even want to get into that. All I'm saying is, you guys have a fantasy that this government operates the way it does based on some set rules, and it really doesn't. Your votes aren't as effective as you think because the system is so convoluted for you to vote, and how your votes are impact any elections is just ridiculous. So,
and I would concur
you
that.
don't even get.
Well,
You don't even get
there.
you don't even get to choose who goes into the elections yourself. The parties have to select those people first.
Well, they have primaries where you also get a vote.
But who goes to the primaries?
Well, if you're in the Democrat Party, it's whoever they want to put through. But yeah, the Republicans also have a primary.
Yep. So I mean, and in most states like Florida, you have to register to a party. You can go independent, right? You can go independent, but then once you register with the parties and they like you, they start putting all the money into you, and that's the game. So all I'm saying is the fantasy that you have these rights and your votes are effective. You just constantly have complaints about when these people do things that you think they shouldn't, but they have the right to do it. All I'm saying is the Indians on the reservation.
Could you narrow down what you mean by that? Just
what do you mean?
I feel like we got away from that part of the conversation. Could you refresh my mind on that?
The Indian reservations, or?
Oh, see, I don't really. I've never had a problem with the way they do things. I'm not saying that
their existence is the way it is because they were basically imprisoned on these plots of land, and they don't want to leave because they get more benefits staying than leaving.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
And so what that is, there's a term for that. It's called habituation.
Yes.
It's the same way that you had domesticated animals in ancient times.
Correct.
And so I would say that I personally wouldn't prefer that state of being to one where I would have other rights.
I know you do, but most humans prefer the easier route. Water flows downward, the easiest path, blah, 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 blah. That's how most people function. That's how most societies function, by the way. So, I mean, I know you don't.
I'd be willing to say that that's not always historically true. I think there are some societies who they do build themselves up on having a culture of very, professionalism and stuff like that, I guess. Like
what society? Name the society.
Well, we could look at the UK. Yeah.
The UK?
I mean, look at them. Is the natural state of human beings wearing a three-piece suit and building a naval empire that spans the world? That's not the easier option. It's the option they chose because that's how they wanted to live.
They started out as pirates, right?
Yeah, and then they grew into something else. I don't really see how that's relevant.
So how is that professionalism if you're stealing from people?
Well, because that's professionalism versus criminality. And so if they started out as pirates, are we denying the fact that they ultimately had a world-spanning empire that had a very significant bureaucratic component as well as a very strict culture?
And their colonial, their empire was based on colonization and slavery. We got it. We know the history. We're just saying. You said respectable and professional. That doesn't sound like respectable or professional. Is all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, well, that's because they didn't really consider you guys as part of their culture, and that's what they did. Yeah, it's a thing like that.
And they had wars.
So you're coming from like this universalist perspective.
Well, no.
That they didn't have that.
They didn't get along well with other Europeans, right?
No, yeah.
Scotland, Ireland,
well, neither of those are European states either. You probably want to say France.
Scotland and Ireland aren't European states?
No, they're part of the United Kingdom. I mean, I guess they were part of the European Union for a time before they did Brexit, but yeah, they're part of the British Isles.
Right, and they didn't get along with them back when they were pirates. Is all I'm saying.
Mm. Yeah.
So, I mean, you can. The fact that they wear 3-piece suits don't make them respectable and professional. They just
But
wear
it's not
3-piece
it's
suits.
not the easiest way of living, which is your earlier point.
Well, wearing a 3-piece
There,
suit
there
or
are there
being
are
a pirate?
different both are not the easiest way of living. They are both
Okay.
choices that a person made in order to put themselves through hardship, whether or not you agree with whether or not that hardship is moral or not, in order to improve their material standings.
I don't disagree with you, but your whole point was it was respectful and professional, and I just pointed out. I asked you for an example.
Perhaps that was the wrong word for me to describe. Maybe regimented, I would guess. Orderly, I guess.
Orderly. I mean, they weren't really orderly either, but okay. We can.
The British Empire weren't orderly.
No, before they became the empire, they were opposite of orderly.
Okay,
They were,
and then they became the empire.
Right, because deceit, plunder,
because they chose
violence,
to do that.
Pretty much all the things the Bible describes as evil is what they did, and it brought them benefits, and you just justified them doing it.
Yeah. Okay. I see you seem to be making like a big universalist moral argument rather than one we were having earlier.
I'm not. I'm pulling the morals of the time. You do realize the Catholic Church and the Bible existed at that time, right?
Yeah. They also had ideas about who was considered, acceptable as part of their culture and that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
they had the concept of heathens.
Right, but even the people in their regions they were fighting. Other Europeans they were fighting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how respectable?
How is infighting a refutation of what I'm saying?
You said they were respectable and professional. I'm just like they were pirates.
And I said earlier, if you take offense with that particular adjective, I guess it's just
not offense. I asked you for an example.
I think it's kind of
you gave me the worst
respectable and orderly.
It's
just maybe those were the wrong words. I'm saying that
no. I mean,
they had a strict culture. They had a very specific way they liked doing their lives.
They didn't have a strict culture. They didn't.
What are you talking about? Their judges to this day wear these weird, crazy wigs. They have a very, very strict culture.
Because they wear wigs and suits? They have a strict culture? Like, where do you get this from?
Yeah, they put themselves through all this rigmarole to feel like that they're doing their lives in the right way.
Do you want to just maybe
This goes back to the point where you were talking about humans just like doing the easiest thing. Wouldn't that just mean that the Britons would just be sitting around sucking water out of puddles and eating fruit all day? They would have never done anything with their lives.
You came in and you made the point that upright and uniform and respectable and all that. I said,
and you're still stuck on that point when I've been telling you that that's not really what I meant.
Hold on. And I said, hey, give me an example. And you gave me the example of a country that's the opposite of that. And all I said was, hey, they were
according
pirates.
to you.
What do you mean?
You're considering
you agreed that they were pirates.
Yes, and you
and
by your definition, you're saying that the pirates don't count as moral or orderly or whatever because they weren't doing it in the way that you were doing it.
Remember,
oh my fucking God, are you still stuck on this?
No.
Do you want me to use a different word?
Sir,
do you want me to use a different word?
Your argument.
What word do you want me to use?
Sir, stop talking so you can hear me. Maybe that's what the problem.
You're saying the same thing over and over again.
Your earlier statement was, we can do things the right way, right? And I said, give me an example of a country that has.
Did I say the right way or a way that they chose
Summarizing, because you obviously don't know how to use words.
Summarizing?
Yes.
Paraphrasing is a stretch. I think you're just putting words in my mouth.
Well, you're the one who said them, and then every time I repeat it back to you, you have a fit. So what do you want me to say?
The only reason I'm having a fit with you about it is because you're trying to nitpick
you use
definitions.
The word. I don't know what you want me to do.
You're not seeing my point. You're trying to nitpick a definition so you can really ignore what I'm getting at.
You picked a country that didn't fit the bill, is all I'm saying.
No, I didn't.
Oh, God.
You honestly think that the British Empire
you're boring now.
was achieved by people doing what was easiest?
No, they were.
That was the original point we were on. Now you're stuck on these nonsensical made-up adjectives that you have a particular thing about.
They did
when you're ignoring my point.
It was easier to be evil than to be good.
It was easier to be evil
than to be good.
It was easier to build a world-spanning empire than do
Right,
nothing.
in a path of evil rather than good.
Then why aren't
Of
the
course
Indians evil? Why aren't the
What?
Indians evil now?
What
Wouldn't it be
Indian? What the hell
easier
are you
to be
talking about?
evil? The ones we were talking about 20 minutes ago before you went on this big old tangent about 2 words. The Native
Indians built an
Americans,
empire.
fine.
They're on reservations. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So how they build an empire?
Well, prior to that, they lived in their nomadic tribes where they ran around, hunted all their own food, lived their own lives. Platt was talking about this earlier. I don't know where he
They
went.
lived off the land and they respected it. How was that evil?
I didn't say it was evil. All I said was
Jesus
how they
Christ.
chose to live. I said it was how they chose to
what was
live. They
wrong-
chose a
what was
method
wrong
of
with the way
life
they chose
that
to
was not
live?
simply the easiest way to do it.
They chose the right way. What I'm saying is
They chose the right way.
Yeah, the
That's a
government.
subjective definition,
It's based on the Bible's moral values. You know,
which
the
is still a
one that.
subjective definition.
Yeah, but that's the belief system of this country you referenced.
Okay.
So
Can you consider that they may have taken that as a sample and then done other things to that?
Ideology says good and evil is certain things, and they
Did
chose
they
the
only
evil
have
path.
one book in the UK?
But Siamese, keep talking. 'Cause you're telling you why blacks don't want to be given representation they don't want. Keep talking. You're saying you
That's
only
not
got
what I
one.
said.
That's what you're saying.
I'm disagreeing with the point that people always do what's easiest for them. That's my point here. That's all I wanted to say on that topic.
Do you think that the government encourages people to do that?
No, I think the government does encourage people to do what's easiest because that makes them dependent on the government.
Okay. Well, you finished, Truth?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
I won't lie, it's been a good session, guys.
I'm done.
We thought we had you, man. We thought you was coming over. You know,
No, he
thought you was Luke Skywalker, man. You think, oh, we see that ain't true. We see that ain't gonna happen. Use the
yeah, I got some locks. All right. Well, good talking to you guys.
Yeah, all right, no, man. Hold on. Let me do this for you, man. You single, right?
Me?
Yeah.
At the moment, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Let me show you off. Hold on. We got.
Oh, put me on the live again?
Yeah, we got him. Look at him. He'll be single, ladies. If y'all
you better be careful, man. They gonna
if y'all looking for a zaddy.
I ain't even shaved yet. Oh.
If y'all looking for a zaddy.
Crusty, not gonna lie.
There you go. There you go.
You better be careful, man.
And don't be a stranger.
Man, they gonna hit you up. You better be careful.
Yeah, I'll stop in every now and then.
I
man.
appreciate you, man.
I like the conversation we've had here. Good, productive stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
cool,
apologize for being such a dickhead in those comments. I do get too aggressive in those.
No, you and Alex were going at it, man. I like that though. That's because I said people assume that you guys agree. You guys don't agree on very much. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. If you listen to it, you guys don't agree on a lot of stuff. He's a little bit more radical than you are. He's way more radical.
There's some dude. There's some dude in the chat asking if I can drink yet. I fucking think so.
He's a beer man. Yeah, man. Graduate, man, and live a wonderful life, man. That's how we do, man. Enjoy America. Enjoy
you as well, sir.
Okay.
I'll stop by some other time.
All right. There goes Siamese. I have no idea why he calls himself that, though. But there goes Siamese.
I picked it when I was like 12, man.
There you go.
So I just stuck with it.
I got you, man.
All right, I'll take care. See you guys.
Take care of yourself, man. Truth.
Yes, sir.
They weren't ready. They weren't ready for you. They weren't ready for you. They don't know who they're dealing with. That's truth right there.
They're kind of young. They too. They I didn't realize they were that young, but yeah.
You took it easy on them to me, man.
I was feeling about. I enjoy conversations with with those people such as this, young people from different avenues of life, because they'll say stuff, but they don't really put any thought behind it, and you just try to get a feel of what they really mean, and you heard them. It seemed like they was on board, but they really weren't. And that's how it usually works.
You're right, man. You're right, Truth. You want to make a point? Because we about to get rid of this. I mean, you want to make a point? Hold up, Truth. If you can, while you're making your point, if you can touch on these rich black people and they abandon us. But go right ahead, brother.
So, that's a big thing too, right? We went into the whole reparations argument, and in this discussion, it was really because of the folks we had up on the panel. They were making some comments about our community when they don't really understand it at all because they don't pay attention to it except when they want to make criticisms. But in any case, I don't even know why they go to this gala, right? It used to be to either promote something or celebrate something. They just show up, they wear these weird costumes, they look strange, they look like they sick, and it's unrelatable. It's not even a good show anymore. It's
Beyonce's
nothing.
dress, right? $50 million. Go look it up.
If she would have, what would be fly? If they were going to designers, no-name designers, and rocking their stuff here, right? Let me just, this year, instead of paying $50 million for a dress, I'm going to pick a no-name designer that might have something hot, and maybe I can make them take off.
Yeah.
That would have been fire.
They don't think like that, Truth.
No.
They so busy trying to have Vera Wayne and all of that. And where's your purse from? And YS, what's that? East Say Levance and all that. All of this. They're so busy trying to do it. The money goes up. $50,000. I saw that dress got a lot of feathers in it.
Yeah,
I feel sorry. I feel sorry for the Pelicans or whatever they are. They pluck somebody. They plucked them off. Yeah, go look at it.
I saw it.
It's crazy, man.
And it's like their hair is getting stranger. It's not even just their clothes. Their hair is getting stranger. Everybody doing weird stuff. Like, come on, man. I don't know. And then, that much money for a dress, really? There's literally homeless people in the United States that money, a fraction of that money could go to.
Yeah. How much?
You thought it was cool for a dress?
How do you think? How much would 50 million feed for? I mean, how long? Are you think about a week?
You could feed some kids. You could give the kids lunch.
Every homeless, every hungry child, every homeless person in America, 50 million. What would you say? That's a month of food.
I don't know about all the homeless, but we got a couple million homeless people in the nation. You'd at least be able to give them $1 million a piece. A month of food, no. You'd be able to get them to stop being homeless.
No, we're talking about her gown costs 50 million. If she was to sell the gown and then help feed the needy, could she do it? That's what I'm saying. How long could she do it?
I mean, she would be able. She'd be able to take care of a very large group of people for more than a month.
Easily more than a month off of not 3 meals, but 2 meals, breakfast and dinner.
Oh yeah, I'd say half a year to a year.
Damn, off of 50 million would feed the homeless in America for a year?
2 meals a day.
Wow. And hold up, and Beyonce, a black woman, she had on a $50 million gown. You see what I'm saying, man? And these people, and I'm saying we've made these people rich, and look at how they think of us. They ready to go run to the Met and hang out. Jeff Bezos, he supported Trump. And it's just crazy, man, when you think about it.
And I get it. They're in an arena where they're amongst people that do this. But just think about it. If she didn't say nothing, if they didn't report it, would anybody think that dress is $50 million? You see her wearing it, you'd be like, it kind of look weird, but it's cool. You wouldn't think it's a $50 million dress. That means
I would know it's expensive because of the feathers.
Right, but not $50 million expensive.
No, it depends on the birds, like rare peacock feathers. No, you got to see it, and then you'll see.
If nobody told you and she just came out with it, you wouldn't think it's a $50 million dress.
She's wearing it. I'm gonna think. No, that's why I looked it up. I looked it up because I know if she was wearing it, it's gonna be some money.
Yeah, I would think 10, 5, not 50. 50. Really? Why would you wear a $50 million dress? I would be embarrassed.
Thank you. Hold on, truth. In the middle of, we just lost our voting rights.
You know how many people just got fired this last month? You ain't see all the news? All these companies thing there and people laying people off. Like in the last 2 months, like 10,000 people or 20,000 people got laid off. But you got 50 million just to rock on a dress you gonna wear one time? Let's hope she didn't pay for it. Let's just hope they lent it to her and she just rocked it and that's it. Let's just hope she ain't spend. I'm gonna go with that. I think Beyonce didn't spend 50 G's on that, 50 million on that dress. I think she just rocked it and she gonna be giving it back.
And they playing in our face, man. You see that?
Pretty much.
We losing all our rights. There they go. They made their money off of us, yet they go to the Met Gala and they show off in expensive clothes. And hold up, these designers, they don't wear black designers. They're wearing all Italian.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The black person gives their money away, man. They gives it away very quickly. So this whole reparations debate, why talk about, we're going to give it away. You damn right. We're going to go buy that car. We're going to go give our money away. And then, we shouldn't have gave it to you. No, they deserve it. But I agree.
They're going to give it away.
They should. Well, they should do better, but we know they're not.
No, we know they're not. I mean, just to put to the point, most people don't do well with money, right? Even the little bit of money that they do have, they don't do well with it. So we can't expect that a group of people that ain't never had no money that suddenly gets money, a decent percentage of it is going to do well. It's not. But that don't mean they don't deserve their money. So, I ain't going to question what people decide to do with it. I will laugh at you if you end up homeless after getting it, but that's your choice. It's your business and your choice.
And there you go, man. Hey, Truth, I appreciate you, man, but you got to pull up. Man. You got to pull up sooner, brother.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what's going on. You're not getting the notifications?
I'm not, which is crazy. Yeah. The notifications ain't coming because it happened last week, too. I didn't get the notifications and I hopped on late. So, I don't know what's up.
Yeah, we need you up here, though. Truth. We need you.
All right, man. Appreciate you, players. Y'all have a good night.
Don't be a stranger, brother. There go Truth Teller, man. We trying to talk about it. We trying to figure it out. Rankster in the chat, he's still confused. He don't care. Rankster, you don't want to see black people with nothing, though. That's your problem. Look, like, share, support, like the stream, support the platform. We got the Cash App. Support us financially via the Cash App. We got the Super Chat. It's right there. It's right there in the banner right there. Plat for game. Support us, man, so we can come back day in and day out. We ain't gonna be able to do this much longer, though, man. We're not getting we appreciate the people who are, but we're not getting the support we need. And that's up to you, man. That's up to you. And ultimately, the people do decide. So when you think about it, it is up to the people. So you don't like those guys, those two white guys coming up, you can join. What's stopping you from joining? They're free to come up here. You can't express yourself. So that's up to you, man. So people stay in the chat. You don't want to confront, then I don't know what to tell you. We got Steph Curry. We got Beyonce. We got his wife. We got Rihanna. We got Al. We got Corey. Isn't it interesting? All them people are millionaires. Isn't that interesting? Every last one of those people that you see on the screen are multi-millionaires. And they spit in our face and told you they don't care that black people don't have this, don't have that. They trying to get their Met Gala on. They trying to show off. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. We out of here, man. We appreciate you.